veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh.
So now for the other repository, so we need to do what? We need to come here and you say what? First of all, we need to register it. So we're gonna say at lazy singleton. So lazy singleton like this. So then we're gonna register it as what? As auth repository. So like that, okay? So then after we have done that, we need to say class. So class here gonna say what? Our auth repository implementation. This one gonna do what? Will implements the auth repository. Okay, so auth repository, this one. So then first of all, we need to import this one from the injectable. So then from there, now we need to create the missing overrides, so the 15 one. So it looks like this. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to do what? First of all, we need to have the things that we need to inject to this class. So first of all, we're gonna use the remote data source. So we're gonna say auth remote data source. So remote data source here, we're gonna do what? We're gonna name it what? Remote data source. Okay, so then the next one, we're gonna say final auth local data source. Auth local data source, gonna name it what? Local data source. Okay, the next thing that we need to have a way to be able to know whether the user they are connected to internet or not. Okay, so we're gonna create a network info file. So the one that we're gonna use the connectivity plus, so the one that we have in what here in the pubspec.yaml. Okay, so let us see, we have this one. Where is it? Here, the connectivity plus 6.15. okay, so what we're gonna do, you're gonna come here in the network, then you create a new file here, then you're gonna name it what? Gonna name it network. So network info dot what? .dart. okay, so this one gonna have an abstract class. So abstract class, then you name it network info like that. Then you're gonna do what? You need to have a bool, so the one that gonna return either true or false. Okay, so bool, then it will be a getter, gonna say is what? Is connected. So we're gonna say it's connected like that. So that one is the one that gonna know whether it's what? Connected or not. Now we need to register the implementation. So at lazy singleton, then you're gonna say as what? Gonna name it as network info. So network info, majorly it's a good thing to register them as what? As the abstract class's name. Okay, to register them like that. Okay, so class network info, so network info implementation like this. Then you're gonna say implements what? It implements our network info. Okay, so network info like this. So then what we're gonna do here, we need to have we're gonna import the what? The network connectivity. Okay, first of all, let us have the missing override like that. Then we need to import the lazy singleton from the injectable. So the first thing that we need to do here, we need to have the connectivity. Okay, so we're gonna say connectivity, final connectivity from that package. So the connectivity plus, then we're gonna name it what? Connectivity like that. So then you need to create the constructor. So the constructor here, you just do what? I need to hover above this one, then you create what? As a final field. So because it's final, you can have it as a constant. So we need to remove this one first to do, then we need to implement that one here. Okay, so gonna do what? So we need to remove this one also. So I want it to be like this. Okay, so you're gonna say final result. So result is equals to what? Is equals to await. So this one you should make it sure it's what? It's an async method, it's an async type. Okay, so here you need to await. So you're gonna await the connectivity so that it will take some time to check. So that's why you need to await. Okay, so to check the connectivity there, then you're gonna return result. Okay, so we're gonna return result if it's not equal to what? Connectivity. So connectivity result, if it is not equal to this dot what? Dot none. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So for that part, so then after you have done that, now we need to use it in our repository implementation, so that we're gonna do what? So that we're gonna be able to check the connectivity. Okay, so final network info. So network info. So network info, this one we need to name it what? Network info. So then you need to create the constructor here, so with the final feeds. So we're gonna say what? With the final feeds like that. Okay, then you pass it as a constant, so like this, then you save it like that. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna start with, the method that we need to start with, we're gonna start with the login, so that the one that is responsible for logging in the user. Okay, so here what we're gonna do, we need to make sure it's an async because it is getting the data from the backend. So it is waiting for the remote data source to get the data. So first thing we need to try, so the moment you are doing the things that involve external access of information, you need to try because it might fail. So the first thing that we need to check, we need to make sure that it is what? If it is not connected. So if it is not connected, here we do what? Here we're gonna have return, we're gonna return constant. So constant of left. So left here gonna say network info. So network failure, not info. So network failure, like that. So here you need to do what? Here we need to pass the no internet connection. Okay, so that is what we need to return, no internet connection. So then you put semicolon there. Okay, so after we have done that, so it's complaining about what the constructor being called isn't a constant. So let us go to it. So we need to put here constant. So let us put it as a constant. Let us put all of this as constant. Our constructors for like that. Okay, so it is like that. Okay, so then we need to come back to our repository implementation. So here left we're gonna import it from what? From the darts package. Okay, so that is it. So then after you have done that, so if it is connected, so that one we checked if it was not connected. So now we need to have a variable that we have the request, the one that gonna send the data to the remote data source, the one that will be used to be sent to the backend. Okay, so we're gonna say final login request. So login request is equals to what? Is equals to login. So login request model. So request model. So we need to import this one also, like that. So then here we need to pass what? So let us have the missing properties, the parameters. So like that. So for the email, here we need to pass our email. Okay, the one that will be passed here from the use cases, so from the repository. So then it will come from the use case, and the use case we get it from the what? From the block, and the block will get it from the user interface. Okay, so like that. So then after we have done that, so the next thing now we need to send. So we're gonna send that request to the backend. So for you to do that, you need to use the remote data source. So then here gonna say response. We need to have that response. So final response here is equals to what? Is equals to await. We need to await. Then we're gonna say remote data source dot login. Okay, so for the login we pass that request there. So then from there, now we need to check if it has what? If it has valid tokens. Okay, so if it does not, so if it does not have what? If it does not have in the response, we don't have valid tokens dot has valid tokens. So if it does not have that one, we need to return constant of what? Of left. So left. So when using the darts, so the left it is for the failures and the right for the success. Okay, so we're gonna say invalid. So invalid token. So token response from what? From server. Okay, so then we do like that. So the next thing that if we have valid tokens, now we need to add them to the what? We need to cache the user and save tokens. Okay, so here gonna say cache user and what? Save tokens. So as you can see, when the user they login, first of all you do what? We check that one, then we need also to cache them. Okay, so await local data source. So local data source dot cache user. So cache user gonna say get it from the response. So response dot user. Okay, so then from there now we need to await. So await local data source. So here we need to save tokens. Local data source dot what? Save tokens. So for the access token you're gonna say response you're gonna say final access token, and for the refresh token you're gonna say response dot what? Final refresh token. Okay, that is it. Then you need to return the right. Okay, because it is successful. So right here you're gonna say what? Response dot user. So that's it. So then from there if our try phase, we need to have the, if it is on server exception, so we're gonna say on server exception, or on server exception, this one. So here we need to do what? We need to catch it. So we're gonna catch it here. So we pass there, then you do what? So we need to return left. So left here, gonna say what? Server failure. So server failure. So for the message here, gonna say what? E dot message. So like that. Then if it is not on server, so if it is what? Cache exception. So on cache exception, so cache exception here, we need to catch it. So we're gonna catch it. So we catch it there, then we're gonna do what? So we need to return left. So we have the cache what? The cache failure. Okay, so for the message here, gonna say dot message, e dot message, then you put semicolon there. But if it is not in the above, so it is another exception, so we need also to catch it. So we catch it there, then we do what? Then we do return. So we return left. So left here, then you're gonna say what? Server failure. So server failure, then you're gonna say what? Unexpected. So unexpected error occurred. Okay, so then you pass what? That exception there. So you put it like that, then you save it. So that is the part for what? For the login. So the next one that we need to do, it is for the what? For the registration. So what we're gonna do, because this one we're gonna use it multiple times, so we're gonna copy it. So I'll be pasting it. Okay, so let us go to the part of this register. So first of all, you remove this one. So then here we need to put it as an async. Okay, so then from there, then here we need to try. So to try here, gonna paste this one like that. Okay, so then we need to have the register request. So final register request, so is equals to what? Is equals to register. So register, so it will be register request model, this one. So for the email, you pass email, then for the password confirm. So here we're gonna pass what? Our password. Okay, so password like that. Okay, first name, then like that. So then last name like that. Then for the role, we need to pass our role here. Okay, so role, pass our role here like that. Okay, so that is it for that part. Now we have the request. So the request variable, so we're gonna say final response. So final response is equals to await. So we need to await, then we're gonna say what? Remote data source. So we're gonna say remote, gonna await remote data source. So remote data source dot what? We need to say dot register, this one. So then you pass the request there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it has valid tokens. So let us copy this one. Gonna copy this one. First of all, I'm gonna copy all of this. Okay, so that it will be easier. So then you come here, just below here, then you do what? Gonna remove this one from there, then we're gonna paste it there. Okay, so what is happening here is that we are checking if you have what? As we did for the login, so we check if it has valid tokens. So if it does not have, we just do what? We return the server failure like that. Then if it has, we do what? We save them. So then we return what? The response.user. Okay, so but if it is the other failures like that, so that is the part for what? For our registration. So the next one that we need to do, which is for the logout. Okay, so for the logout, so let us come here in the logout. So login. So here in the logout, so this one will be what? So let us remove that one. So this one will be an async method. So async like that. So So what will happen here, we need to do what? First of all, we need to check if you are still connected or not. So just come here, gonna copy this one. So when I copy that one, you just come here and paste it here. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so what I will do here, I want to do like this. So because we need, first of all, if it is connected, we clear the what? We send the request to the backend, then we remove the user from the front end. Okay, so here you're gonna do what? We're gonna try. So first of all, we're gonna do what? We're gonna prepare the logout request with the refresh token. So we're gonna say if we are still connected, so we're gonna say network info. So network info dot what is connected. So if it is connected, here you're gonna say final. So final refresh token. So refresh token is equals to what? Is equals to await. Then you're gonna get the local data source. From the local data source dot what? Get refresh token. Okay, so like that. Then from there, you're gonna say if refresh token. So if refresh token, this one, it's not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, we do what? We're gonna say final. So we need to have a request. So final logout request is equals to what? Is equals to logout. So logout request model, this one. For the refresh token, we pass that one. Okay, so then after we have done that, we need to try. So here we need to try, we need to await. So we're gonna say remote data source dot logout, not login, logout. So here in the logout, you pass that logout request. Then if our try fails, we need to do what? We need to catch it. So you just catch it here. Then you do what? So you come here. So you come here. So we need to continue the local logout even if the server logout fails. Okay, so here you're gonna have a comment. You're gonna say continue. So we're gonna say continue. So continue with what? With the local logout even if server logout what? So logout fails. Okay, so then from there, so we need to do what? We need to come out here if it is not connected. So first of all, we need to clear the local data source. Okay, so local data, so we're gonna say clear. So clear local data. Okay, so then we're gonna say await. So await, you're gonna say local data source dot clear cache, like that. Then also we need to await. So await, then local data source dot what? Clear tokens. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to return constant of what? Of right. So here in the right, we need to pass what? Null, because we are returning nothing. Okay, so but if our try fails, we need to catch it. So I'm gonna copy this one. So this one for these parts. So I'm gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna come here. So in this part, so what I will do, gonna put it here like that. Okay, so then you save it. So do you have the right ones there? So where do you have an error? Yeah. So we have an extra, obvious, we have an extra what? Extra brace there. So first of all, we get the cache exception. So then we catch it there, then like that. Okay, so then after you have done that, now we need to get the current user. So to get the current user, you just come here. So get the current user. Okay, so we need to clear this one first. So just come here and you clear it like this. So then it will be an async method. So then from there, here we need to do what? We need to try. So here, so to get that user, so the current user, we just need to say final user is equals to what? We're gonna wait. So we're gonna say local data source dot what? Get last user. Okay, so that's it. Then you do what? We need to return right. So here in the right we need to get the user. Okay, so then if our try phase here, we need to do what? We need to say, so what I will do, I'm gonna copy this part for cache exception. So let me copy this one, so like that. So just come and use it where? Here in our get current user. So here just come and paste it what? Here. Okay, so that's it. So for that part, so the next part it is what? To get the current user with what? Validation. So just come here and you clear this one. It will be an async method, so async. So then here we're gonna do what? We're gonna say, first of all, we need to try. So first we need to check if you have both user and tokens. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final user is equals to what? Is equals to await. So await, then we're gonna say local data source dot what? Get last user. So then we need also final access token. So access token is equals to what? Is equals to await. So await, then we're gonna say local data source dot what? Get access token. Okay, so then we need to have final refresh token. So refresh token is equals to await. Then we're gonna say local data source. So local data source. So local data source dot what? Dot get refresh. Okay, like that. So we need to check if no user cached or no tokens, so user is not authenticated. Okay, so you're gonna say if user is equals to null, or then access token, if access token here, so if access token is equals to null also, if it is equals to null, or gonna say refresh token, so refresh token is equals to null. So it simply means what? It simply means they are not authenticated, so we need to clear any stale data. So we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say local data source. So local data source, we're gonna clear cache. So then after that we need to await, then we're gonna say local data source dot what? Dot clear tokens. Okay, so then from there we need to return constant of what? Of write. Okay, so then we're gonna do what? We're gonna say null. So that is what we need to return there. So then if it is there, so now we need to check if you are connected, we have the internet, so we need to validate with the server. Okay, so we're gonna say if await, so await, then network info. So network info dot is connected. If it is true here, we do what? We're gonna say final is valid. So final is valid here is equals to what? Gonna say await, then we're gonna validate with what? We're gonna say validate with token with server. Okay, so with server. So this one we need to create it. The one will be responsible for what? Validating our data with the server. So what we're gonna do here, we need to put it here just below this one. So this one, I'm gonna have a documentation string here, gonna say validates. So validates access token with what? With server. Okay, so then here what we're gonna do here, we need to say future. It will return true or false. Okay, so if it is valid or not. So final bool, then validate. So validate token with what? With the server. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to make sure it's an async method, async. Then here you do what? Gonna say we're gonna try. So we're gonna say try here, then we're gonna say final response is equals to what? Await. You're gonna await the remote data source. So the remote data source that validate what? Token. So then we need to update the cached user. Okay, so we're gonna say if response dot user. So if response dot user it's not equal to null, we need to do what? We need to await. So what we need to await here, we're gonna say local data source dot what? Cache user. So then we're gonna get the response dot what dot user, then like this. Okay, we need to make sure it's not null, so we enforce with that exclamation there. So then after we do that, we need to return, so we return response dot valid. Okay, so it's a bool, it will either be true or false, but if our try fails, we need to catch it. So we need to catch it here. Then we do what, we're gonna say token is invalid or the server error. Okay, so we're gonna say return false. Okay, so it simply means one of them, it is not okay. Okay, so after we have done that, now we have what, the we have validated the given what, the given token. Okay, so here we need to put semicolon there. So then here we're gonna say what, here we need to say, so we need to check if it is not valid. So if it is not valid, so is valid. If it is not valid here, we're gonna say what, we need to, first of all we need to do what, so come here. So first of all you need to try to refresh token before we give up. Okay, so we're gonna say final refresh, so refresh result is equals to what, await. So gonna say refresh, so refresh what, refresh access token. Okay, so refresh access token, this one, like that. Okay, so then we need to say if, so we're gonna say if what, if the refresh result dot is left, if it is left, so we're gonna do what, we need to say the refresh failed, so we need to clear the session. Okay, so we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say local data source dot what, clear cache. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say what, local data source dot what, dot clear tokens. Okay, so then from there we need to return constant of what, right. So right there, then we're gonna pass what, null, like that. So that is it. So then if our try fails, not our try, so then we need to, if we do all of this, so it simply means what, here we need to, in our try we need to return what, we need to return the session is what, is valid. Okay, so we're gonna say return, so return right, so we're gonna say user. Okay, like that. So then if our try fails, we need to get what, the cache exception. So just come here, we copy this one, so just copy this one, so just come where, here, then you paste it here. Okay, so after we have done that, now we can do what, now we need to go to the next what, the next method, that is the one that will be checking if the session is valid. So just remove this one. So then I'm gonna say async, so async, like that. So here you need to do what, we need to try. So what we need to try here, gonna say final access token, so final access token is equals to what, await. So await, then we're gonna say local data source, so local data source dot get what, access token, then we're gonna say final refresh token is equals to what, await. So await local data source get what, refresh token. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say if access token is equals to what, is equals to null. Gonna do what, here we need to check also even for what, for refresh. Okay, so we're gonna say or refresh token, so refresh token is equals to null if one of them it is null. So here we need to do what, we need to return constant of what, right. So right, then we're gonna say false. Okay, so it simply means that that session it's not what, valid. So then we need to check if we are still connected. So if network info dot is connected, so if it is still connected, here we do what, we need to return right. So right here gonna say await, So await, you're gonna say validate token with what, with server. So you do like that. So that's it. So then if you are still in offline, so here outside this if, we're gonna assume it is valid, so it will be validated when online. Okay, so we're gonna return, so we're gonna return constant of what, right. So right here you're gonna pass to true. Okay, so then if our try phase, we need to catch it, so we catch it here, so like this. Then you do what, we return constant of what, of right. Then you're gonna return what, false. So that's it. So then the next method that we need to do, it is to save the user session. Okay, so save the user session, so it's obvious to be where, here. So just come here and you clear this one. So then from there we need to make sure it's an async method like that. So then we're gonna do what, here we need to try. So what we need to try here, we need to await. So await local data source, so local data source dot what, cache user. So then we need to cache user as what, so as you can see the user here, we need to convert it to model. Okay, so we're gonna say user as what, as user model. Okay, user model like that. So that's it. So then from there you're gonna say await. So await, then you're gonna say local data source dot save tokens. So for the access token, the refresh. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is to return constant. So constant of what, right. So right, then we need to return null. Okay, so there's nothing we are returning there. So but if it fails, we need to catch it. So if it is for the what, cache exception, so let us come and put them here like that. So you need to make sure that you have them like that. Okay, so then after doing that, now we need to go to the clear user session. So to clear the user session, so here, so first of all you need to remove that one. Then you're gonna do what, here you're gonna say async. So async here, then you're gonna do what, so here we need to try. So to try here, you're gonna do what, we need to await local data source. So local data source here dot what, clear cache like that. Then await local data source dot what, dot clear tokens. Then from there we need to return what, constant of what, constant of right. So right, here gonna say what, we need to return null because we are returning nothing. Okay, so then if our try phase, so we need to catch them, so the failures and exception. So that is it. So then the next one, it is the one that will be used to refresh the tokens. So let us come where we are refreshing the tokens. So it is where, it is here. So then you do like this, you clear that. Then you need to make sure it's an async method like that. Then we're gonna do what, so here we need to try. So here in the try, we need first of all to check if you are still connected or not. Okay, so we need to copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one. So network is connected. So if it is not connected, we return left, then no internet. Okay, so then from there we need to say final refresh token. So refresh token is equals to what, is equals to await. So await, then you're gonna say local data source dot what, get refresh token. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say if refresh token, if our refresh token here is equals to null, if it is equals to null, we're gonna say what, we're gonna return. So we're gonna return constant of what, constant of left. So left here you need to say cache what, or cache failure. So cache failure, gonna say what, no refresh what, no refresh token available. Okay, so available like that. So that's it. So then the next part, it is what, gonna say final request. So final request is equals to what, token refresh model. So token refresh request model. So request model. So here we need to do what, we need to import it first. So like this. So you just come here and you import it there. So then it requires something, so the missing parameter, so we add that one. So here we want to pass our what, our refresh token, okay, like that. So then from there, now we need to save the new access token, so we're gonna say await. So await, then we're gonna say local data source. So local data source, we're gonna say what. So first of all, before we save, first of all we need to send the request to the backend. So what we're gonna do here, we need to say final response. So final response here is equals to what, is equals to await. Gonna say remote data source dot what, refresh token. So then you pass the request there, then you need to save the new access token, okay. So you're gonna say await, then you're gonna say local data source dot save tokens, okay. So to save tokens here, we need to pass the, for the refresh, so for the access token we're gonna say refresh. So refresh dot what, so we're gonna say access, we're gonna say response, so response dot what, access, okay. Then for the refresh, we're gonna keep that one, so we're gonna keep the same refresh token, okay. So then after we have done that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to update the cached user. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna say if response, if response dot user, it's not equal to null. So here we do what, we need to await. So we await, then we're gonna say local data source dot cache user, then we pass what, response dot user, okay. So that's it. Then you need to make sure it's not equal to null there. So then we need to return right. So we're gonna return right. So right, then we're gonna say response dot what, access, okay. So like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, if our try phase, we need to get that exception. So we're gonna copy this one on server exception, on the others, okay. So just come here and you do what, I'm gonna paste it here, so outside that try, like that, okay. So that's it. So then we're gonna say what here, we're gonna say token. Here we need to replace this one and we say what, token refresh what, failed, okay. So that's it with that exception. So the next one that we need to do, we need to do the one that will be responsible for getting the user profile. So let us create it. So just come here in this method, then you do that, then you need to make sure it's an async method, like that. Then you do what, then you come here and you say try. So first of all, we're gonna copy for checking if you are still connected. So if you are not connected, we need this one. So just come here and you paste it here. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna get the user. So user is equals to what, is equals to await. So we're gonna say remote data source. So await remote data source. So remote data source dot what, dot get user profile. So like that. So then we need to update the cached user. Gonna say await, then you're gonna say what, gonna say local data source. So local data source dot what, cache user. So then we're gonna pass it like that, okay. So then we need to return right. So we need to return a right, like that. Then we're gonna say user. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, so if our try phase, we need to get that exception. So let me copy one of these from here to here. So because it's just the same thing, so you need to paste it there, okay. So then after we have done that, we're gonna say what here for the error here, you can use what, you can say failed. So failed to get what, to get user profile, like that, okay. So that's it. So then the next one that we need to do, it is when to update the user online status, okay. So gonna say update, where is it, or update user online status. So this one. So then after you have done that, now you need to do what, you need to make sure it's async. Then from there we need to do what, we need to try, not here, so just come here, gonna say try. So try here, we need to do what, we need to say final user. So final user is equals to await. Then we're gonna say what, local data source. So local data source dot what, get last user, like that, okay. So then after you have done that, we need to check if the user is not equal to null. So if the user is not equal to null here, we need to do what? We need to update the user. So we're gonna say final updated. So updated user. So updated user is equals to what? User dot copy with. So dot copy with here, we're gonna say what is online. So is online here, we need to pass our is online, okay, the one that will be passed there. Then last scene. So last scene, we're gonna set it what? Date time. So date time dot now, that one, okay. So that's it. Then from there, so now we need to add it to what? To our local data source. We need to update it. So we're gonna say await local data source. So local data source, then we're gonna say cache user. We pass our updated what? Updated user, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to do what? To return. So return constant of what? Of write. So write like this. Then you're gonna say what? You're gonna pass null because we are returning nothing. So then from there, we need to get this one. So if we have an error, so we do what? We catch it there, okay. So that's it. So that is the part for what? So here gonna say failed to do what? Failed to update what? So to update online status. So there's something I want to explain here a bit. So here this one copy with method. So as I said earlier, so it helps us to be able to update some fields. The others remain the same if they are not changed, okay. So if you didn't head that part, so what you could have done, you could have called the user, then you pass all the fields there, okay. So this one it's good because the other part will not be changed. It will remain the same. It will pass the same data that was there. So then it will update the ones that are required to be updated. So that's it. So then the next thing that we need to do the one that is for what? Has valid what? Has valid tokens. So has valid tokens. So just come where? So in our has valid tokens, this one. So we need to clear this one first. So then from there, we're gonna say what? It's an async method. Then from that one, we need to try. So to try here, gonna say final access token. So final access token is equals to await. So await, then we're gonna say local data source dot get what? Get access token, like that. So final refresh token. So refresh token is equals to what? Await. So await, then local data source. So local data source, our local data source, this one. So we're gonna say what? Get refresh token, like that. So then we need to return right, okay. So right here, so here if we have what? If the access token, it's not equal to null, and what? And our refresh token, so refresh token, it's not equal to what? So it's not equal to null. So that one will either be true or false, okay. So it's a boolean. So then if it fails, our catch fails, if our try fails, we need to catch it. So here you catch it like this, then you do what? We return. So return constant what? Right. Then so we return right, then with what? False, okay. So it has failed. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to do the next what? So we need to do the verify email, the ones that will be used for verifying the email. So where is it here? So this one. So first of all, clear that. Then this one will be what? To be an async method. So async here. Then what we're gonna do here, we need to try. So we're gonna say, so I'm gonna copy this one. So for what? For network. So we need to copy this. So instead of typing all of it, so then when you come here, you paste it here, okay. So then gonna say final request. So our request here is equals to what? Gonna say verify. So verify email what? Request model, okay, this one. So email request model. So for the token, we pass our token there. So then final response. So the response that we're gonna get, gonna say await, gonna say remote data source dot what, verify email. Okay, we pass our request there. So then after that we need to check. So if response, dot user, so if response dot user it's not equal to null, if it's not equal to null, and response, so response dot verified, so dot verified is equals to true. So if it is true, so here we need to do what, we need to update the cached user. Okay, so we're gonna say await local data source dot what, cache user. So then we pass what, our response dot what, dot user. Okay, so then we need to make sure it's not null there, we put semicolon there. Then we need to return. So what we need to return here, we return right. So right here gonna say what, response dot user. Okay, like that. Then we go to the next part. So else what, so else if it is what, if it is null, so we need to return left. So left here gonna say what, server failure. So server failure, the message here gonna say response, so response dot what, message. Okay, so that's it. So then from there we have that part. So but if our try phase, we need to do what, we need to cut those exceptions. So just come here, so just copy this one, then we come here and you do what, then we replace, we not to replace, we do what, we add it there. So that's it. So that is the part for what, for to verify the email. Now we need to have the resend verification email. So where is it, the one that will be responsible for requesting for what, for email verification. Okay, so then here to be an async method, so async like that. So here you're gonna do what, we need to say try. So try here gonna say, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one. Okay, so just come here and you paste it here. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna say final request. So final request is equals to what, resend. So resend verification, so verification request model, this one. So then for the email, we pass our email there. Okay, so then from there we need to have the response. So final response is equals to what, is equals to await. Then we're gonna say remote data source dot resend verification email, we pass the request. Okay, so then we need to check. So if the response, so response dot, if the response dot what, dot email sent, so email sent we're gonna is equals to true. If it is equals to true, here we do what, we need to return constant of what, right. So right, we are returning nothing here, so we return null. Okay, so that one is successful. Else you're gonna return what, return left. So left here gonna say what, server failure. So server failure, so for the server failure gonna say e dot what, not e dot what, we're gonna say response. So response dot message. Okay, then you put semicolon there. So then from there, if our try phase, so here we need to do what, I will copy this one, so this one, all of this, then you come here and you paste it here. So we need to make sure it's there. Then we don't need the cache because we are not using the cache exception there. Okay, then we save it like that. So then we're gonna say what, here we need to say failed to do what, so we're gonna say failed, so failed to resend what, to resend verification, so verification email, like that. Okay, so that's it. So then we need to have the send verification email to current user. Okay, so So this one we don't pass what the email. Okay, so it's an async method. So async method here. So what we're gonna do here, we need to try. So first of all, you need to check if you are connected. So we're gonna copy this one. So you paste it there. So then the next thing that we need to get the response. Okay, so final response, because you're passing nothing there, we're gonna say await. So we need to await our remote data source. Remote data source dot what, send verification to the current user. So we're gonna say if response. So if response dot email sent is equals to what, is equals to true. So here we need to do what, here we need to return the constant of what. So what we're gonna do, so we're gonna copy the same one that we were using here. So because it's the same thing, so up to there. So just come here, then you do what, like this, then you paste it there. Okay, so like that. If response the email sent it is true, it just return null. Then if it fails, then you need to say like that. Okay, so that's it. So that is the power, that is the part for what, our auth repository implementation. So it looks like that. So make sure that you have it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the injection and understanding it a bit. So now for the dependency injection, so we need to come here in the core folder. So in the core folder, we need to create the folder for what, for dependency injection. So we're gonna say what, gonna say dependency injection. Okay, injection, or we can call it dependency. So here we're gonna have some files here. So the first one that we need to do, we need to have the register module. So register module, so register module.dart. So then we're gonna have another one for what, the main file that will be used for injection. So we're gonna say what, the injection container. So the injection what, injection container. Okay, so here this is the main one that we're gonna use. So what are we gonna use? We're gonna use GetIt. So remember we added GetIt to our pubspec.yaml. So this one for dependency injection. Okay, so make sure that you have it there. So then here what we're gonna do is that we need to say, first of all, we need to have a global variable for GetIt. So we're gonna say final. So final GetIt, name it like this. Then you're gonna say get it dot what, dot instance. Okay, you are getting the instance of GetIt. Okay, so like this, then you need to import it there. So then after you have done that, now we need to have the injectable in it. So we're gonna say injectable, because as you remember, we are using the injection, so the injectable, so that we can be able to do what, to be able to do our injection. Okay, so instead of writing every file we register it here, so we use the code generator to generate that. Okay, so the first thing first, so first of all, let us have what, gonna say future. So the one that will be responsible for that we're gonna use in the what, in the main.dart, so that the moment we load the application, to make sure that we have it. So final future void, so we're gonna say, we're gonna name it configure. So configure dependencies. Okay, like that. Then you need to make sure it's an async. So then this one will return this one. So we're gonna say init get it. Okay, so this one will be generated. So we pass our get it there. Okay, so that is it. So this one will be generated from what? So we need to, first of all, let us import this one from the injectable. So here in, first of all, I need to have initializer name. So the initializer name, we're gonna use this one, we're gonna name it what, like this, okay? Gonna say init what, get it, okay? So I'm gonna explain what is happening here. So then from there, the next one that we need what? So we need to have the prefer relative imports. We're gonna set it to true. So this is a bool, so true. Then we need to have what as extension. We're gonna set it to false, okay? Because using a function is clean, okay? So like that, okay? So that is the part for that. Now, so this get it will come, so the file that will be generated. So we're gonna name it what? We're gonna say import. So this one will be in this file. So injection container. So remember, you name it based on this file name. So then you do .dart, okay? .dart, like that. So that one will be generated. So then after you have done that, now we have this module, because when you look at the things like the shared preferences, you need to register them because they injected to different places. So things like the connectivity, things like the DO package, so these ones you don't register them directly, so now you need to register them as modules, okay? So here gonna say at module, so you need to make sure that you mark this as module. So you're gonna say abstract, so abstract what? Abstract class. So abstract, so this one should be abstract. So abstract class. So abstract class here, gonna say what? Register module, like this. Then you need to do what? Here we need to use the presolve, this one. So then from there we need to say future. So this one, future. So future, then we're gonna say what? Shared preferences. So but if you want to know how to do it manually, and we have 100-hour course for both Django and what? Flutter. So with the clean architecture, you can check it from the Udemy, so, or in the link in the description of this course, okay? So here we're gonna say shared preferences. So shared preferences, like this. Then you need to get the instance like that, okay? So then we need also to have the lazy singleton. So this one will be a lazy singleton. So lazy singleton, like that. So we don't put that one there. So it is for connectivity, okay? So this one, so connectivity. So we need to get the connectivity. So the getter. So gonna say connectivity. So we need to return our connectivity, okay? So like that. So that's it. So then, so this one is complaining about what? Must have an argument. So at lazy singleton, this one should not be like this, should be small, okay? So then after you have done that, the next one we need to do what? At lazy singleton also. So lazy singleton, like that. We need to do what? We need to register our DO package, okay? So we're gonna say DO. So in our DO, as you remember, for the API client, we are passing what? We are passing the auth local data source, okay? So auth local data source. So then we name it what? Auth local. So auth local data source, like that, okay? So this one we need to return our DO what? Our DO client. So our DO client, like this. So we pass the what? Our auth local data source dot what? We need, then you put semicolon there. So like that, okay? So then after you have done that, now we have that one. So I want to explain what is happening here. So the core idea is to decouple our classes instead of a class creating its own what? Dependencies, like the DO client. So the dependencies are going to be injected in quotes into it from an external source, okay? So this one makes our code more modular, easier to test, and simpler to maintain, okay? So here So here when you come to our injection container, so this file is the main entry point for setting up our dependency injection container. So think of it like as the orchestrator that tests the injectable package how to start building the dependency graph. Okay, so the first thing that we do here, we create a global instance of our service locator. Then from here we annotate the configuration function. So this is the initializer name, this is the standard convention, so like that. Okay, so then we define the public configuration function. Okay, so the GetIt instance, so this one creates a global singleton instance of GetIt, which acts as our service locator or the dependency injection container. So we will use it most of the time throughout our app to request the instances of the registered classes. So then we have this one for the injectable init, this one. So this one is so this is the annotation for the injectable code generator. Okay, it doesn't do anything at runtime. Its only job is to provide the instruction to the build tool. It tests the generator to create a file named injection container.config.g. okay, so then it will create the initializer name. Here will be specifies that the function inside the generated file should be named like this. Okay, should be named like this one here. So the preferred relative imports, we set it to true because it's a good practice that makes our project structure more resilient. Okay, then here as extension, so as extension here, this one tests the generator to create a standalone function. So the GetIt, so instead of an extension method, okay, this is a stylistic choice, but a standalone function is often more clear. Okay, so then we have the one that this function here. So this one is the only function that we will call manual from the main.dart file. Okay, so it's the simple wrapper that tests the auto-generated init function. So it's a feature because some dependencies might need the asynchronous setup. Okay, and it allows our app to await the completion of all dependency injection registration. So in summary is that this file sets up the GetIt container and defines the function that triggers the auto-generated registration logic. Okay, so then we have this one for the register module. So you can't add annotations like at injectable to classes from packages you don't control. Okay, so like for the DO, the shared preferences, things like connectivity. So a module is how you solve this. Okay, it's an abstract class that acts as a factory, providing the instructions on how to create and register instances of these external classes. So the model here, this is the annotation that tests the injectable generator to scan this class for methods or the getters that provide dependency instances. So then we have the part for the presolve. So this one for shared preferences. So this is for the dependencies that require an async operation to be created. Okay, so the shared preferences.get instance returns a feature of shared preferences. So the at pre-resolve annotation tests the generator when configure dependencies is running, await this feature. Okay, once you have the actual shared preferences instance, register that. So this one ensures that when you let ask for the shared preferences, you get the resolved instance immediately, not a future. Okay, so the one that for the lazy singleton, this annotation registers a dependency as as lazy singleton. So singleton, only one instance of connectivity will ever be created for the entire application. The instance is not created when the app starts. It's only created the very first time some part of the code ask for it via what the GetIt. Okay, so this one improves the startup performance. Okay, so then at lazy singleton for Dio package, so this is the most powerful. So it registers the Dio as a lazy singleton. Then we have what this one for auth local data source. So this parameter, so this is the injection in action. Okay, so where we are injecting this one, so the generator will automatically, so the injectable understands this. To create a Dio instance, I first need an instance of a local data source. Okay, so the generator will automatically look for how to provide the auth local data source, so which we have registered as lazy singleton. Okay, so it will resolve that dependency first and then pass it to the method to create the Dio instance. Okay, so that is the part for dependency injection. So now you understand what we are doing. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the on the presentation layer, where we're gonna create the 3 folders here. So the one for pages, then we need to have for state management, that is BLoC. So then we need also to have the widgets. Okay, so we're gonna say widgets. So we need to start working on this part for the BLoC, where you're gonna have the AuthBloc. So AuthBloc.dart. Also we're gonna have the state. So we're gonna say AuthState. So AuthState.dart, and also we're gonna have the AuthEvent.dart. So that's it. So now we need to start working on this part, where we're gonna work on the events, the states, and also the BLoC. So what we need to start with, the events. So these are the things that either user or the system will do. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start by saying part of AuthBloc, like that. So then we're gonna say abstract. So we need to have the abstract class. So for AuthEvent, so AuthEvent gonna say extends so extends equatable. So equatable, so we don't want to import them here, but we need to have the constructor for AuthEvent like that, with an empty body there. So signature, empty signature there. So then we need to have the override. So the override here gonna say list of object. So object here gonna say get props. So get properties, as we return here we're gonna return an empty list. What I'm gonna do, I need to copy this one. So then you need to come here below. So the first event that we need here, it is when the user wants to log in. So you're gonna say class, you're gonna name it auth login requested. So requested extends so extends auth event. Okay, so auth event like this. So what we need from the user when they want to log in, we need them to provide the string of email, and also final string of password. Okay, so password like that. So we need to create the constructor with the required fields. So just come here and you pass them here. Then what you need to do, you need to make sure it's a constant. Then from there we need to do we need to have the override, where we pass our so we're gonna say here we need to pass the email, and also we need to pass the password, like that. So that is the login requested. The next one, it is when the user wants to register. So we're gonna say class auth auth register, requested. So requested like this, so extends what, so extends auth event, okay, like that. So when they register, we want to pass what, we need to pass the email, so final string email, like that. Then we need to have final string password, so password, like that. Then we're gonna say final string what, first name, so first name, like this. Then you're gonna say final string last name, like that. Then you're gonna say final string what, string role, okay. So then we need to create the constructor with the required feeds, so like that. So then we need to make sure it's a constant. Then we need to save it so that we organize it like that. So this one I don't want it to be required, but I want it to have a default of what, of the patient, okay, like that, okay. So then after doing that, the next thing, it is our override. So we just paste it there. Then we do what, we pass our email, we pass password, then we pass what, first name, so first name, then last name. So the last name here also we need to pass what, the role, okay, so role, like that. So then after doing that, the next part is what, now we need to have when the user wants to log out, so class auth logout, so auth logout what, auth logout requested, so requested, you're gonna say extends what, auth event. So you can name the way you want them, the way you see it's best, so but it's good to name them based on what, on the way you think, the way the user behaves, okay. So then from there, or the system, so then we need the auth check if requested, okay. So you're gonna say class auth check what, auth check, so auth check requested, so auth check requested extends what, so extends auth event, okay, so auth event, like this. So then you're gonna say final bool silent, so silent, we want them if the user wants to get it silently, so we need to pass it as what, as this one. Then we don't want it to be required, we need to have a default of what, so we're gonna say default. So here for the default, we're gonna pass what, false, okay. So then we need to have what, constant, so constant, like that, okay. So then from there we need to have the override, so we're gonna pass it here, so we pass what, our silent, okay, so silent, like that. So then from there, the next part, it is what, the next part, it is the validate session requested, so we're gonna say class auth validate, so validate session requested, okay, so requested. Then we're gonna say extends auth event, okay. So then we come here, gonna say final, so auth validate session requested, so final bool silent. So you create the constructor for this, so you do like this, so you create it like that. So then you need to put a constant here, so just come and say constant. So then from there we need to do what, we need to come here and have the override, so we pass the silent, okay, so silent, like that. So then from there, the next event, it is what, for refreshing token, so gonna say class auth refresh token requested, so requested, you're gonna say extends, so it extends what, auth event, so auth event here, gonna say what, so gonna say final bool, so final bool silent, so silent, like that. So this one will be done on the background. So then when you want it to be on the background and also something that is what, active, okay, So by default, you're gonna set it to true. So then we need what? Our override. And also before we do the override, we're gonna make this one to be what? To be constant. Okay, so then from there we need to paste it here. So then we do what? We're gonna say silent. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to do what? We need to have the auth update user status requested. Okay, so class gonna say auth update what? Update user status requested. So requested gonna say extends what? Extends our auth event. Okay, so here you need to do what? To come here and you say final bool is what? Is online. So it's online here. Then you're gonna have final bool refresh what? Refresh user data. So like this. Then you're gonna have a constructor for that. So then you need to make sure it's a constant, but also this one we don't want it to be like that. We need to have a default. So we do what? We pass it as a false by default. Okay, so then after we have done that, the next thing that we want to do it is what? It is our override. Okay, just paste it there. Then you pass what is online, and also refresh what? Refresh user data. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, it is what? When user wants to get a profile, when we want to get a profile, so class you're gonna say auth get what? Get user profile requested. So requested extends what? So extends auth event. So here you just say what? Final bool So final bool here gonna say what? Silent. So final bool silent, we're gonna have the constructor. So you need to create it like this. Then we don't want it to be required. We need to have a default. So which we're gonna set it to false. Okay, like that. Then from there we're gonna do what? We're gonna paste this one. So then we do what? We pass silent. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the one that gonna be used when updating the user. So we're gonna say class auth user updated. So updated extends what? So extends auth event. Okay, so auth event like this. Then we're gonna say final user. So this one entity gonna pass user here. Okay, so then you need to create the constructor. So gonna say constructor with required. I don't want it to be required. I want it to be not to be required. Okay, so we're gonna say you're gonna pass it as a final what? So as a final field. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have the override. So just gonna copy this one. So like this. Then I'm gonna paste it here. So then we do what? We pass our user there. So that is it. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to have the one that will be to verify, to send the verify email. Okay, so we're gonna say class. So class what? Class auth verify email. So email requested. Okay, so requested extends what? So extends our auth what? Our auth event. Okay, so like this. So then gonna say final. So what we need here is what? We need to pass our token when doing what? Verifying. So verifying the email. Okay, so we pass as required. Then we need also to be a constant. So also this one we need to pass it as a constant, and also this one as a constant. So then after we have done that, now we need the override. So the override, you just pass what? You need to pass the token here. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the last event, that is the class for auth resend. Okay, so auth resend verification email requested. Okay, so then we're gonna say extends what? It extends our auth event. So then we do what? So then we do final string, so final string email. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? So we need to have the constructor, so with the what? With the not required, but that parameters. So then we're gonna say what? We need to have the override here, then we pass our email. So we need to start working on the states. So for the states here, so these are the states that the application will be. So we need to say what? Part. So part of what? So part of AuthBloc, like that. So then we do what? Now we need to have the abstract class. So abstract class AuthState. So this one will extend what? Extends. So it extends our equitable. Okay, equitable, like this. So then after you have done that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the constant of what? Of our constructor here. So we're gonna say AuthState, like that. Then you do like this, then we need to have that one there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the initial. So auth initial, this is the when it starts, maybe the application. So extends what? Extends the auth state. So then here gonna say what? We're gonna have the constant of auth initial, that constructor there, then we put there. So then the next part, it is what? Auth loading. So class auth loading. So extends what? So it extends the auth state. So auth state here gonna say what? Constant of what? Auth loading. Okay, so then pass it there. Then the next part, it is what? It is for authenticated, when the user they are authenticated. So here gonna say class auth authenticated. So this one will be the state when the user is authenticated. So we're gonna say extends auth state. So here we need to return user. So we're gonna say user. So user. Okay, so because it's the user who is authenticated, then we pass it as a what? As a final field. So like that. So then we need to make sure it's a constant. So constant, like that. So then from there, the next thing, we need to have the helper getters for easy access. Okay, so you're gonna say bool. Not first of all, you need to have this one there. Then you need to pass what? Our user there. So then after we have done that, the next thing that we need to have, it is bool get what? Is patient. So we need to know if it is patient. Gonna say user dot is patient. Okay, so is patient. Then gonna say bool get is consultant. So is consultant. So if it is consultant, we're gonna say user dot is consultant. So consultant, like that. Then bool get is what? Is admin. So if it is admin, we're gonna do what? We need to say user dot is what? Admin. Okay, so then from there, we need to have bool get what? Has what? Has verified. So has verified email. So this one, we're gonna say what? User dot has what? Has verified. So verified email. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna say bool get is what? Is online. So is online. Here we need to say user dot is online. So then after we have done that, now we need the state when the user they are not authenticated. Okay, so we're gonna say class auth unauthenticated. So unauthenticated here. So we're gonna say extends. So it extends what? Our auth state. Okay, so auth state, like that. Okay, so then you need to have the constructor of auth unauthenticated, like this. Then you do what? Put semicolon there. So then from there, the next state, it is when we have an error. So you're gonna say class auth error. So auth error extends what? extends auth state. Okay, so then we need to have a message, so final message like this. Then you need to create the constructor, so with the what, with the final feeds. So then you make sure it's a constant. Then from there we need to do what, we need to have what, this one. Then we pass what, the message. So then from there the next part, it is what, now when the session is expired, so class gonna say auth session expired. So auth session expired, here we're gonna say what, extends. So extends our auth what, auth state. Okay, so auth state like this. Then we're gonna say what, gonna say final string. So final string message. So then you create the constructor with the final feeds. Then you make sure it's a constant. So then from there the next part is it is what, our override. So the override here gonna say what, message, like that. So we do it like that. So then from there the next part is what, so we need to make sure that we pass here as an what, as an nullable. Okay, so props, yeah, like that. So then from there the next part is what, is class. So class auth token what, token refreshing. So refreshing extends what, extends auth state. Okay, so then you're gonna say auth token what, auth token refreshing, you do like that. So then the one for the email, when the state it is what, the email verification has been sent, so we're gonna say class. So class gonna say auth, so auth email, so email verification. So email verification sent extends what, so extends auth state. Okay, so we're gonna say final string message. So we're gonna have that message. Then we need to create the constructor. So the constructor here we're gonna pass it as what, as final feeds. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say constant. Okay, so then we need to have the override, so like this. Then we paste it there, then we pass our message there. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, it is what, class, when the email it is verified, the state that will be emitted here, you're gonna say what, auth email verified. Okay, so verified, then we're gonna say what, so gonna say extends our auth what, auth state. Then we do what, then we say final, so user. So then we create the constructor for that with the what, the final feeds. Then from there we need to paste it here. So we paste it here, then we do what, pass the user. So that's it. So then after we have done that, now we need to start working on the block. Okay, so just come here in the block. So we need to do what, we need to say part. So we're gonna say part, or part, not part of. Then we're gonna say auth event part, so it's a part of all the state also, like that. Okay, so then we need to use the lazy singleton. So lazy singleton, we're gonna register it as a lazy singleton. So because when you, if you can say at injectable, it will register it as factory. So in factory we'll have different what, different injections. Okay, so different instances of the block. So but we don't want the other block to be with different what, instances. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna say class AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here, so AuthBloc here extends what, it extends the block, so the block that will come from our Flutter block. So then here gonna say what, so it takes the auth event. So this one takes the event, then emits the state. Okay, so that's why we need them here. So then you do what, so here we need to have the use cases. So final auth, not auth, we're gonna say final login, login use case. So but all these cases here I want it to be like that. So then we're gonna say login use case like that. So then we're gonna say final register, the one that will be responsible for registering use case. You do what? You pass it as a register use case. Then from there you're gonna say final logout. So final logout use case gonna pass what? As logout use case. Then we're gonna have final get what? Get current use case, current user use case. Gonna say get current user use case. Okay, so then we're gonna have final get user profile use case. Then we're gonna say what? Get user profile. So the next one that we need it is what? Final. So final refresh. So refresh token use case. So you're gonna say what? Refresh token use case like that. So then final update. So update. So final update what? Update user status use case. Then you're gonna say update user status use case. Then you're gonna have final validate. So validate session use case. Then you're gonna say update what? Validate, not like that. Then you're gonna say final verify. So verify email use case. So we're gonna say verify email use case. So then from there you're gonna say final resend. So resend verification use case. Then you're gonna say what? Resend verification use case. Then you need to create what? The constructor. Okay, so the constructor here you need to create with what? With final feeds. Okay, like that. Then you save it. So then after you have done that, so they look like that. Okay, so then as you can see it is complaining about something. So declare that one. So invoked and named constructor or the event. So like that. So what we're gonna do here, we need to pass our what? Our initial. So we need to pass our initial state. So the one that will be used as the initial. So we're gonna say auth what? Auth initial like that. So the one that is in our states. So then you do what? So it is complaining about what? So first of all, let us import this one. So let us see how we named it. Our auth. Yeah, we have it here. Okay, so like that. Okay, auth initial, it was a spelling issue. So here this is where we're gonna register our what? Our handlers. Okay, so we need to start working on them. So before we start working on the handlers, we need to come here in the event. So we need to import this, the equatable. So the equatable, import that one. Also we have what? So we have the user entity. So we need to import them. And also this one is complaining about the string can't be assigned to that. So we need to do what? We need to put that part there. Okay, so then, so what else? So the props here. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we need to make sure that we pass it as nullable. So like that. So the same case we're gonna do it for this part. Then here first of all we do what? Make sure it's constant. So like that. Then here we need to make sure it's what? Nullable. Okay, so that's it. So then from there now we need to start working on the handlers. So the handlers take the event, then they give a state based on what? On the results. Okay, so we're gonna say the first one that we need, it is the one that will be used for login. So when the login requested event, so we need to handle that one. Okay, so we're gonna say future. So future here gonna say future void. So void gonna say on what? On login requested. So like this. So this one we take the event, so which it is auth what, auth login requested, that one. So this one gonna name it event, and also the emitter, what will be emitted. So we're gonna say what it is our auth state. Okay, so auth state, then we're gonna name it emit. Okay, so this one will be an async method. So here we need to do what, so when doing this one, so when this event is done, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to emit, it is loading. Okay, so emit constant of what, auth loading. Okay, so after we emit that, now we need to await. So we need to add a small delay to ensure that UI updates. So we're gonna say await future, so future dot delayed. So dot delayed here gonna say constant duration, so constant duration of what, milliseconds. So the milliseconds here you just have 100. Okay, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to try now to send our data to what, to the backend. So we're gonna say final result. So final result is equals to what, await. So we pass our login use case, so we use our login use case. Okay, so use case like that. So this one requires what, so we need, yeah, this one. So we need to make sure it's this one, so spelling here, so paste it there. Then we need to do what, so here in the login use case, it requires to have what, the login params. So the login params here. So for the email, you're gonna pass them from the event, so event email. Then the password, you're gonna say what, event dot password. So like that. Okay, so then after that, because we are using the darts package, we need to use the fold. So you're gonna say result, so result dot fold. So if left, obviously it is failure, so just say failure. You just give the name that you want here, so failure. So here we need to emit what, gonna say emit auth what, auth error. So auth error for the message here, gonna say what, failure to what, failure to string. Okay, so then from there we need to put what, semicolon here. So then if it is right, it simply means we get the user. Okay, so like this. Then we need to do what, here we need to emit what, so instead of doing this, I will use the arrow. So let me use the arrow one. So we're gonna say emit what, emit what, gonna say emit authenticated. Okay, authenticated, like that. Okay, so then you pass the user there, then you close this one here. Okay, but if our try fails, so we need to catch it. So just come here and you do what, you say catch, so you catch that error. Okay, so like this. Then we need to do what, we need to emit auth what, auth error. So auth error, then the message here gonna say what, unexpected what, unexpected error did what, error occurred. Okay, so occurred, then you're gonna say please try again, like that. So then we put what, semicolon there. So then after you have done that, now we need to do what, so that is it for login requested. Okay, so that is it. So when the user, we start by loading, then we emit that state, then we have a delay, then we do what, we send the data to the backend, even though still you can remove this one if you want. So first of all, we arrange our data, then we give it what, to the fold. So the reason why we are getting either failure or what, or success, so because you're using the darts package, when you go to the use case, so when you come here in the use case, login use case, so the login use case, you can see we are getting user. When it is successful, then we pass what, the login params here. So then we go to the other repository, so we call it here. So when you call it here with the result future, so it's either a failure or what, or the object, okay, so the generic there. So then this one will just go to the repository, then the repository will do what, will pass the data to what, to the remote data source, okay. So when you come to the implementation here for our repositories, so it calls what, so it calls the backend. So the backend like that, then it does all these things, okay. So then it returns either right, so right or left, okay. So that's why we are getting them. So you'll find that we are doing that more, okay. So that is it. So that is the part for what, for login requested. So now we need for the one that will be used for registering, okay. So when that event is called, so here you're gonna say final void. So the void here gonna say on register, so on register requested, so requested like this. So this one we gonna have what, auth register. So auth register requested, that is the event. So then you're gonna say emitter. So the emitter here be what, our auth state. So the auth state here gonna say what, emit, like that, okay. So here gonna say what, the always you gonna emit the loading state when you do what, when you are doing the registration request. So you're gonna emit constant of what, auth loading. So it's just to understand the flow, okay. So what you want when the user does this, does that, then what you need to emit and what you need to do, okay. So then you need to await. So future dot delayed, so dot delayed, then you're gonna say constant duration. So duration of milliseconds, so milliseconds of what, 100. So make sure that it's just simple as that. So because of the await, we need to make sure it's an async method, so like that. So then after we have done that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to try. So here to try, we need to say final result. So final result is equals to await. So await what, register use case, okay. So our register use case, then you do what, here we need to have the register params, okay. So the register params here for the email. So when you are passing them in the front end, when you call the event, you need to pass the email and also what. So that's why we are getting them from the what, from the event, okay. So we're gonna say event dot what, event dot password. So the last name, the first name, we're gonna say event dot what, first name. So then the last name, we're gonna say event dot, so event dot what, last name, okay. So then from there we need to have a role. So if we pass a role here, gonna say event dot role, okay, which we have the default. So then from there we need to fold, okay. So we're gonna say result. So result dot fold. So dot fold, if it is left, we need to do what, we need to return what, failure. So failure here gonna do what, we're gonna emit the auth error. So we're gonna say emit auth error. So the auth error here, the message here gonna say what, failure. So failure dot what, dot to string, okay. So then from there, if it is right, we're gonna say what, user. So user, then we're gonna say what, emit. So what we need to emit here, we're gonna do what, we're gonna say auth authenticated like that. Then you pass the user, okay, then you put semicolon there. So then, but if our try phase, we need to do what, we need to catch it. So just come here and you do what, you do the same we did. So you need to say catch, then you need to do what, so we need to emit. So what we need to emit here, we need to emit our auth what, or there, okay. So here gonna say unexpected error did what, error occurred, okay. So occurred like this. Then you're gonna say please try again, okay. So then you do what, you put semicolon there. So that is the part for what, for registering, okay. So the next one that we need to do, it is what, it is the one that will be responsible for what, for logging out, okay. So when the user wants to log out, we need to handle those states, okay, and the events. So we're gonna say on logout. So on logout requested, so requested here. So we're gonna pass our logout. So auth logout requested, gonna say event. So event, then you're gonna say emitter. So emitter here gonna pass what? Auth state like this, then you're gonna say emit. Okay, so it will be an async method as usual. Then we need to emit what? Our constant of what? Auth loading. Okay, so auth loading like that. So then you do what? Semicolon there. The next thing that we need to try. So we're gonna say final result. So final result is equals to what? Await. So await, we're gonna say logout use case. So logout use case like this, we are passing nothing there. So then here we need to have the result, we need to fold it. So here you're gonna say what? Here you're gonna say it's failure. So if it is left, gonna say what? It is failure. So then we need to emit what? We need to emit the auth error. Okay, so the error for the message, you're gonna say failure dot what? Message. So then for the, if it is right, we do what? We are returning null. When you go to that part, you're gonna see we are returning null. So we need to emit what? Constant of what? Auth unauthenticated. Okay, when the user logs out, we just emit unauthenticated. Okay, so that is it for that part. So then failure to that, so we need to catch it if our try fails. So we need to get that exception. So then we need to emit. So even if the logout fails, we should still go to the unauthenticated state. Okay, so we're gonna say emit constant. So auth what? Auth unauthenticated. Auth what? Auth unauthenticated like that. Okay, so that's it for the logout. So you see, it's simple methods. So then the next one, it is what? When we want to check when you want to check requested. Okay, so the auth check. Okay, so you're gonna say future. So future void, so that will return void. Then you're gonna say on check what? On check requested. So check requested, here gonna say auth check requested event. So you're gonna say event. So you can name it the way you want to name it, but it's good to name it event so that you'll be able to know what it is. So then we're gonna, the emitter that we're gonna emit here, it is what? Auth state, then we name it emit. Okay, so this one will be an async method. Then we go on do what? So we don't want to emit loading state for silent checks to avoid the UI from flickering. Okay, so we're gonna say if event. So if event, if it is not what? Let us say if it is not what? If it is not event, if it is true, so silent. If it is not that, if it is not silent, we need to emit. Okay, so we're gonna say constant auth loading. Okay, if it is not silent. Okay, so then if it is false, so now we need to try, so to be able to say final. So final result, so final result is equals to await. So what we need to await, it is get current what? Get current. So get current user use case. Okay, like that, we are passing nothing there. So then we need to get the result. So result dot fold. So we want to know if it is a failure. So if it is a failure, we do what? We emit constant of what? Constant of auth unauthenticated. Okay, so auth unauthenticated like that. So but if it is right, we just get the user. So then you return what? So here first of all, you need to check if the user is null. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this one. So let me put semicolon there. Then here we're gonna say what? We're gonna say if user. So if user not equal to null, if they are not equal to null, we do what? Here we need to know that auth check was successful. So then we call that, we're gonna say emit, gonna say auth authenticated. Okay, auth authenticated, that one. So we have passed the user like that. Okay, so but if our if fails, so else we're gonna do what? Gonna emit, so constant of what? Constant of auth unauthenticated like that. So we put it there. Okay, so that, but if our try fails, here we need to catch it. So we're gonna say catch. So catch, then we're gonna do what? Here we're gonna say emit. So emit constant. so auth unauthenticated, okay, so unauthenticated, so like that, okay. Then you put semicolon there. So that is the one for checking if we have what for auth, okay. So then the next one, it is for checking the validate session, to validate the session, okay. So we're gonna say future, so future void, we're gonna say what, so on validate, so on validate session, so validate session requested, so requested like this. Then we're gonna say auth what, auth validate session requested event. So then from there you need to have emitter, so emitter gonna say auth, so auth state, so auth state like this. Then you're gonna say what, emit. So then from there we need to make sure it's an async method. So then we're gonna say what, so we need to check if it is what, if it is not silent. So we're gonna say if it is not silent, event dot silent. So if it is not silent, we do what, we emit, okay. So we emit the constant of auth loading, okay, auth loading. So then like that. So then from there, the next part, it is what, we need to try. So to try here, so what we need to try, first of all, we need to say final result. So result that we get, gonna say we need to await this one, validate, so validate session use case, that one. Then we put semicolon there. So then you need to fold it, so result, so the result here, we're gonna say what, so as you can see, it's a what, when you hover above it, you can realize it's either a failure or a bool, okay. So result.fold, so it will either be a failure, so it will be a failure or what. So here in the failure we need to emit, so emit constant of what, auth unauthenticated, okay, like that. So but if it is right, so here you're gonna get is what, is valid, okay. So we need to come here and check what, so here we need to say what, if it is not valid, so if it is not valid, if it is not true, so if it is not valid here, we do what, we need to emit, so emit constant of what, so constant of auth authenticated, unauthenticated, okay, unauthenticated, like that. But if it is valid, else we're gonna do what, if it is valid, we don't change the current state unless we are in what, initial state, okay. So we're gonna say here else if, so gonna say else if, so we're gonna say else if, so if it is what, if the state is what, is auth initial, so auth initial, if it is auth initial, or if the state is what, if the state is auth loading. So if it is in these states, we need to do what, we need to trigger getting the current user if the session is what, valid, but we don't have what, we don't have the user data, okay. So we need to add, we're gonna say constant auth check, okay, our auth check requested, so this event will be triggered, okay, this state, okay. So silent here, gonna set it to true, okay, like that. So then after doing that, now if our try phase, we need to catch it, so we need to catch it here, gonna do what, gonna say emit, so emit constant auth what, unauthenticated, okay. So that's it. So now we have that method for validating the session, okay. So the next one that we need to handle, it is on what, when we want to refresh the tokens, so the refresh token requested, so it's a future, so future void, so future void here, gonna say on refresh what, on refresh token, so refresh token requested, so requested here, gonna say what, auth what, auth refresh, or the refresh requested event. So then we're gonna say emitter, so emitter here, gonna say what, auth state, then we're gonna say what, emit, So this one should be an async method, so async. So then from there we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say here we need to have the state, so we're gonna say final current state. So we need to have a variable to hold our state. Okay, so final current state, so current state, so we're gonna send it to our state. Okay, so then now because we have that one, we need to emit loading when if it is not silent and we are not already authenticated. Okay, so we're gonna say if not silent, so if our event dot silent, if it's not true, and what, and the current state, and our current state here is what, is not equal to authenticated, authenticated, this one. So we need to do what? We need to emit, we're gonna emit constant of auth loading. Okay, so like that, then you put semicolon there. So then after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to try. Okay, so try here, we're gonna say what, final result is equals to what, await. So await, you're gonna say refresh what, refresh token use case. Okay, so refresh token use case, this one. So you do like this. Okay, so then we're gonna say result, so result dot fold, so dot fold, if it is left it is failure, so we're gonna say failure. So then we need to emit what, unauthenticated. Okay, so constant of what, gonna say constant of auth unauthenticated. Okay, so then if it is right, we get a new token. Okay, so the new token here, we do what, we need to token, obvious token refreshed successfully, so we need to get the updated user. Okay, so we need to add constant, so of auth what, auth check requested. Okay, so here we need to pass silent, so silent here gonna set it to true, so like that. Okay, so that's it for the try. So then if our try fails, we need to catch it, so just come here and you say what, catch. So to catch that exception here, you do what, we need to return to emit, so to emit const of what, auth unauthenticated. Okay, so unauthenticated, so unauthenticated, like that. Okay, so then you put semicolon there. The next one that we need, it is what, when you want to update what, so the status, you're gonna say future, so future void, gonna say on what, on update user what, user status. Okay, so status requested. So here we need to pass what, auth update what, update requested event. So then we need to have the emitter, so the emitter here gonna say what, auth state, so auth state here gonna say what, emit. So then it's an async method, then you come here, gonna say final current state, so current state is equals to what, the state. So what we're gonna do is that we need to check if the current state, it is what, if it is unauthenticated. So we're gonna say if the current state, it's not what, is, if it is not authenticated, so auth authenticated, so automatically here we don't what, we cannot do what, we can't update the status if the user is not what, authenticated. Okay, so we need to return, so just return like that. So just remove this one, so just leave it like that. So we need to return there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to try if the user, the state it is authenticated. We need to say final result, so final result is equals to what, await. So await, you're gonna say update user status use case. So here you're gonna pass what, our update what, update user status params. Okay, so is online, we're gonna pass our event dot is what, is online, like that. So then we put it there. So then the next thing, it is what, to fold it, so result dot fold. So if it is left, automatically it is what, it is it is a failure. Okay, so here you can decide to emit, or you can decide to leave it like that. So we're gonna say failure, so failure like this. So I'm gonna leave it empty. So but you can decide to emit an error state or 100 silently like I do here. Okay, so but if it is okay, so if it is right, we just do what, it will return null. So here we need to do what, we need to check if the status of yes, it is updated successfully. So we can decide to refresh the user data. So we're gonna say if refresh what, if refresh user, so if refresh event, so if event dot what, refresh user data. So if it is true, we do what, we do add the constant. So constant of what, auth get what, auth get user profile requested silent, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, like that. So that's it. So then you do what, we put semicolon there. But if our try phase, we need to, this one also I won't do anything here, just leave it like that. Okay, so like that. So then, so it is saying that, so let us stay like that. Okay, so then you can decide to debug. If you want to see, you can decide to debug from that point. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is when we want to get the user profile. Okay, so we're gonna say future, so we're gonna say future, so future void, so future void, we're gonna say what, on get user profile, so profile requested, so requested, we're gonna say auth get what, auth get user profile requested, we're gonna say event. So then we're gonna say emitter, so emitter, we're gonna say what, auth state. Okay, so auth state here gonna say what, emit. So then from there to be an async. So the first thing we need to check if it is not silent. So if event, so if event dot what, first of all you need to make sure it is not. Okay, so if event is not silent, so if it is not silent here, we need to emit what, loading. Okay, so you're gonna say constant of what, auth loading, like that. So then you put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is to try. So here gonna say final result. So final result here gonna say await. So what you need to await, it is get user what, get user, so get user profile, so user profile, so user profile use case. Okay, so use case, like that. Okay, so after you have done that, now we do what, now we pass nothing there. So the next thing that we need to do, it is what, to get the result. So the result dot fold, so dot fold if it is left. So if it is left here, gonna say failure, so failure. Then here what we need to do, first of all we need to check if it is event dot silent. So if it is silent, so gonna say event, so event dot silent. If you want it to, if it is not in silent, so we're gonna do what, we're gonna emit the auth error. Okay, auth error. So the message here gonna say what, it is our failure dot to string. Okay, convert it to string there. Then if it is what, now if it is right, it simply means we got what, the user. So we're gonna say user. Here we need to emit what, we need to emit the authenticated. Okay, auth authenticated now with our user. Okay, then you put semicolon there. But if our try phase, we need to catch it. So we're gonna say catch. So then you do what, so you come here, gonna say if not event. So if not event, then silent. If it is not silent, here we need to do what, we need to emit auth error. So auth error. So then you're gonna say what, gonna say failed. So failed to load what, to load user profile. Okay, so user profile, like that. Then you're gonna say please try again, like that. So that's it. then you put semicolon there. So that is the on get user profile requested. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, it is when user updates. Okay, so we're gonna say future, so future void, we're gonna say what, on user updated. So when the user they updated, you're gonna say auth user, so auth user updated event. So we're gonna say what, emitter, so emitter gonna say AuthState, so AuthState you're gonna emit. Okay, so here we need to make sure it's an async method here, so we're gonna say async. So then you need to do what, so just come here below, so we need to emit what, we need to emit authenticated. Okay, so this one would be just simple like this, so emit what, authenticated event. Okay, state like this, then you pass the event dot what, user, so then you put semicolon there. So that is the part for user updated. So then the next one, it is what, on verify email requested. So when we want to request, so we're gonna say future, so future void, so we're gonna say on what, on verify email requested, so requested like this, then you're gonna say auth verify what, so auth verify email requested event. So then we need to have what, the emitter, so the emitter here gonna say what, it's auth state like this, then you're gonna say what, emit, so emit to be an async method, just come here, then you're gonna say what, first of all you need to emit constant of what, auth, so constant of auth what, auth loading. Okay, so then from there we do what, we do try, so we do try here, we say what, we're gonna say final result, so final result here is equals to what, await, so await, then you're gonna say verify email use case, so verify email use case, so here we need to pass what, verify, so verify email params. So for the token we're gonna get it from the event. Okay, event dot token, so then you put semicolon there. So then you need to result dot fold, so dot fold, if it is left it's a failure, so then we do what, we emit the auth error. Okay, so auth error, so like this. Then for the message you're gonna say failure dot what, failure dot to string. So but if it is right, so here we need to get the user, so automatically we're gonna get the user, so then you need to emit auth email verified. Okay, auth email verified, that state, then you pass what, the user there. Then the next thing that we're gonna do, if our try phase here, we do what, we're gonna catch it, so catch it here, gonna do what, so can decide to return what, to return emit, so emit here gonna say what, we're gonna emit the auth error. Okay, so auth error here we're gonna say what, we're gonna say the email verification failed. Okay, gonna say email verification, so email verification so verification failed, so we need to say please try again, so like that. So this one should not be like this, so this one is supposed to be braces, so like this, then we put semicolon here, then you close it. Okay, so that is the part for what, on verify email requested. So then from there we need to, the one that we're gonna handle the, when you want to get what, the verify to request. Okay, so to resend. Okay, so future here gonna say what, future void, so we're gonna say on resend what, on resend verification, so resend verification email requested, so requested like this, then you're gonna say what, auth what, resend verification requested event, so event, then you're gonna say what, emitter, so the emitter here gonna say AuthState, so AuthState, then you're gonna say emit, it's an async method, then you're gonna say what? Gonna say final current what? Current state is equals to what? Is equals to state. So then we won't show the loading if the user is authenticated. So we're gonna say if current state, if the current state here is what? Is not authenticated, so auth authenticated, so we need to show what? We need to emit constant of what? So constant of auth loading, okay, like that. Then you put semicolon there. But else we're gonna do what? We need to try. So here we need to try. We're gonna say final result. So result here gonna say await. So we need to await our resend what? Our resend verification email use case. We have passed our resend what? Resend verification email params. So here gonna pass email. So email here gonna pass what? Event dot what? Dot email, okay, like that. So then you put semicolon there. The next thing that we're gonna do, it is what? We need to fold it. So dot fold. So if left, you're gonna say failure. So then you need to return what? We need to emit auth error, okay. So auth error. So auth error, the message here gonna say it is our failure dot to string. So then from there, if it is right, we are returning nothing. So we are returning null, so we need to ignore that one. Then we need to emit what? Constant of auth verification, auth email verification. So email auth email what? Verification sent, okay. So that then you need to say what? Verification. So this state verification email sent successfully, okay. So successfully, like that. Then you put semicolon there. So then if our try fails, so we need, first of all, let me do something here instead of emitting like this. So let me use the braces because I want to do something else here. So just here, then you do what? First of all, you put that one. So let me, then after we have done that, the next thing that we need to do here, so we emit that one. So after we have emitted that, we need to return to the previous state if the user was authenticated, okay. So if the current state, so if the current state here is authenticated, so if it is authenticated, we're gonna say what? We need to come here and we emit what? The current state, okay. So the current state, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, if our try fails, we need to cut it, okay. So just come here. So just come here and you say what? We need to cut it. So here you're gonna say what? So we're gonna say emit what? So emit, then we're gonna say auth what? Auth error, okay. So our auth error here, the message here gonna say what? Gonna say failed. So failed to do what? To send verification. So verification email, okay. So then you're gonna say please try again, like that. So that one marks the end of our handlers. So now we need to register them. So to register them in what? In our body for what? For AuthBloc. So now for that part, for what? For handlers. So I won't type them, I'm gonna paste them here. So we have them like this. So let us, first of all, we're gonna copy this one. I need to come here. So this one should be like that, okay. So make sure you have it like on what? On resend verification email requested, okay. So you just pass them like this on something, on certain event. You do what? You emit, you give the what? The method that will be responsible for handling that, like that, okay. So make sure that you register all of them like this in your what? In your AuthBloc. So then the next thing that we need to do, make sure that you can post there and get that point. Okay, so the next thing, as you can see, we have this error, so we cannot go and start testing the application when you go to the UI while still having these errors. Okay, so what we need to do, so make sure that now we have these ones. So make sure that you have the build runner, retrofit generator for retrofit, JSON for serializable. So they should be annotation with the JSON serializable like that. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to open our terminal. So we're gonna open terminal here. So we need now to run them. Okay, so we're gonna say, so that we're gonna be able to generate the files. Okay, so we're gonna say dart, so dart run, so we're gonna say build runner, so build runner here, gonna say build. So but if you want to use something like watch, you can be able to add them, so that when you change something, it will still watch what you are doing, then you do what, it will run automatically. Okay, but I don't want to do it here, so then you're gonna say conflicting, so delete conflicting what, so this will be using it most of the time, so conflicting outputs, so delete conflicting outputs. Okay, so like that. So this one gonna run our runner, so then it will generate those things. Okay, so the build runner, so this one is a development tool package in Dart and Flutter that automates the process of generating code. Okay, so this one is not part of the final application, so it's a script you run during development to write the repetitive boilerplate code for you. Okay, so based on the annotations you place in your files. Okay, so that's why we have so think of it as a highly specialized assistant. You write small instruction, so that is the annotation, and the build runner executes a complex, the repetitive task to generate the necessary files. Okay, so that's why we have them. Okay, so make sure that you understand that thing. So the reason why we have it is to reduce the boilerplate code, then it also minimizes the errors, then also improves what, maintainability. So let us wait for it to run, so then we're gonna be able to start working on this part for the pages. So for the pages, as it continues to run, so in the pages we need to have what, we need to have the login what, we're gonna start with the register screen, so that we'll be able to start there. Then we're gonna build the register, then we continue setting up our project as it continues to grow. Okay, so as you can see, still generating. So what we need to do here, we need to start with what, so the first we're gonna start with the register screen. Okay, so register page, so just come here and you do what, we register page here. So the first file, we're gonna say register page, then .dart like that. So let me go and grab what we are building, then I'm gonna explain. Okay, so as you can see, we encountered some issues. So the JSON serializable, so we need to do what, we need to copy the one that is here, so that we use the correct one. So Control C, as you can see, it is in the login and also in the logout. Okay, so this one should be like this. Okay, so let me remove this one. So need to do like this, so make sure it's spelled like this. So and also for what, for logout, so you should make sure that it should have what, so make sure that you have what, it like this. Okay, so then we need to generate again, so that you'll be able to do what, to solve that issue. Do we have another one? So yeah, also we have in the verify, so we have what, verify email request model. So we have an error, so why is it not? So verify email request model.g.dart. okay, so to import that one, so it is complaining about what? Here the file name verify, so verify here, so it is complaining about what? So let us wait for it to build. So as you can see, it has built that one, so expected to find what? Here in the what? Login request. So where is it? So in the login here, so we need to make sure that we have that one there. So also I think also in this one we have it like that. So verify email request, this one it is complaining about what? Verify email request model. So this one I think it's okay, so do what? So let us see what is the error. So we're gonna say verify, so let me verify email request model. Okay, request model, so like that. So I think now it's okay, so we hope it so then part like that. So let us first of all clear this one, then we need to pass here so that we're gonna see if we have what? Still have the same error. So now we have what? So there's somewhere we have an issue. So here in the verify email, so what is it? So let's first of all make sure that we do what? Let me remove that one. So need to import it here. So what is it missing? So it is like that. So let us see it is okay. Okay, so then we have an issue also, or the remote data source. So what's going on? So it seems like we have something, so let us see. So let us run it again so that we'll be able to get the correct one. So I was forced to restart after renaming the verify email, so we need to relearn that thing again, so that we'll be able to generate it. Okay, so that after renaming, then you need to restart your what? Your VS Code. Okay, so let us wait for it to generate and to see whether we still have the errors or not. So we still have the error. So where is it? Where does it come from? So let us see whether it is from one of these or what, so that can be able to solve the problem. So still it is complaining about verify email request model. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy all of this one, so gonna cut, not to copy. So then I'm gonna delete it, delete these two, so that be able to solve that one. So we're gonna say what? We need to name it verify email what? So verify email request model. Okay, so request model .dart. Okay, so that I'm gonna put it here, so like this. So we're gonna say verify like that. Okay, so now we need to relearn our runner, so that we can see whether we'll be able to do what? We'll be able to get the to be able to solve that problem. Okay, so let us wait for it. So we have an issue still here. So part then like this. So this one has not yet generated because of what? So there's still something that is null. So it seems like still we have that issue. So the issue, so let us come back here. As you can see, we have verify request like that. So I think we're importing the wrong one. So let us check here. So where is it to verify the email? So verify this one. This one should not be this one. So we need to remove that one so that we're gonna import the right one. Okay, so because of that, not this one, so not that one, we need to have what? The correct one. Okay, so verify the one that with no capital. Okay, so like that. Okay, so we need to restart it. Okay, so we're gonna restart our VS Code again. So we have just restarted it again. So let us see, because of the typos. So let us see whether we still get the error or not. So we have another error. So from what? So JSON serializable. So here in our still our what? So let me copy one of these so that we're gonna use the right one for verify. So verify this one. So we have not yet imported it, so let me import it there. So also, do we have another place? So it's still there. Okay, so let us do it again. So let us wait for it to build again, to build that script again. Okay, now it is okay. Now it is complete. So let us check for this part. It is complaining about what? So it is complaining about pass error. So it has not yet imported that one. So that is the part for what? So that is the part of our application. Okay, so after we have done that, now we need to do what? Now we need to, here we have another one. So injection container. So injection container dot config. Okay, so that one should be config, not the way we have named it. So this one should be config. Okay, so gonna say dot config. Okay, like that. Okay, so that one will have the generated code, so it is there. Okay, so after we have done that, I want to kill this terminal. So we need to go back to our what? We need to go to our presentation here, so that we're gonna start working on this part. So before we start working on it, we need to go to the interface. So the interface looks like this. So the one that we'll be building. Okay, so here, so there's something like here, create account. We're gonna use the correct color. So we're gonna have the first name and also last name. They are in the same in the same row, but we have columns and column. Okay, so then we're gonna have this one. So we have this one in this part, and also this one in the same container, then with the same in the same row and also column. Okay, so then like that, we're gonna have that part for showing what? Password. Then when you come below here, you can have the password requirements, and also to agree with what, then you can be able to go to the login page if you already have an account. Okay, so we need to start working on this part so that we're gonna build it. So for this part, So we need to, this one will be a stateful widget. So because there's a lot that will be done in this that requires the state to change. Okay, so we're gonna name it register page. Okay, so now we need to import them. So we're gonna import the material.dart like that. Okay, so that what we need to do first, we need to do what? First of all, what I will do before we continue here, so that we're gonna be able to see what we are building. So we need to come here in the main.dart. So currently it looks like this. So I want to remove this one, all of this one here, so that we're gonna do what? We need to take them to our what? To our so here we need to have a, gonna say what? So we come to work on that part. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, you need to go to the main what? To the app. So here in the app we need to have a file. We're gonna name it what? App.dart. Okay, so here we're gonna have I will have a stateless class, so like this, even though later we're gonna convert it to stateful. So here in the stateless class here we need to name it what? Telehealth. So telehealth app. Okay, so telehealth app like this. So then we need to import what? We need to import these ones from material.dart. Okay, so then after doing that, so what we need to do here, first of all, we're gonna do what? We need to, so instead of returning a container here, I'm gonna return the multi block provider. Okay, so this one, so that we're gonna have the providers and others. Okay, so here gonna say providers like that. So that one we're gonna leave it as an empty like that. So then we need to have a child here. In the child, what we need to use, we're gonna use the material.router. Okay, because of routing, so we need to declare that one. We're gonna say material, so material.router like that. Okay, so here inside here we're gonna say what? We need to have the title. So the title here gonna say it be what? Telehealth. So telehealth what? App. Okay, so that is our title. So then from there we need to set our debug show checked banner. We're gonna set it to false because we don't want to show that banner there. So then I'm gonna have here, gonna do some theme configuration, even though this one should be taken to the, you can take it to the theme file, so the one that you can create here. Okay, so theme, so here the first one we need to say, so we have the theme, so the theme data, so we need to use material 3, so we're gonna set it to true like that. Then the next one we're gonna say the primary color, so the primary color that will be used throughout our application. We're gonna have the app colors, we need to create that one file. So what I will do, so because these are the colors, we need to, I'm gonna copy them, then I'm gonna paste them. Okay, so let me go and grab them, then I'm gonna paste them somewhere. So what I will do is that we need to have a what? In the core we need to have constants. So in the core, so here in the core we need to have a folder named what? Constants. We are gonna put our constants here. So the first one we need to have the app colors. Okay, so we're gonna have the app colors, so app colors, so we're gonna say app colors dot what? Dot that. Okay, so we're gonna paste them here. So you can pause your video to see them, because you have the primary blue background surface like that. Okay, so you can pause and then copy them. Okay, so then the next one, it is what? I need to have also the app dimensions. So I want to define these constants here, so app dimensions, so app dimensions dot that. So I'm gonna grab them. So these are the dimensions, the custom that we're gonna use. So they look like, so let me bring them here. So they look like this. You can also pause to get them. So we are just to define what? The double for the sizes. Okay, so then from there we need to do what? So we need also to have the app text style. So let me get it. So let me look for it. So we're gonna name it app text styles. So come here and you say what? App text what? Text style. So app text style .dart. Okay, so then we're gonna paste it here. So they look like this. So let me start from here. So we need to also to add this one, which we will add. So just head over to the Google. So when you go to Google, we need to look for the inter. So the inter font. So you're gonna look for that, then I'm gonna show you how to add it. So let us first of all complete this part. Okay, so for the primary color, so we need to use what? Our app colors. So gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? So first of all you need to import it. So import it like that, then you're gonna say app colors dot primary blue. Okay, so then the next thing that we need is our scaffold background. So the background color, so we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot background, that one. So then also we need to have the font family. So the font family here gonna say what? So font family here gonna say app text what? Text styles dot font family. So then from there we need to have the color scheme. So the color scheme here gonna say what? Color scheme. So color scheme. So color scheme dot from what? From seed. So the seed color here gonna say what? App colors. So gonna say app colors dot what? Primary blue. Also we need to have the surface. So the surface here gonna say what? App colors dot what? So app colors dot surface. Then from there we need to have the brightness. So the brightness here gonna say what? Brightness dot what? Dot right. Okay, so like that. So then we need to save it there. So the next thing that we need to have, that is the part for the theme. So the first one. So then from there we need to have the app bar theme. So our app bars, what we need to have. So we're gonna say app. So app bar theme, this one is to be a constant of what? App bar theme. Okay, so app bar what? App bar theme like this. So we need to come here, and so in here what we need to have it is what? The background color. So our background color here gonna use what? Our app colors. So app colors. So app colors. So app colors dot what? So app colors dot gonna say dot primary blue. Okay, so then from there we need to have the foreground color. So the foreground color, so this one will be colors. We're gonna use app colors dot what? Gonna say app colors. So app colors dot surface. Okay, so dot surface. So like that. Then the next one we need it is what? Our elevation. So elevation here gonna set it to 0. We don't want it to be elevated. Then to center the title, which you can change, so we're gonna set it to true. So then from there we need to have what? The title text style, this one. So just do what? Text style. So here we need to have the font size. So font size for our app title, so app bar title. So here you're gonna say what? We need to pass 20. Then also we need to have the font weight. So font weight. So font weight here gonna say what? You're gonna say font weight. So font weight. So font weight dot what? Dot weight. Weight, we're gonna have weight of what? 600. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what? Gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot surface. Okay, that one. So then we're gonna save that part. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we have the text we have that one. So the next thing outside the app bar theme, so we need to have what? The elevated button. Okay, theme. So elevated button theme, So because we'll be using elevated buttons, so we're gonna say theme data like that. So here inside this one we need to style it. So in the style we're gonna say what? Elevated button. So elevated button dot what? Dot style from. Okay, so style from here, that is how you style your what? Your elevated buttons. Okay, so then the background color we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? Up the dot primary blue. Then from there we need to have the foreground color. So the foreground color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors. So app colors dot what? Dot surface. Okay, so then from there we need to have the text style. So text style here gonna say what? App text style. So dot what? We need to have the button. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? The next one that we need to have it is the elevation. So we need it to be elevated, so we're gonna pass a value of 2 there to be a bit elevated. Then shadow color. So the shadow color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot primary blue. So then we need to have alpha. So alpha of what? 0.3. That is the opacity of, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so that is 30% opacity. So then we need to have the shape. So the shape of our what? Of our elevated button. So we need to have the rounded rectangle border like that. So border radius here. So here gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So the radius here you need, it is a value of 12. Okay, so then from there we need to come out of that part. So then we need to have padding. So padding in our what? In our button. So it will be constant of edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Dot, we need it to be in the symmetric. So here we need to have a horizontal. So horizontal of 24. So then vertical. So you can change this one later. So when you see the UI does not look the way you want it to be, so then the minimum size you're gonna say constant of what? Size. So the size here, so for the width we just pass 120. So for the height we need it just to be 48. Okay, so that's it. So now we have the elevated button. So we have styled our elevated button. Okay, the next one that we need to, it is our text button. Okay, so just outside the elevated button we need to have now the text. So text button theme. So this one will be what? Text button theme data. So here gonna say what? Style. So the style here gonna say what? Text button. So text button dot what? Dot style from. So text button. So text button dot what? Style from. So here in the style from we're gonna do what? We're gonna say foreground color. So foreground color, then we're gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? Dot primary blue. Then from there we're gonna have text style. So text style here gonna say what? App text styles. So app text styles dot button. So this one dot primary, not primary dot copy width. We need to change some things here. So here we need to change the font weight. Okay, so the font weight. So the font weight here we're gonna say font weight. So font weight dot what? Weight of what? 600, like that. So then after doing that, now we need to have another comma here. Then we're gonna have a padding. So the padding will be what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Dot symmetric. Okay, so the symmetric here gonna say horizontal. So horizontal here will be 16, and also the vertical. So the vertical be 8. Okay, so then like that. So then I'm gonna save that one. So then from there we need to have what? The next one, it is our outlined button theme. Okay, so outlined. So this one should be outside this one. So just come here. So outlined button theme. So we're gonna say our outlined what? Button theme data. So here we need to style it. So the style here we're gonna say what? Gonna say outlined. So outlined button. So this one dot style from. Okay, so we need to have the foreground color. So foreground color here gonna say what? Our app colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot primary blue. Then from there we need to have the side, so to border, so this is a border side, so we're gonna say constant of what, border side, so border side, this one. So then here gonna pass what, color, so the color here we need to have what, up colors dot what, up colors, so up colors, so up colors dot primary blue. Then from there the next part it is what, text style, so text style here gonna say what, up text what, styles dot what, dot button. Okay, like that. Then we need to have the shape, so the shape here, so we need to have it as a rounded rectangle border. So then from there we need to have a border radius, so border radius, so border radius dot circular. Okay, we want them to be circular, the corners. Okay, so then we pass 12, so like that. So then the next part that we need to have it is what, padding, so padding, then we're gonna say what, constant, so edge insets dot what, symmetric, so symmetric here gonna say horizontal, so horizontal here gonna pass what, 24. Then vertical, so vertical gonna pass 12. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say minimum size, so minimum size we're gonna say what, constant size, so size here we need to have the width, so width here will be what, 120, and then the height will be 48, so like that. So then the next one it is what, we need to style our input decoration, so just come out of this part. So here gonna say what, input decoration theme, so we're gonna say input decoration, so input decoration theme data, this one. No, I need to use theme, not theme data, input decoration theme. So here gonna say what, field, so field here gonna set it to true. So then we're gonna say fill color, so the color that we're gonna fill with, we're gonna say up colors, so we're gonna say up colors, so up colors dot what, surface, so like that. Then the next one it is what, content padding, so content padding, so here gonna say constant of what, edge insets dot what, dot symmetric, so symmetric here gonna have a horizontal, so horizontal of 16. Then vertical of what, 16. Okay, so then from there the next one it is what, border, so border here gonna say what, gonna say outline what, so outline input border, so here we need to have a border radius, so border radius here gonna say border radius dot circular, like this. Then you pass a value of 12. Then from there you're gonna border side, so border side here gonna say what, border side, so border side here gonna say color, so the color here we're gonna say what, we're gonna say colors dot gray, so colors dot gray. Okay, so then we need to, so we're gonna have a shade of what, 300. Okay, like that. So then from there now we have that one. So the next part it is what, so we're gonna enable border, so here gonna say what, outlined input border, this one. Then we need to do what, so what I will do, because they look similar, so I'm gonna copy this one inside here, so we're gonna do what, gonna copy that one, then we're gonna paste it here, so circular, like that. So then the next one it is what, the focus border, so we're gonna copy this, so let me copy this one, so just come here below, then you paste it here, then you name it what, focus border, so focus border. Okay, so then from there we need to have the border side for color, so color here we don't want to use this one, we need to use the up colors, so we're gonna say up colors, so up colors dot what, up colors dot primary what, blue. So then also we need to have a what, a width. Okay, so width here we need to have a value of 2. Okay, so that's it. So then from there we're gonna paste it this one again, so this is for the error border, so the error border here we have it like that. Then the colors here we're gonna use what, we need to use the up colors dot what, dot error. Okay, so up colors dot error, so then with a width of 2. So that is the part for that. Now the next part, it is what? Focused error border. So we need to copy this. I'm gonna copy this one, so gonna come here and you do what? You paste it here. So here gonna say what? Focused error border. So then that one will be like that, so then to remain to be like that. Okay, so then from there, the next one, it is the label style. So the label style here, so we're gonna say what? Up text style. So up text styles dot what? Body medium dot, we need to copy width. So the copy width here, we're gonna pass what? We're gonna pass the color. So the color here, we're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot secondary text. Okay, like that. So that is the part for label text, label style. Okay, so then we need to have the hint style. So the hint style here, gonna say what? So I'm gonna copy this one, also here. So then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so it looks like that. So then from there, the next part that we need to do the card theme. So we need to come just outside our input decoration. So then here we need to have what? The card theme. So even though this is, you should take them to the what? To the theme file. So later we're gonna move it there. So the card theme data. So here we need to do what? We need to have the color. So the color here, gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot surface. Okay, like that. Then we need to have elevation. So elevation, we're gonna have a value of 2. Then from there we need to have a shadow color. So the shadow color here, gonna say what? Colors. So colors dot black. So black with what? Gonna say with alpha of what? With alpha of 0.1. Okay, so then you need to multiply by 255. Then you do what? You round it. So then from there, the next one is the shape. So the shape here, gonna want it to be the rounded rectangle border. So then we're gonna have what? Border radius. So border radius here, gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular here, gonna say what? We're gonna pass a value of 12. Okay, so then from there, just come out of that one. Then you need to have a margin. So the margin here, gonna say what? To be a constant of edge insets. So edge insets dot what? We need it to be symmetric. So then we're gonna have the horizontal. So the horizontal will be value of 16, vertical value of what? Value of 8. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of that one. So now we need to have what? The dialog theme. Okay, so the dialog theme here, we're gonna say dialog theme data, like that. Then we need to have the background. So the background color, so it will be what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot surface. Okay, so dot surface, that one. So then from there, we need to have the elevation. So value of 8. Okay, because we want them to be shown on top. So then from there, we need to have the shape. So the shape here, we need to have what? Rounded what? Rounded rectangle border. So then we're gonna say what? Border radius. So border radius dot what? Border radius dot circular. So like that. Then the radius of what? Of value of 16. So we wanted to have that value. So then from there, we need also to have what? The title text style. So this one, we're gonna use the up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Body small, that one. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say copy width. So the copy width here, gonna have a color. So the color here, gonna say up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot primary text, that one. So that's it. Then from there, we need to have the content style. So just come here and you say what? Content text style. Then you're gonna say what? Up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Dot body medium dot copy width. So dot copy width. So for the colors, we're gonna use this one. So Control C. Then you're gonna come here and you do what? You paste it there. So then you save it. So that is the part for that one. So the next one that we need to do what? We need to do what? we need to have that one. It is for what? For dialog. So the next one, it is what? That one will be used for snack bar. Okay, so we need to come out of this one, then we're gonna say snack bar theme. Okay, so outside this one, so we're gonna say snack bar theme. So this one we're gonna say what? Snack bar. So snack bar theme data. So here you need to have the background color. So background color, gonna say up text, up colors, not text. So up colors dot what? Dot primary text. So then from there we need to have the content text. So content text style, here we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Text style. So text style here, this one. Then we're gonna say what? Color. So the color here, gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors. So up colors dot what? Surface. Okay, so then from there the next part, it is what? Now we need to have the shape of our snack bars. So we're gonna say what? It will be rounded. So rounded what? Rectangle. So here we're gonna say border radius. So border radius here, gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, then we pass a value of what? 8. Okay, so then from there, now we need to have the next behavior. So behavior, the how our snack bars will be behaving. So we're gonna say snack bar behavior. So snack bar behavior. So snack bar behavior dot floating, we want them to be floating. Then elevation, so the elevation we need it to be 6. Okay, so that's it. So then the next part, it is what? Outside our snack bar theme, so we need to have the bottom navigation bar theme. Okay, so bottom navigation bar theme. So this one gonna say constant of what? Bottom. So bottom navigation bar theme data, this one. So here we need to have what? The background color. Even though this one you can customize based on how you want them to look like, so that's why I've passed them so that you'll be able to know where to change. So for the background here, here we need to use surface. So then from there we need to have the selected item color. So the item that is selected, so up colors. So up colors dot what? Primary blue. Okay, then the next one, it is what? Unselected. So unselected item color. So this one gonna say up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot secondary text. Okay, so then from there the type. So the type of our bottom navigation, so we can have different, so but ours will be what? Will be fixed. Okay, so bottom navigation you can have fixed, you can have what? Shifting. Okay, so like that. So then from there elevation, so elevation we want it to be elevated like that. Okay, so then from there we need for the theme for the what? Floating action button. Okay, so we're gonna say floating action button. So we're gonna say constant of what? Floating action button theme data. Okay, so here you need to have the background color. So the background color here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Primary blue. Then from there we're gonna have the foreground color. So foreground color here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot surface. Okay, so then from there elevation wanted to be elevated, so value of 6. Then highlight elevation, so we're gonna pass it as 12. Okay, so then from there we need to have the chip theme. So just come here and we say what? The chip theme. So here to be what? We're gonna say the chip theme data. So data like this. Then background color. So background color here we need to have it what? Up colors. So up colors dot primary blue. So dot what? We need to have with alpha. So with alpha of what? 0.1. So 0.1 multiplied by 255, then you round it. So like that. So then from there we need to have the label style. So label style here you're gonna say what? Up text. So up text styles. Then we're gonna use the body small, so like that. Then we need to copy width. Our copy width here we need to have a color. So the color here we need to use our app colors. So app colors dot what, dot primary blue. Then also we need to have a font weight. So font weight, so font weight is gonna say what, font, so font weight, so font weight of what, 500. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have the side. So side here gonna say constant border side. So border, so constant of border side. So here we need to have what, color. So the color here gonna say what, app colors. So app colors dot what, primary blue. Okay, so then from there we need to have that one. So now we need to have the shape. So the shape here gonna say what, our rounded what, rectangle border. So we pass our border radius like that. Then we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, gonna pass a value of 20. Okay, so that's it. So that is the part for what, for our chip theme data. So the next one, it is for the progress indicator. So we're gonna say progress indicator. So progress indicator theme, so it will be a constant of what, progress. So progress indicator theme what, theme data. So here we need to have a color. So the color here we're gonna pass what, we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what, app colors dot primary blue. So we're gonna say primary blue. Then from there we're gonna have the linear track color. So this one we're gonna say app colors. So app colors, instead of using app colors we're gonna use the colors. So the colors here, so colors dot what, we need to say dot gray. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna have the circular track color. So we're gonna say what, colors dot gray also. Okay, dot gray, like that. So that's it. Now we need to have what, outside the progress we need to have the divider theme. So we're gonna say divider theme. So divider theme, so we're gonna say divider theme data. So here we need to do what, we need to have colors. So color, so the color here gonna say what, we're gonna say colors dot, so colors dot, I need to have it as what, gonna say, we need to have, let us have what, it as gray. Okay, like that. So then we need to have the thickness. So thickness here gonna pass value of 1. So then the space, so the space here gonna value of 1. Okay, so that's it. Then from there the next part, it is what, the dark theme, even though it's optional. So we're gonna say dark theme. So if you want to implement the dark theme and the light theme, so we need to do what, outside this theme data. So we're gonna say dark theme. So dark theme here gonna say theme data. So theme data dot dark. So dot dark. Then theme data dot dark. Then we need to have a copy width. Okay, so not here, should be outside this one, copy width. So then here we need to change what, primary color. So the primary color here gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what, dot primary blue. Then from there scaffold background color. So you're gonna say colors dot gray. So dot gray, then you're gonna pass a value of what, 900, like that, to make it more darker. Then we're gonna say color. So color scheme here, so this one you're gonna say color scheme. So color scheme dot what, dot from seed. Okay, so from seed, so the seed color here gonna say what, app colors. So app colors dot what, primary blue. So then from there brightness, so brightness here gonna say what, brightness dot dark. Okay, so that is it. So now we have it like that. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, so the theme mode, so this one we will make it dynamic later. So but currently we're gonna say theme. So not here, outside this one, So here gonna say theme, so theme mode here. So later you're gonna make it what, you're gonna make it dynamic, so you're gonna say theme.light like that. Okay, so this one should be theme mode, not data. So theme mode, so dot light. Okay, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is our what, so currently we need to be able to handle the routing. So first of all, we need to create a new folder here that will be able to put our routes. So the routes here, the first file that we need, it is what, the app router. So the app router.dart. Then also we need to have another one for what, the route names. Okay, so we're gonna say route names.dart. So we're gonna put the route names, and then we're gonna have what, the router authentication. Okay, so the router authentication guard. Okay, so this one we're gonna use them later. So router authentication, so authentication guard. Okay, so guard like this .dart. So in the route names, automatically here you give the names for our routes. Okay, so then, so here gonna say what class. So this one holds the names of all the routes in our application. So this one is a good practice to avoid the typos and to manage what, the route names centrally. Okay, so we're gonna say class. So the first thing that we need to define here is our class. So we're gonna say class app what, app route names, route. So this one, so here gonna have the core routes, so core routes. So here the first one we need to have what, static, so constant of what, string. So string, then we need to have what, initialization. So this one will be responsible for initialization. Okay, so even though currently we won't have it until we do what, we do some part. Okay, so static, then we're gonna say constant string. Okay, so not found, the one that will be for not found. Okay, so you just name it like that. So then from there we need to have the authentication routes, authentication, so authentication routes. Okay, so here you need to have the static, so static constant string. So string, you're gonna name it login, so this one will be login like that. So then the next one, static constant of what, string, then you're gonna say register. So register, here you're gonna do what, gonna name it register. So these are the ones that we need to start with. So we need to come to the app router. So app router, we are going to choose the GoRouter. So I think we added it in the pubspec.yaml. So pubspec.yaml. So here in the pubspec.yaml we had this one, the GoRouter here. So version that 1.16. So here what you need to do, we need to say class app router. So app router, this one. So we're gonna have a private key for the root navigator. So we're gonna say not a private, we're gonna have it as a public. So we're gonna say static, so static final, gonna say root navigator. So root navigator key. So navigator key is equals to what, gonna say global. So global key. So global key here gonna say what, navigator. So navigator state. Okay, so like that. So then after doing that, we need to do what, to pass it here like that. So now we need to define the router. So we're gonna say static, so static final. So final, we need to use the GoRouter. So GoRouter, so this one. So here we're gonna name it router. So router here is equals to what, to our GoRouter. So GoRouter here. So for the route names, here we need to have a list. So the list here, gonna say what, we're gonna have the first one, we're gonna say GoRoute. So the GoRoute here, the name, so the path. So this one currently gonna pass as the root key, so the root. So then we're gonna say what, so this one will be, we're gonna have what, the builder. So the builder here gonna say what, so builder here it will pass the what, context, so context and also the state. Okay, so here we need to do what, we need to return. So for this one we're gonna return our register, so we're gonna say register page. Okay, so let me first of all put semicolon here, then I'm gonna save it like this. So but here in the, we need to have a name. So the name here we're gonna use what, we're gonna say app routes, so app route names, this one dot what, dot register. So then this one is path. Okay, so we need to have comma, then we need to have the path. So after we have done that, now here we need to have, before we have the route, so here we're gonna say what, so navigator key. So our navigator key gonna say what, the root navigator key. So then from there we need to have the initial location, so this one we're gonna pass what, the root. Okay, so then from there, so we need to do what, we need to start working on the what, on the, now we have it like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the app. So here we need to have what, the route. Okay, so we're gonna say the router config, so router config, then we're gonna say app route, so app router dot router. Okay, so then we need to have the builder. So the builder here gonna say what, gonna pass context, so context, so context and what, the child. Okay, so here we need to return, so here just return. So here you can also add the global overlays here, like the loading indicators and others. Okay, so here we need to return the child. So but if it is not there, you need to have a constant of what, sized box. Okay, so sized box, so sized box dot shrink. Okay, so we do it like that, then you put semicolon there. So after we have done that, now we are able to do what, now we can go to our what, so to our main.dart, so that we're gonna be able to initialize here, so our what, to return our telehealth. Okay, telehealth app like that. And also we need to do what, we need to have the widgets, so widgets binding what, binding dot, so widgets binding, this one, Flutter binding, not this one, Flutter. So Flutter binding here, we need to ensure it is initialized. Okay, or the Flutter, what Flutter requires. Okay, then we need to await, so we need to configure our what, dependency injection. Okay, so we're gonna say configure, so configure dependency injection. Okay, so here we need to say await, so we need to await, then we're gonna say configure, so configure dependencies. So as you remember, we created this one, so like this, then we need to import it, so we just import it here. So this one, it's an await, so here we need to pass what, to be an async method. So this one we want it to be a future, so because we're gonna await, so we're gonna say future void. Okay, so then we do like this. So now we have that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to start working on the what, on the on our register screen, so our register page here. And before we start working on it, I need to start running the application. So I need to minimize this one, so make sure that you have what, so here gonna say Flutter run, so Flutter run, so this one gonna run in my device. Okay, so make sure that you run the application so that we're gonna be able to see what we are building. So let us wait for it to run. Now the application, it is running, so let me bring that one here so that we'll be able to see, even though we have an error. So this error, we have it, as you can see here, so it is complaining about that one. So as you can see. So the problem, let me show you. So as you can see, so the error is there. So to solve it, what we're gonna do, we need to that one, it is erasing in the multi-block. So the providers, we are missing the providers here, so we need to add one. So that is our AuthBloc. Okay, so let us add it. So block provider, so then we pass what, the AuthBloc. So then we do what, pass the crate, then underscore, then we need to return GetIt, so our service locator, so GetIt. Then we do what, then we pass our AuthBloc. Okay, so AuthBloc. So like that, let us restart. We do hot reload, hot restart, so that we'll be able to do it, to see what is going on. So let us wait for it. So as you can see, we have a dark screen because that is the color we have for what, for our container. Okay, so if you can go back in our register page, so let us go to it. So here, when you change it from container to scaffold, so the color will change. So scaffold, like that. So then when you hot reload, so let us hot reload. So as you can see, it changes that color. So that is the part that we are working on. Okay, so now we need to start working on this application. So the next thing that we need to do, let me remove it like that. So now we need to continue to so here in the scaffold, so we have what, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to have we need to use WidgetsBindingObserver. So here in our state here, we need to use with this mixin. So you're gonna say widgets, so WidgetsBindingObserver, this one. So then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna explain what is the importance of this one. So the first thing that we need to have, some few variables. So final form key is equals to what, our global key. Then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say form state, so form state, this one, like that. Okay, so that is that part. Then the next one, we need the controller for the name. So we're gonna say first name, so first name. So this one will be the ones that we're gonna hold what, so controller here gonna say what, text editing, so text editing controller, so text editing controller, you pass it like that. So I'm gonna copy this one multiple times, so like this. Okay, so here instead of the first name, we need to have what, the last name, so last name. Then from there, so this one, instead of the first name controller, we need to have it as email controller. So then for the what, now for the password controller. So then the next thing that we need to do now, after we have the controllers, so we need to have another controller for confirm password. So we're gonna copy this one and paste it here. So we're gonna say what, we need to say confirm, so the one that gonna hold our confirm password there, controller. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have some flags so that we can be able to handle our UI. So the one, it is for obscure, so if we want to show the password or not. Okay, so obscure password, so here gonna set it to true by default. So then we need to have the password for, so we're gonna copy this one. So we need for confirm, so this one will be what, confirm, gonna say confirm, obscure confirm. Okay, so obscure confirm. So we should have it here, confirm. So confirm like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the string of what selected role, because we want the user to be able to select the role they are. So if they are patient, you're gonna allow them to register as what, as patient. Okay, as patient, or what, or the consultant. Okay, so bool, then we're gonna say agreed. So agreed to terms. Okay, the one that gonna check if the user has agreed to terms. So by default we set it false. Okay, so then after doing that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what, we need to have the init state. Okay, the one that gonna handle the init state. So the init state here, so the init state, so here what we need to do, we need to use the widgets. So widgets dot what, widgets binding, so the one that is coming from our observer, dot what, dot instance. So dot instance dot add observer. So add observer, then we use this because we have used that mix in there. So then from there, first of all, we need to check if the user is already authenticated on the page load. Okay, so that's why we need to have widgets binding here. So widgets binding, so widgets binding dot what, dot instance. So dot instance dot add post frame callback. So this one, so the callback here gonna say what, context. So context dot read. So dot read here. So what we need to read here, it is what, our AuthBloc. So AuthBloc like this. Then we need to do what, we need to add, now we need to add the event. So the event that we want to add here, it is a constant of what, auth check requested. Okay, so auth check requested. So then you're gonna say silent, we need it to be done in not actively, so we need to in the background. Okay, then you put semicolon there. So after we have done that, now we need to dispose them. So we need to dispose them here. We're gonna say what, so we're gonna say dispose. So for the dispose, so dispose this one. So we need to do what, first of all, we need to dispose our widgets binding. So widgets binding, so widgets binding dot what, dot instance dot remove observer. So remove observer like that, then you pass this because it's there. Okay, so then we need to dispose our controllers. So this one, the reason why we do this one is to do what, to prevent memory leaks. So then we need to have the last name. So the last name controller dot what, dispose. Then here we need to have the email controller. So email controller dot what, dispose like that. Then we need to have what, the password controller. Then you're gonna say dot dispose like that. Then you're gonna have what, you're gonna have the confirm. So confirm password controller dot what, dot dispose. We need to pass it like that. Okay, so after we have done that, now we need to have the did change the app lifecycle state. Okay, so we have that one method also. So we're gonna say what, did, so did change the app lifecycle. So I don't want this one, so we're gonna did change. So let us see, did change the app lifecycle, this one. So here the app lifecycle state there. Then we need to have what, the super. So then just below the super here, we need to check if the state, so if the state is equals to what, app lifecycle. So app lifecycle, so lifecycle, so app lifecycle state dot what, dot resumed. So we just need to track this one. We need to check the context. So here in the context, we do what, context dot read. So dot read here, we need to read our AuthBloc. So we need to check if it is what, the session. So the event here, we need to add auth validate. So validate session requested silent, we're gonna set it to true. So like that. So before we continue to the next part that we're gonna handle, so we need to understand what is happening here. Okay, so in here, the reason why we have the WidgetsBindingObserver, so this one lets the, so this one is complaining about what void to it can't be used. Okay, so we need to the correct API. So let us see whether we are using what. Yeah, it's okay. So we need to do what. So here, well, what have we not done? Okay, so let us see. We need to AuthBloc like that, then we add that one. So this one, it looks like that. So we're gonna, what is going on? Can't be used. It has a type of void, can't be used. Okay, so the reason why we have that error is because of what? So because we are not, so here this one should be having like this, then we do what? We pass this one here inside this one. Okay, so we need to close this one after, so make sure that this one is there. Okay, so then we do what? So then here, instead of comma here, we need to have what? Semicolon. So then from there, so we need to do what? So this one should not be there, so this one should be here like this. Okay, so make sure it looks like that. So now we have that one. Okay, so now the WidgetsBindingObserver lets you up to know the when it's being backgrounded or brought to the foreground by the operating system. So you are, the reason why we are using it here, it's to revalidate the user's session. Okay, this one session, so that's why we have it. Okay, so then, so the user session when they return to the app, so this one is good for security and the user experience what practice. So that is the main part of it. So this one is going to listen to the what, the operating system, so like that. Okay, so that is the main part. We have that one. Then we need to check for the life cycles and other things. So now we need to start working on the build method. So now the next thing that we're gonna do here in the build, so obviously we're gonna return a scaffold. Then we need to, in the body, we're gonna use the container. Okay, so the container, will help us to put some things inside it. So here we're gonna have decoration. So decoration here we're gonna say what, to be a constant of what, box decoration. So box decoration, here we need to have the gradient. So the gradient we're gonna have what, app colors. So app colors dot what, dot background. So we need to import app colors first. So just come here and then you say background. So background gradient like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to have it is the child in the container. So here in the child that we want to use here is the BLoC consumer. So the BLoC consumer will help us to be able to do what, to react to the state. So this one, it's a combination of the BLoC listen and what, the BLoC build. Okay, so here I'm gonna say the AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here, so then with the AuthState. Okay, so we're gonna say AuthState like this. So after we have done that, now let me save it here. So the first thing that we need, we're gonna move this one listener from this part, so that we want it to be on top of what, of our block build of our builder. So here, so the listener here, you just need to listen to the states. So the states, then we give what, we give the widget that you expect when in a certain state. Okay, so here the first thing first, we're gonna do what, so here we need to do what, automatically this one will accept context. So context, and also we're gonna accept the state. Okay, so then we do what, So here in the method, so what we're gonna do here, we need to do what? We need to, the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if the state, so state is what? Auth authenticated. If it is authenticated here, we need to do what? We need to update the user online status. Okay, so we're gonna say context, so context dot read, so dot read here we're gonna have what? AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here, then we do what? Then we do, so we do, then we need to add what? The event that we need to add here is what? Auth update user status requested. So is online, we're gonna pass it to true, like that. Okay, so then if the state it is what? So before we do that, so we do like that, then the next thing that we need to do, we need to navigate based on the user role. If they are admin, if they are what? If they are patient or consultant, we need to direct them to a certain view. Okay, so the first thing, we're gonna create a method for that. So we're gonna say navigate, so navigate based on what? Based on role. Okay, so this one will accept the user entity, so the user entity, then you're gonna name it user. So just come here, so we're gonna say if user dot is patient, if it is patient here, we need to navigate to this. Okay, gonna say context, so context dot what? So gonna say context dot go, so we need to go where? So the patient, so we're gonna have these things, so dashboard like this. Okay, so then we need to import the go, so this one will come from the GoRouter. So before it loads there, we need to do what? We need to say else if, so else if it is what? If the user is what? Consultant. If the user it is consultant, we're gonna say context, so context dot go. So where we need to go here, we're gonna go to the what? Consultant what? Dashboard. Okay, then you put semicolon there. So now we need to import these ones, so gonna import it. So before, let us go to the next one. So else if the user is what? User is admin, so user dot is admin, so is admin. So here we need to do what? We need to say context, so context dot what? Dot go. So here we need to go where? So we need to go to what? We need to go to the admin, so admin dashboard. Okay, so dashboard like that. So then you put semicolon there. Else, so if it is not in one of those, we need to go to the home page. Okay, so context dot go. So this one we're gonna say what? Home. So we're gonna have that route. Okay, so after we have done that, now we are able to do that. We're able to navigate based on what? On the role. So if you are authenticated, we need to do what? We need to update the status. Then we're gonna do what? We're gonna navigate. So we're gonna say navigate, so navigate based on role. So here you're gonna pass user, so the user, you're gonna get it from the state. Okay, so user dot state like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to show the success message. So then we're gonna show the success message here. Gonna say scaffold, so scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger dot what? Of context, so context dot what? Dot show what? Show snack bar. So then here gonna say what? You're gonna say snack bar, so snack bar like this. So the content here gonna say what? To be a text. So the text here gonna say welcome, so welcome. Then we need to do what? To pass this one, the username. So you're gonna say state, so state dot what? Dot user, so dot what? First name. Okay, so first name. So then we need to enforce there, and not to enforce, we need to have what? We need to have that exclamation there. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the background color. So the background color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot success. So then from there, the next one that we need to do, we need to have the behavior. So behavior here gonna say what? Gonna say snack bar. So snack bar behavior dot what? We need it floating. So like that. Then the next thing, it is the margin. So margin here gonna say what? To be a constant of edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot all. So here dot all, we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions, so we're gonna import this one. So up dimensions here, we're gonna import it from here. Then we're gonna say what? Up dimensions dot padding medium. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then we need to put what? Semicolon. So the reason why we have these listeners, because when the user registers, so we're gonna have to be in different what? In different states. Okay, so that's why we are handling them here. So then else if the user it's not what? So else if the state is what? It is in odd error. So if it is in odd error here, we need to show what? We're gonna say scaffold. So scaffold messenger dot what? Of context. So then of context dot what? Dot show snack bar. So the snack bar here gonna say what? Snack bar. So snack bar like this. Then the content, we're gonna say text. So the text here gonna say state dot what? Message. Okay, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is what? The background color. So the background color is gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot error, like that. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say behavior. So behavior here gonna say what? Snack bar. So snack bar dot what? Dot floating. Then the margin, so we need to have margin here. So the margin will be what? Constant of what? Edge insets. So edge insets dot all. So the all sides, we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding medium. So like that. Then you put semicolon there. So that is the part for what? For if you are in one of those states. So the next thing that we need here, it is what? For our builder, so we need to have context and also the state. Okay, so the state here, so here we need to return. So we need to have a loading overlay. So loading overlay. Okay, so we need to create this widget. Okay, so this one we're gonna create it in our shared widgets. So in our shared what? So we're gonna come here in our shared here, you need to create a new folder. So the new folder here, gonna name it what? We name it widgets. So we need to make sure that we name it widgets, not file. We need to have what? A folder. So the one that will be responsible for what? So we're gonna say widgets. So here in the widgets, we need to have a new file. So the new file that we want here is what? Our loading overlay. Okay, so loading overlay. So loading overlay .dart. So this one will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna stl. So stl. So stateless widget here, gonna name it what? Loading overlay, like that. Then we need to import the container from what? Material.dart. So like that. So then after we have done that, so in this widget we need to pass some few things. So final widget. So final widget here, it will be a child. Gonna name it child. Then we need to have final. So final bool. So final bool, we're gonna say is what? It's loading. Okay, so then we're gonna say final string. So final string here, gonna say loading what? Loading text. So then we need to pass them to our what? To our constructor here, so as required. So but even though we don't want the, yeah, it's okay. So the loading text should be optional. Okay, so then from there, what we need to do, we need to come here. So in our return, in our build, so we want to return the container, we need to stack them. So we're gonna use the stack widget. So here in the stack widget, we need to have the children. So the children here, first of all, we need to pass the child. So then we're gonna check if it is loading. So it's loading. If it is loading, if it is true. So if it is loading here, we need to do what? We need to return a container. Okay, we need to show a container. So the container here gonna say what? So we're gonna say color. We're gonna color. So we're gonna say color here. We're gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot black 54. That one. Then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is our child for our container. So here in our child, we need to have what? So the child here will be what? Be a center widget. So we need to center it. So center. So then we need to have a what? We need to have a child. So the child here will be a container. So the container here, we need to have what? So here we need to have the padding. So padding here, then we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Edge insets dot all. Okay, so here gonna pass a value of 24. So then from there, the next thing that we need, it is decoration. So for decoration here to be a box decoration. So box decoration. So here we need to do what? We need to have a color. So the color gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors. So we need to import it. So import it like this. Then we're gonna say dot surface. Okay, that one. Okay, so then from there we need to have a border radius. So border radius like this. Then we're gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So here for the circular gonna pass 12. Okay, so then from there, now we need to have what? Now we need to have the child of our container. So child here, we need to have a column, as because we want to put multiple widgets in the same what? In the same column. So the first thing that we need, it is main access size. So main access size, we want it to occupy the smallest size. So we're gonna say main access dot what? Minimum. Then from there, we're gonna say children. So the children here, we're gonna pass what? We're gonna say constant of what? Circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator. So here we need to have a color. So the color here gonna pass what? We're gonna pass our up colors dot. So up colors dot primary blue, like that. Okay, so then from there, we're gonna do what? We need to have, we're gonna check if there is loading text. So if it is provided, so if the loading text it's not equal to null, so we need to use the spread operator to add it. Okay, so just come here and you say what? Constant. First of all, we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. So sized box. So here we need to have a height of what? We need to have a height of 16, like that. Then from there, we need to have now the text, that one. So we're gonna use the text widget. So the text widget here gonna say what? Gonna pass the loading text. Okay, so then we need to make sure it's not null there. So then we need to style it. So to style it, we just say constant of what? Text style. So text style here gonna say font size. So font size here gonna say what? Gonna pass a value of 16. Okay, so that is it. So then that is our loading what? Our loading overlay. So now we need to do what? We need to continue working on our register page. So we need first of all to import it. So we need to import that one there. Then we need to do what? We need to pass the missing what? The missing parameters or arguments. So like this. So then we're gonna remove this one. So the child. So here in the child, first of all, it's loading. So it's loading here, gonna pass our state. So we're gonna say state is what? It's auth loading. Okay, so it's auth loading there. So then for the child, which is supposed to be at the end, so we're gonna have the safe area. So the safe area helps us to avoid the notches and other things. Okay, so we need to move this one to the end. Okay, so we need to have move the child property to the end of arguments. Okay, so like that. So here, So the child safe area, so this one is very important because of avoiding the device parts, that is from the notches and other things. Okay, so the first thing that we need to have, we need to center it. So we need to have a center widget here. So the center widget here, we need to have a child. So the child here, because we want it to be scrollable, we're gonna use single child scroll view, like that. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do here, we need to have a padding. So we need to have this pad. So gap, we're gonna say constant of edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot all. So here gonna say what, up dimensions. So up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, we need to have padding large. Okay, so we need to have that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come out of that part. Then we need to have the child of our what, our scroll view. So this one will be a form. Okay, so the form, so the form helps you to have the form in it. So the first thing I'm gonna do, we need to have the key, so that be able to do what, to track it easily. So form key. Okay, the form key that we defined there on top. So then the child, so the child here to be what, it will be a column. So because we want them to be in the same column, so we're gonna say what, gonna say column, because we want also multiple widgets. So here in the column, we need to have the main axis alignment. So main axis alignment, we're gonna say main axis alignment dot what, main axis alignment dot center. So then we do what, the first thing that we need to have here, we need to have the children. So the children here, we need to have what, the auth header. Okay, the part that we gonna put the what, the welcome message and other things. So that is what we need to create. So this one will be a widget. So just come here in our widgets. So here gonna name it what, the auth what, auth header. So dot. Okay, so we need to start working on this widget. So now for the auth header, so we're gonna say what, class. So instead of having class, we're gonna say what, stl. So this one will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna name it what, auth header. Okay, so then we need to import our container and others from the material.dart. So then after we have done that, now we need some few things here. So the parameters or the arguments that we need to pass. So final string title, so title, then we're gonna say final string, so final string subtitle. So this one is to make this one to be reusable. So final string subtitle, then we need to have what, final widget. So final widget, the custom what, custom logo, like that. Then we're gonna say what, final bool, gonna say show what, show animation, like that. So now we need to pass them to the constructor here, so like that. So let me save them like that. So it looks like that. Then for the animation, by default we're gonna set it to true. So we're gonna set it to true. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the build method. So here in the build method, we need to use the animated container. Okay, because we want to use animation. So animated container, so animated container. So here, so the first thing that we need, it is the duration. So the duration, so first of all, you need to check if it is show animation. If it is true, you just say constant of duration. So constant duration of what, so we need to have a milliseconds of what, of 800. Okay, so then else it is, if it is not there, you just say duration. So duration dot what, 0. So it's no duration there. Then you're gonna say curve. So the curve here, gonna say curves what, curves dot is, so is in, is out. Okay, so is out back, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have the child. So the child here will be a column. So column here, gonna say what, so column like this. Then we need to do what, we need to have the children. So the first place we need to have the logo with animation. Okay, so we're gonna say twin. So twin, that is between. So animation builder. So animation builder, this one will be a double. So that is it. So then here we need to do what? We need to have the duration. So duration we're gonna say what? So I'm gonna say duration. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one duration here, because still you're gonna check whether. So just come here and you do what? We paste there. So this one we want it to be 1000. So 1000 like that. Okay, for that milliseconds. Then twin, so between. So twin what? So this one, it's between what and what? So that is twin. So twin, gonna say twin. So twin, so between what? So twin. So then here gonna say begin. So begin here, it's a double, so 0.0, and also the end here it is what? 1.0. so it simply means the end. Okay, so from the start to the end. Okay, so that's why we put it there. So 0 to 1, so that is simply means to start up to the end. Okay, so then the curves, so curves dot what? Curves dot elastic out. Okay, so then from there we need to have the builder. So the builder here gonna have the context. So context, then you're gonna say value, and also you're gonna have what? The child. Okay, so here, so we need to return, gonna say transform. So transform dot what? Dot scale. Okay, so to increase, so you're gonna say scale. So scale, then you're gonna say what? Scale of, we need to check if it is show animation. So show animation, so if it is, then so value, then if it is not, just have a value of what? 1.0, so it will go up to that point. Okay, so then the next one, which is what? The child. So the child here, we need to create a widget, to create a method to build the logo. So we're gonna say build logo like that. Okay, so let us put semicolon there. Then we need to create this method, the one that will be responsible for showing what? The showing the logo. So this one will be a widget. So widget, we're gonna say what? Build. So build logo like that. So here we need to do what? We need to check if custom logo, if custom logo, it's not equal to what? It's not equal to null. So we need to return what? Our custom logo. Okay, so return our custom what? Custom logo like that. We need to make sure it's not null there. So then here we need to use the hero widget. So we're gonna say return hero. So hero like that. So for the tag, we're gonna name it what? Gonna say app logo like that. For the child here, we need to have a what? A container. Okay, so the container here gonna do what? So the first thing that we need to have here, it is our height. So the height of our container, so we want it to be 80. We want it to be a square, so we're gonna put it 80, and also a width of what? 80. Okay, for our container there. So then we need to have the decoration. So decoration here, it is box decoration. So box decoration here. So here gonna do what? We need to have the gradient. So the gradient here gonna say what? Linear gradient. So linear gradient here gonna say what? Colors. So the colors here, which is a list of what? Colors. So we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? Primary. So primary blue. So we need first of all to import this one. So just come here and we do what? Import primary blue. So like that. Then we need also to have app colors. So app colors dot what? We need it app colors dot primary blue. Then we need to have a opacity of what? So opacity of 80%. So 0.8 multiplied by 255. So then you need to round it. Okay, so this one should not, so let us delete this one. So this one should be multiplication. So then you need to close it here, then you need to round it here, okay, like that. So then from there we remove that one. So then we do what? Then we do begin. So begin here, we're gonna say what? We wanted to start from the top left. So alignment dot what? So alignment what? So alignment, not that one. So alignment dot what? We need to start from the top left. So top left, and also it will end in where? We wanted to end in alignment. So alignment dot what? So we're gonna say alignment dot bottom right, okay. So that is where we want our gradient to run to, okay. So then first of all, we're gonna put semicolon here, so that I'm gonna save like that. So after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, so that is our gradient. So the next thing that we need to have here, we need to have the border radius. So just say border radius. So border radius dot circular. So border radius. So border radius. So border radius dot what? Dot circular. So here for the circular, here gonna pass what? Our up dimensions. So dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Border radius, okay. So we need to import this one first of all. So just import it there, then you're gonna say border, radius, like that. So then we put comma there, then we need to have the box shadow. So the box shadow, this one, it's a list of box shadows. So you're gonna say box shadow. So box shadow here, gonna say what? We need to have color. So the color here, gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Primary blue dot with alpha. So with alpha here, gonna say what? 0.3. then you need to multiply by 255. then you do what? You do round it, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we have that one. So now we need to have what? Now we need to have the blur radius. So blur radius, we're gonna pass a value of 12. Then we need to have the offset. So offset here, we need to do what? We need to have a constant of what? So this is just polishing the UI. So it's a good thing to make your UI look beautiful, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come out of what? Of our box decoration. Now we need to handle the child. So just come here. So we're gonna say child. So child here, gonna say what? To be a constant icon. So constant icon here, we need to pass what? We need to pass icons. So icons dot medical services. So medical services. So medical services rounded, okay, like that. So then we need to have the size. So the size of our icon here, we're gonna pass a value of 40. And also we need to have the color of our icon. So we're gonna pass what? Colors dot. So colors dot white. So like that, okay. So then that is part of our what? Of our logo, okay. So it looks like that. So then, so we do what? Now we have done that part. So the next one that we need to handle is what? Now we need to have what? The part for the title with the slide animation, okay. So just come just below what? Below that, this twin. So first of all, need to have a gap between them. So constant sized box. So sized box here, we need to pass a height of what? So here height, you can say up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Padding large, okay, like that. So then we do what? Here we need to have the title with the slide what? Animation. So we're gonna say we're gonna use the twin. So twin animation builder. So here we need to pass the offset. We're gonna say offset. So offset like this. So then from here, so what we need to do, so twin, so that is where to start it and to end it. So this one will be twin. So twin, then we're gonna say what? Begin. So this one will begin from the constant of what? Offset. So offset of what? 0. Then we're gonna say 0.3. Then from there, the next part it is what? The end. Okay, so end here we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say offset dot 0. Okay, so we're gonna say offset, so offset dot 0, like that. So then from there, the duration, so the duration here we're gonna pass what? Gonna first of all check for, so what I will do, I just copy this one for duration, this one. So gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste it here. So for the duration, so just remove this one. So first of all check for that one, then we need to pass it as 800. Okay, so then we need to put comma here, we do it like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do it is what? We need to have a builder. So for the builder here, we do what? Before we do the builder, first of all we need to have the what? The curve. Okay, so the curve here gonna say what? Curves what? So curves dot is out cubic. Okay, is out, so is out cubic. Then we're gonna do what? So now we need to start working on the builder here. So the builder here, we need to say context. So context, then we need to have a value, and also we need to have the child. Okay, so just come here and we say return. So we're gonna return transform. So transform dot what? Dot translate. Okay, this one. So the offset here gonna say show animation. First of all, we need to check if it is true. So if it is true, we just do what? Have a have what? So not this one. So this one, first of all, we need to have the offset. So the offset here gonna say what? We need to, first of all, we need to check the animation. Then from there, we need to do what? We need to pass value. So if it is there, then we need to multiply by 50. Then else we're gonna do what? Offset dot 0. Okay, so offset dot 0, like that. Okay, so we're gonna put semicolon there. So then after you have done that, that is the part for what? Offset. Then we need to have what? The child. So the child here gonna say what? Animated. So animated opacity. So animated opacity, like that. So for the opacity here gonna say what? We need to check if it is show animation. So if it is there, you just have an opacity of what? 1.0. so then you subtract value. So value dot what? dy. So then else we're gonna do what? Gonna have an animation of 1.0. so then from there, for the duration here we're gonna say what? Show animation. So gonna, what I will do, I just copy this one. So this one starts here, then we're gonna do what? Gonna copy this one, then I'm gonna paste it here, so like that. Okay, then I save it like that, so it will remain to be like that. Okay, so now we need to have the child. So where does it end? So just below this one. So we need to have the child. So the child here gonna do what? We need to have a text. So the text here gonna say what? We're gonna have the title. So the title, then here we need to style it. So to style it, we're gonna say up text styles. So text styles. So we need to import this one. So from our what? So import it from there. Then we need to say what? Up text styles. Then we're gonna say what? Heading 1. So heading 1 dot what? Copy width. So copy width here we need to change the color. So the color here gonna pass what? Gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot black. So dot black. Then from there, font weight. So font weight. So font weight here gonna say what? Gonna say font weight dot bold. Okay, so like that. Then from there, let me save that one. Then we're gonna say what? Text align. Okay, so need to have a text align. So here text align. So this one we're gonna say text align. So text align dot what dot text align dot center, we need to center it there. So then from there, the next one we need, it is what, now we need to have for the part of what, of our subtitle. So we're gonna do what, so what I will do, I'll just copy this one from here. So like this, let me copy it, so up to where here. So we need to have it what, let me see, so this one, so where does it end, we need it to end here. So just copy this one. So then after copying that one, now we need to do what, we need to, so we need to make sure that we do like this, then we're gonna paste it here. So what will happen is that for the what, for our subtitle here, we're gonna check for that. So then for this one, we won't have 0.3, we need to have it as 0.5. Then from there, instead of having 50 here, we're gonna have what, 30. So then from there, we need to have what, the animation. So value here, we need to pass what, so this one will be what, so let us pass it like subtract what value, so value here, then we need to cross where, so value dot dy, then we need to multiply it by what, 0.8 like that. Okay, after that we just pass 1. So then from there we have it like that. So then we need to have what, the here we need to pass our subtitle, so subtitle here like that. For the colors here, instead of black, pure black, we need to have what, with what, with alpha of what, so with alpha of 0.9, so 0.9, that is 90% opacity. So then we do what, we do round it. Okay, so like that. Text align, we're gonna pass it like text align dot center, then we need to have the maximum lines, so maximum lines, so we need to have 3. So then overflow, so we need to have, to handle the overflow, gonna say text overflow, so text overflow dot what, dot ellipsis. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the animated what, divider. Okay, so this one, we're gonna say what, just below our twin here, so we're gonna say what, if what, if show animation, if it is true, if show animation here, we need to use the spread operator to add our what, so to add our divider. Okay, so sized box, so sized box here, gonna say height of what, so up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, padding medium. Okay, padding medium like that. So then from there we need to have the twin, so twin animation builder, this one, so this one, it's a double, we need it to be a double, so just say double like this. Then for twin, so this one, it's between what, we need to have a between, so we're gonna start from the start of animation, then we need to end it when the animation ends. Okay, so 1.0. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do for the duration, so for the duration, you just have constant duration, so constant duration of milliseconds, so milliseconds what, 1200. Okay, so like that. So then for the builder, so here, before we do the builder, first of all, we need to have what, the curve. Okay, so the curve here, gonna say what, gonna say curves, so curves dot is in out like that. Okay, then the next part, it is the builder, so the builder here, gonna say what, context, so context, then we gonna have what, value, then we're gonna have what, child like that. Okay, so then we're gonna do what, here we need to return, so here gonna return a container, so the container here, so what we need to do what, we need to have a width, So the width that we're gonna multiply 60, then we will need to multiply by the value like that. Okay, so then we need to put semicolon here. So then after we have done that for that part, now we need to have the height of our what, of our divider. Here gonna pass a value of 2. Okay, so then from there we need to have decoration. So decoration here we're gonna say what, box decoration. So box decoration, so here we need to have a gradient. So gradient here, so the gradient here we need to do what, we need to have a linear gradient. So linear gradient, so here it is a list of colors. So we're gonna say colors dot what, colors dot black. So dot black, here we need to start with the alpha of what, so we're gonna say 0.3. so multiply by 255, then you round it. So you round that. Then the next one, it is what, the next one, it is our we need to say what I gonna do, I need to copy this one, the colors, so up to here, then gonna copy it, then I'm gonna paste it here, and also I'm gonna paste it again, so like that. Then let me save that one. So instead of 0.3 we need to go to what, 0.8, and also now 0.3 like that. Okay, so that is that part. Then we need to have what, the border radius. So still in the decoration, so just come here, you say what, border radius. So border radius here, you're gonna say what, border radius dot circular. Okay, so border radius dot circular, then you're gonna pass the value of 1. So that's it. So that is the part for our what, our auth header. Okay, so now we need to come back to our register and we start working on this part again. So now to use it, just do what, just come here and you say what, constant of what, auth header. So auth header here, so the title here we need to say what, gonna say create. So let us have capital, so create account. Okay, so then for the subtitle we're gonna say join. So join our what, our telehealth, gonna say our telehealth what, telehealth platform. So platform like this, and connect with what, with healthcare professionals. Okay, so professionals like that. Okay, so after we have done that, first of all let us see how it looks like. So let me restart it there. So let me bring it here so that we can be able to see what we are working on. So I mean, it looks, as you can see, it looks like this. So but you can see we have the create account and also the join our health. They have the same font weight, that is bold. So we need to solve that one. So let us go and solve that one first. So now for that part, now we need to do what, we need to continue, but we have the issue for what, for our text size, for what, for our subtitle. So first of all we need to come back here, so we need to change the text size. So currently we're using heading 1, so here we need to use the what, body, gonna use body medium, so like that. Then here instead of bold we need to leave it like that. So here we need to use what, height, so the height of our text, so we're gonna say 1.4. okay, so that is it. Then we do what, like that. So let us check also, we see how it looks like even this time around. So let me grab it. It looks like this, as you can see. Now the font, it's different font weight, so it looks better. Okay, so now let us go back and we continue working on our application. So what we're gonna do next, so let us come back to our register. So in our register here, now we have the auth header, the one that we have seen there. Now we need to do what, now we need to have a gap, then we need to have the what, the feeds for the text fields. Okay, so you need to have a gap of constant sized box. So constant sized box of what? Height. So height, you're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding. We need it to be large, extra large. Okay, so like that. So then here we need to have a row. So the row here we're gonna have what? That part that you saw for what? For first name and also the last name. So what we're gonna do, because we're gonna have we need to have a custom text field that will be responsible for that we're gonna use in multiple places to do what? To do the what? We're gonna use it as a what? As our text field. Okay, so you need to come here in the widgets, also in the shared. So then we need to declare that one. We're gonna say custom. So custom text what? So text field dot. Okay, so this one we're gonna say what? Class. So this one will be a stateless widget. So gonna name it what? Custom text field. Okay, so it's a good practice when you know that instead of creating every time you create the same widget, the same text field, you just call this one. Okay, so then we're gonna do what? Here we need to pass some variables. So we're gonna final text editing controller, so the one that will be managing the controller. So controller like this. So the next one we need to have it is what? The string for the label. So remember, it will change based on what? On the place that is being used. That's why we need to use them. Okay, we need to pass them like this. So then hint text. So hint text like that. Then we're gonna say final. So final bool. So we're gonna say obscure what? Obscure text. Okay, so then we need to have what? Final text input. So text input type here we're gonna pass what? So gonna say keyboard. So keyboard, gonna name it keyboard what? Keyboard type. Then we're gonna say final text input action. So this one we're gonna say what? Text input action. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have what? The final text capitalization. So text capitalization, we're gonna say text capitalization. So like that. Then we need to have what? The next we need to have the icon data. So icon data but nullable. We're gonna say what? Prefix icon. So prefix icon. So then we need also to have the final widget. So final widget here gonna what? Suffix icon. So like that. Then we need to have final string. So final string nullable also. So here it will be a function. So gonna say function. So function like this. So then we're gonna pass the string here nullable, then also nullable, then we're gonna name it validator. So validator like that. Gonna say final void callback. So void final void what? Void callback. So void callback, this one we're gonna make sure it's a null. So we're gonna say what? On tap. So on tap. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say final function. So final function, then we're gonna say what? String. So nullable, then on change. Okay, on changed like that. We're gonna say final function. So final function. So final function of what? Of string. So of string, then we're gonna make sure it's nullable. On field what? On field submitted. So submitted like this. Then we do what? Then the next one we need to have it is what? The final bool. So final bool here gonna say what? Read only. So read only. So then we need to have a final bool. Gonna say enabled. So then we're gonna say final int nullable. Then we're gonna say maximum lines. So maximum lines. Then we're gonna final int. So final int here gonna say what? So here gonna say minimum lines. So like that. Then we're gonna say final int. Then we're gonna say what? maximum length, okay, like that. Then we need to have what? Final list. So final list of what? Text input formatter. So text input formatter, so like this. Then we're gonna name it what? Input what? Formatter, okay, formatter. So formatters like that. So then the next one we need to have it is the final focus node. So focus node, like this. So we're gonna say what? Focus node. Here we need to say focus, so focus node like that, okay. So then the next thing we need to have what? Final bool. So bool, then we're gonna say out of focus, so out of focus like that. So then the next one that we need it is what? Edge insets for content padding. So we're gonna say final edge insets. So edge insets, then we're gonna say what? Content, so content padding, so like this. Then the next thing that we need to have it is what? Final color. So the color here gonna say what? Fill color, so fill color. Then the next one we need to have it is what? We need to have the string. So we're gonna say helper text, so helper text like that. Then we need to have final string what? Error text, so error text there. Then we're gonna say final bool. So final bool here gonna say what? Gonna say show counter, okay, so like that. Then you need to pass them in the what? In the parameters here. So let us come here. So the first one that we need to do, the controller should be required, the label like that, okay. So it's obscure, so this one we need to have a default. So we need to have it as a default of what? By default we're gonna set it to false like that, okay. So then from there we need to have what? The capitalization. This one we need to have a default. So instead of that one we're gonna say is equals to text capitalization dot none, okay. So text capitalization, so capitalization dot none like that. So then from there we need to, for the read only, we need to set it to what? To false. And also for enabled we need to set it to true, okay. So gonna say what? Here gonna say set it to false, and also here gonna set it to true, okay. So like that, okay. So then from there the next one that we need to do, it is for the out of focus. So for out of focus here we need to set it to what? We need to set it to false, okay. So is equals to false. So then after doing that, now we need to have what? Show counter. Also you need to set it to false, okay. So gonna say like that. So what we need to do here, we need to come here, instead of having a container we need to have a column. So column, so here in the column we need to do what? We need to have the cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, this one gonna say what? Cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment dot what? Dot start, okay. So then from there the next thing that we need to have it is the children. So the children here we need to start with the label. So for the label here it is a text. So text we're gonna do what? Gonna have the label. So then we need to style it. So to style it here gonna say what? Up text style. So dot what? Then we need to first of all to import it. So just import it. So up text styles. So this one should be yes. So then you need to do what? To import it. So just import it there. So up text styles here we need to say body medium. So body medium dot copy width. So copy width here gonna say what? Font weight. So font weight, we're gonna say font weight what? So font weight dot weight what? 600, okay. So then from there the next thing that we need to have it is what? The color. So the color here gonna check if it is enabled. So if it is enabled, if it is true, we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? Primary text. So else, so I hope we imported the right one. So primary text, else we're gonna do what? We're gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? Secondary text. Okay, so that's it. So then we save it like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap. So constant sized box. So sized box here gonna say what? Height. So the height here gonna have a value of 8. Okay, so then from there we need to have the text field. Okay, so we're gonna say text field. So text field, this one. So for the text, it should be text form field, not text field. So we're gonna say text form field, this one. So we need to have the controller. So controller, we pass our controller, the one that will be passed there. Then we're gonna do what? The next one, we need to have obscure. So obscure text, we're gonna pass our obscure what? So obscure text. So obscure text. Then from there, the next one we need to have it is the keyboard type. So keyboard type, we pass our keyboard type. So keyboard type like that. Then for the text input action, so text input action, this one we pass our text input what? Text input action like that. So then we need to have what? Text capitalization. We're gonna pass text what? Capitalization. Okay, so text capitalization. Then we need to have the validator. So the validator, gonna pass our validator here. So validator like that. Then from there we need to have what? On tap. So on tap, so when it is tapped, so we're gonna pass our on tap here, so like that. Then from there, the next one that we need, it is on changed. So on changed, we pass our on what? On changed. So then from there we need to have what? On field submitted. On field submitted. So on field submitted, we're gonna pass our on field what? So on field submitted. Okay, so then from there we need to have the read only. So read only, gonna say what? Gonna pass the read only. So read only like that. Then we need to have what? Enabled. So enabled here, gonna pass our enabled like that. Then from there we need to have what? Maximum lines. So maximum lines here, gonna pass our maximum lines. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have the minimum lines. So we're gonna say minimum what? So minimum lines like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? We need to have the maximum length. So here gonna say maximum length. So maximum length here gonna say what? Maximum or maximum length. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to have the input formatters. So input formatters here. So here we need to pass our input formatters. Okay, so input formatters. Okay, so then from there we need to have the focus node. So focus node here, we're gonna do what? We're gonna say autofocus. So autofocus, not autofocus, this one should be our focus node. Okay, so the focus node like that. Then you need to have the autofocus. So then you're gonna say what? Autofocus. Okay, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need, it is to style our text editing. So we're gonna say what? App text style. So app text styles, this one. So dot what? Body medium. Okay, body medium dot copy width. So dot copy width here we need to change the color. So the color based on what? If it is enabled. So if it is enabled, you're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? Primary text. Then failure to that, we're gonna say what? So if it is not enabled, we're gonna say app colors dot secondary text. Okay, so let me save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the build counter. So build counter here gonna say what? If it is show counter. So if it is true, if it's null, then we're gonna do what? We're gonna say context. So context, then you're gonna say what? Required. So required current what? So current, so required what? Current length. So current length like this, length like that. So then we need to have what? Required is focused, and also maximum what? Maximum length. So maximum length like that. Then we need to do what? We need to return null. Okay, so like that. So we check, first of all we check if it is required. So like that, okay. So we do it like that. That is for the part of what? Build counter. So then we need to do what? So just here in our text form field, we need to do what? We need to do the decoration. So we're gonna say input decoration. So input decoration here, we're gonna say hint text. So hint text here, we pass our what? Hint text. So hint text, or then we're gonna have the label if the hint text is not there. So then not semicolon, this one should be what? So this one should be comma. Then we need to have a helper text. So helper text here, gonna say what? Helper. So helper text. Then from there we need to have what? The error text. So error text here, gonna say what? Error text. So error text like this. Then we need to do what? Gonna say hint style. So hint style, then we're gonna say what? Up text style. So up text styles. So dot what? Body medium. So body medium dot what? Copy width. So copy width here, gonna say what? Color. So color here we need to change it to up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot secondary text. Okay, so then from there we need to have the helper what? Helper style. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one, the helper style. I'm gonna still use this one for hint text. So just copy this one, then I'm gonna paste it here. So instead of hint style here, we need to do what? To have the helper. So the helper what? Helper style, we need to have it like that. So then from there we need to have what? So now the next thing that we need to have the prefix icon. So just come here and you say what? Prefix icon. So prefix icon here, we do what? Gonna say prefix icon if it is there. So if it is there, if it's not equal to null, if it's not equal to null, we do what? So we need to say icon, then we pass our prefix what? Our prefix icon. Okay, like that. Then we need to have the color. So we need first of all to check if it is enabled. So if it is enabled, we say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Secondary text. Else we're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Secondary text, but with what? With alpha. So with alpha of what? 0.5. Then you round it. Then from there, so then after we do that, now we need to have the size. So the size here, gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So we need to import it. So just import it there. So up dimensions dot what? Icon size. Okay, so let me save this one. So just save it. So it's complaining about what? So it is saying expected. Yeah, so but if we don't have what? Prefix, so we just do what? Just say, just put what? Null. Okay, so null. So that one should not be there. So this one should be where are we checking it? So here it ends where? Here. Okay, yeah. So we need to say what? We need to say null like that. Okay, so let me save that one. So it looks like that. So make sure it looks like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, that is for the part for the prefix icon, so which ends where, which ends here. So the next thing that we need, it is our suffix icon. So suffix icon, then we're gonna say what, suffix icon. So then from there we need to have field. So field here, gonna say what, gonna set it to true. So then from there we need to have the field color. So the field color here, we need to check if you have the field color first. So if, then we need also to check if it is enabled. So if we have it, we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot surface. Then else we're gonna say what, app colors dot surface. So dot surface, then we need to have with what, with alpha of what, 0.5, then you multiply by 255, then you do what, you round it. Okay, so like that. Okay, so that is that part. So the next thing that we need to do, so after that one, now we need to have what, we need to have the content padding. So content padding, this one, we need to say content padding. So content what, content padding, this one. Then if it is null, just do what, const edge insets. So edge insets dot what, symmetric. So here we need to have the horizontal, we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, dot padding medium. Then vertical, so for the vertical part we're gonna say what, up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, up dimensions dot padding medium. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's it. Then from there we need to have what, the border. So still in our input decoration, so we need to have what, border. So border here, so we're gonna say border. So we're gonna outline what, so outline input border. So here we need to have the border radius. So border radius here, gonna say what, border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular here, gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, dot border radius. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, border side. So border side here, gonna say what, border side. So border side, so border side here. So here you need to pass the color. So the color here, gonna say what, gonna say up, gonna say colors. You need to say colors dot what, dot gray. So dot gray dot shade of 300. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need, I'm gonna copy this one for what, so before we, so the outline border, so we have what, so we need to come out of the outline border. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna have the enabled border. So enabled border, so this one I'm gonna copy this one. So gonna copy this one and gonna come and paste it here. So we have that one. So the border side dot gray. Then here we need to have a width. So we're gonna say width of what, we need to have a width of 1. Okay, so width of 1, so like that. Okay, so then the next one, it is what, now we need to have the next what, so the next one, it is the focused border. So the focused border here, we're gonna say what, I'm gonna paste this one here. So but the border side here, we're gonna pass what, so for the color, so the color here, we need to use our app colors. So we're gonna say app colors. So app colors, so app what, app colors dot what, primary. So primary blue. Then we're gonna say width, so width of what, width of 2. Okay, so let me save it first. So after we have done that, now we need to have what, the next one, it is what, so the next one, it is the error border. So error border, so this one we're gonna say what, we're gonna say, So I'm gonna paste it here also. So but for the colors here, we just do what? App colors dot, gonna say app colors. So app colors, so app colors dot error, then with the width of what? Width of 2. So like that. I'm gonna copy this one, so this one like this. So then not like that, we need to copy it, all of it. So just come here and I copy this one. So then from there we need to have what? The disabled border, not the disabled, we need to have the focused what? Error border first of all. Then we're gonna paste it here. So like that. So then the next one, it is what? The disabled border. So just come here and you say what? Disabled what? Border. So this one I'm gonna paste this one. So then what I'm gonna change here is what? The color. So the color here, you need to say colors dot what? So colors dot gray. So colors dot gray dot shade what? Shade of 300. Then with alpha, so alpha of what? 0.5, then 255. Okay, so then you're gonna say round, so like that. Okay, so that is the part for what? So but for the width here, we need to make sure it's 1. Okay, so that is our custom text field. Now we need to start using it in our what? In our register page. So now before we go to the part that we are saying, so let us first of all see what we are doing, what we are going to build. So as you can see in this part, let me go to that part. So here we have what? We have the first name and last name. So this one should be in the same row. Okay, so that is what we're gonna build. Then we're gonna build the email and also the other parts. Okay, so remember the style that we are following. So even though you're gonna see as we build it. Okay, so let us go back to our front end code. Then we need to do what? We need to continue working on this part. So in this row, the first thing that we need to have in the children, we need to have what? We need to have expanded. So we need to use the expanded widget. So here the child will be what? Our custom. So we're gonna say custom text what? Our custom text field. Okay, so text field, so like that. Then you need to import it. So custom text field, you need to import it, this one. So then we have some few required missing. So we're gonna do what? We're gonna add the 2. So for the this one, let me have a comment here so that we'll be able to know what is going on. I'm gonna say name fields. So name fields row. Okay, so row. Then here what we need to do, we need to have what? The controller. So here we're gonna use our first name controller. So for the label that we are going to pass here, it is what? First name. Okay, so just come here and you say what? First name. So first name, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have the keyboard type. So keyboard type here, we want it to be text input type. So text input type. So text input type. So text input type dot name. Then from there we need to have what? Text input what? Action. Then we're gonna say what? Text input action. So then we're gonna do what? Next. So then we're gonna have what? The next one, we're gonna have text capitalization. So we need to say text capitalization dot words. Okay, so text capitalization. So text capitalization dot what? Dot words. So dot words. Then we need to have the prefix icon. So prefix icon here, gonna say what? Icons dot what? Dot person outline. So person outline, like that. Then we need to have a validator. So validator. So here for validator, we need to pass the value. So value. So we need to return here, we need to validate the name. Okay, so we need to have a method to do this one. Okay, to validate the name like this, then we need to pass the value and also the first name. Okay, so first name like that. That is what we need to do. So before we do that method, so we're gonna say enable. So state is what? State is not auth loading. Okay, so auth loading. So that is it. So like that. Okay, so that is the method that we need to start working on, the one that we're gonna use to validate what? We're gonna validate the name. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna use the regex and other things. So I'm gonna paste the validators here, then we're gonna check them. Okay, so let me grab them. So let me paste it here. So these are the methods that we're gonna use to validate. So here we have what? So this one should be a password controller. So don't we have the password controller? So this one should be password. Okay, password. So make sure we have the password here. So password controller. Okay, so here we have the validate name. So this one will be responsible for validating the name. So first of all, we check if it is what? Is the value is what? Is empty. So then if it is empty, just say what? The field name is required. Then if the value, when it is trimmed, so when you remove the white spaces, if it is less than 2, we just do what? Must be at least 2 characters. Then we do the regex, where we check if it matches these ones. So these things here. Okay, so either it must have the characters from A to Z, capital or small, like that, then like that. Okay, so then we check if it has that one. So if it does not contain letters and spaces, we just do what? We need to tell them to do that. Okay, so that's it. So then the others, we're gonna come back to them. Okay, so that is the part for what? For what? For the first name. Okay, so the second one that we need, it is what? For the last name. So remember, you are still in the same row. So just come here, gonna still copy this one. So gonna copy this one. So here we need to have a gap between them. So just come here and you do what? Gonna say constant of sized box. So sized box, this one. So here we need to have a width. So a width of what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? So up dimensions dot padding medium. Okay, like that. Okay, so then from there you're gonna paste this one we copied. So when you paste it there, so here obviously you need to have a last name controller. So last name controller, so this one will be last. So last, then from there the other things are okay. So then also that one, pass one outline, then validator. Here you need to pass what? The last name. So last name, like that. So then if it is enabled, based on what? If it is auth loading. So if it is not auth loading, that is when it is enabled. Okay, so that is how it looks like. So let me do what? Reload, then we're gonna see how it looks like. So let me grab it so that we'll be able to see. So let us bring it here so that we can be able to see. So as you can see, so let us wait for it to reload so that we'll be able to see the text fields that we created. So as you can see, we have them in that order. So we have the first name and also we have what? The last name. Okay, so as you can see, they are still in the same row. Okay, so that is how it looks like. Now we need to go to work to the what? To the other parts. So let me remove that. So let us go back here, so in our code, so that we're gonna continue working on what? On the next fields, that is the other ones. Okay, So after we have done that, now the next part, it is what? For the part of the email field. Okay, so we are still in the same column. So this one, you're gonna say constant. So constant sized box, height, up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding medium, like that. Then we're gonna do what? So the next thing here, we need to have a email field. So email field. So for the email field, we're gonna use our custom what? Our custom text field. So custom text field, this one. So for the controller here, gonna pass what? Email controller. So the label here, gonna say what? Email address. Okay, so then from there, we need to do what? We need to have the keyboard type. So the keyboard type here, gonna say what? Text input type. So text input. So text input type, this one, dot what? Dot email address. Okay, so then from there, we do what? We do text input action. So text input action. So gonna say text input action. So text input action. So text input action, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say next, like that. So when you press that enter, so the action that user to control to perform. Okay, so its action represents the logical meaning and configures the soft keyboard to display kind of what? Action. Okay, so the OS appearance, like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, now the next part, it is what? Our prefix icon. So prefix icon here, you're gonna say what? Icons. So icons dot email outlined. Okay, so email outlined, like that. So then from there, the next part, it is what? Validator. So validation. So validator. So the validator here, gonna pass our validate email. Okay, so validate email, this one. So then the value. So the value, we don't want to do like that, we need to call it like that. Okay, so then from there, you're gonna say enabled. So enabled, it will be based on what? On the state. Okay, so if the state is what? Is loading. So if it is not loading, so is not loading, or the loading. So if it is not in this state, we do what? That is when it is enabled. Okay, so after we have done that, now let me show you this part for the validator. So for the email, okay, first of all, we check if it is empty. If the value is empty, the value that will be passed here. So if it is empty, we just return the email is what? Required. Then if it does not match this one, if it does not match this regex, okay, so it must have these characters, so like this. Then from there, it must have the art, and also we need to have these ones here. So we do like that. So we need to make sure it has that one, then for like that. Okay, so that is about regular expressions. So if you don't understand them, you can check them in their documentation, or you can use the LLM to understand them. Okay, so then we just enter that one. Okay, so we do it like that. So now I hope that you can see that one. So let me minimize this one also, so that we're gonna have a space here. So like that. Okay, so now we have the email. So let us restart and we see how it looks like. So let me bring it. So let us wait. So as we grab it, so as you can see now, so we have what? The email address. Okay, so that field. So let us now continue on the other parts, so that we can add the other remaining parts. After we have done that, that is for the email field. The next one, it is what? Now we need to have a gap. So we need to have this gap. So I'm gonna copy this one. So just come here and paste it. We need to have a gap there. So after we have done that, now we need to have the role selection. Okay, so we are gonna say role what? Role selection. So we need to to do what? To do this will be a method. So let us put it here. Gonna come here on top here. So here on top we need to have the role what? Selection. That one will be used for selecting the role, either patient or what? Or to be used to select the role, so either patient or, so this one will be a string, not a string, this one will be a widget. Gonna say widget. So widget here gonna say what? Build. So we need to build role what? Role selection. So role selection there. Then we do what? Here we need to say return. We're gonna return container. So return container, like that. So first of all, you need to put semicolon there. So here, in here, we need to do what? So the first thing, we need to have a padding. So the padding, that is the part that you are seeing where we can select what? The role, okay? So gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding medium, like that. So that is it. So before we continue, let me show you what I'm talking about, so that we'll be able to do what? To understand. So you can see that part for, so this part for, this is a container. This is a container here. So in this container we have this icon. We have I'm registering as what? Either a patient or, so this one gonna use the radio buttons. So we need to do like that, okay? So let us continue. So let us come back to our code. So here we need to do what? So here, just here below, we need to have the decoration. So we're gonna have box decoration. So the box decoration here, we need to have a what? We need to have a color, okay? We need to have a color. So the color here, we need to have what? We're gonna say app colors. So app colors. So app colors dot what? Dot surface, okay? Like that. Then the next one, it is what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius here, gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So the radius 12. It's a good practice majorly to use the border radius, the circular, so for our borders, okay? So don't have the sharp corners, okay? Doesn't look great. So border. So here in the border we need to have border all. So we need to border all sides. So here we need to say what? Color. So the color of our border. So we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot primary blue. So then we're gonna say with alpha. So with alpha of what? 0.0.3, okay? Then you multiply by 255, then you round it, okay? So after that, now we need to have a what? We need to have a shadow. So let me save that one first. So here in the decoration still, we need to have a box shadow. So this one is a list of shadows. So here gonna say what? Box shadow. So box shadow here we need to have what? Color. So the color here gonna say what? This one will be colors. Colors dot black. Then we need to have opacity of what? 0.05. So 0.5, then multiplied by 255, then you round it, okay? Like that, okay? So that after that, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have what? The blur radius. So the blur radius here, we need to have a value of 4. So then from there we need to have what? The offset. So the offset here gonna say what? Constant of what? Offset. So offset here. So for x we need to pass 0, and for y, so for y you do what? We need to pass the value of 2, okay? So it looks like that. So that is our decoration. So our container is decorated. So the next thing that we need to do, still in our container, so outside the box decoration we need to have a child, okay? So the child here, because we have multiple things, we have a row, and also we have something, the part for icon and also for something else. So we have 2 rows there, okay? So which are in the same column. So we're gonna say column. So here in the column we need to have what? We need to have cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment, then we're gonna say cross axis alignment. so cross access alignment dot what dot start. Okay, so then from there the next part it is what children. So the children here we need to pass what, we're gonna pass the icon. So the icon here gonna say icons dot person, so person outline. Okay, like that. So then from there you can say color. So the color here gonna say what, gonna say app colors. So app colors, so app colors dot what, primary blue. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the size of our icon. So the size here we need to have a value of 20, like that. So after that we need to have a gap here. So we need to have app sized box. So sized box here we need to have what, we need to have a width. So here in the width we need to have app dimensions. So app dimensions, so app dimensions dot what, dot padding. So first of all, let me go to the app dimensions. I want to check something. So here in the app dimensions we have what, we need to have a value of, can we use what, instead of that one we can use the value of, can use the border radius. Okay, so to have a value of 12 there. So let us come back here. So we're gonna say what, gonna say border radius. So border radius, like that. Okay, so then from there the next part it is what, we need to have a, we need now to have that text you saw there. So constant of what, text. So the text here gonna say what, I am what, I am registering. So registering as, so as what, like that. Okay, we need to style it. So to style it, to just say what, app text styles. So app text styles, so app text styles, so dot what, dot body medium. Okay, so body medium. So we need to import this one first. So app text styles there, then you're gonna say body, so body medium, like that. Okay, so that is it. So that is the first row. So now we need to have what, so this one should be in a row. Okay, so remember that. So let us make sure we need to put them in this column, then we need to put them in the row. So in the row here we need to have the children. So the children, we paste this one. Okay, so it should look like that. So make sure you put them in a row. So then the next thing that we need to do, so the end of our row, this one, the end of this row, so we need to do what, we need to have a gap. So here for the gap, so we're gonna copy this one. So where is it? So we're gonna copy, not to copy that one, I need to have a constant of what, sized box. So sized box, then we need to have a height. So height of what, app dimensions. Gonna say app dimensions. So app dimensions dot what, dot padding small. So padding small, like this. So then from there the next part it is what, we need to have a row. So the row here we need to have our children. So our children here we need to use expanded. So expanded, this one will occupy the space that is there. So then we're gonna say the child here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna use the radio. So the radio, so the radio what, the radio list tile. Okay, so this one, so this one will be a value of what, gonna say value of string. So value of string, then we're gonna do what, so then we're gonna do, so then we're gonna do the what, the value. For the value here you need to pass what, so this one we're gonna pass a patient. So patient, so patient, like that. So in here we have what, we have different things that you can do. So here we have the, we have different things. Okay, so the value, then we need to have a title. So the title, so the title here you're gonna pass what, constant of what, text. So the text here gonna pass what, the patient. So the patient, like that. So then from there we need to have what, the next one we need to have subtitle. So the subtitle here gonna say constant of text. So the text here we need to say what, seeking, gonna say seeking healthcare. Okay, healthcare, like that. Okay, so then from there I gonna have what, I need to have a group value. So group value, So this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna say the selected role. So the selected role, we pass it there. Then we're gonna say unchanged. So unchanged here we're gonna do what? We're gonna say value. So value, then we're gonna do what? So here we need to return. So what we need to return here, it is what? Set state. So set state here. So we do what? So here in the set state we need to, so this one, when it is selected, just change the selected role. Okay, so we just pass the value that was passed here. Okay, so and then we make sure it's not null, so then we put semicolon here. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have we need to style our radio list style. So just come out here. So we're gonna say active color. So the active color, we need to say up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot primary blue. Then from there we need to have what? The content padding. So content padding here gonna say what? Edge insets 0. So edge insets what? Edge insets dot what? Dot 0. Okay, so then from there we need to have dense. We're gonna say set it to true. So that is it. So that is the part for what? For our patient. So I'm gonna copy this one, the same expanded this one. So then I'm gonna come here below and then I'm gonna paste it. Okay, so like that. So what we need to change here, we're gonna change what? We need to change from patient to consultant. So consultant. Okay, so here in the value we passed small, but it's good to have a capital, not value. So the value should be what? Should be small, not capital. So you need to make sure it's small. So this one is the one that is supposed to be capital. So then this one gonna pass small like that, because that is what we are passing. So here we need to do what? We need to say consultant. So consultant like that. Then we're gonna say what? Healthcare provider. Okay, so like this. Then we do what? Gonna do healthcare. So healthcare provider. So provider like that. Okay, the selected role will remain the same. Okay, so that is it. So let us see what we have now. So before we, so that to be able to see it, we need to come back to our what? So here we need, for the role selection, we need to pass it. Okay, so just do what? Just come here below, then you do what? We're gonna say build role selection. Then we need to see how it looks like. So let us restart. So let us get it. So as you can see, now we have that radio. So we can select either patient or client. Okay, we just click them. So as now that is what you are working on. So as you can see, it's a container with also a shadow. So let us continue now working on the other parts of the application. Okay, so now for that part, for what? For password, we need to have a constant of what? Sized box. So sized box here we need to have what? A height of what? So we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding. So we're gonna say padding medium like that. Okay, that's it. So then from there we need to have a password field. So password field like that. Then we're gonna do what? We need to have the custom text field. So custom text field. So custom text field, this one. So for the controller, just pass our password what? Controller, and the label here gonna say what? Password. So password like that. Okay, so then here we need to have obscure text. So here you're gonna say what? We need to pass our obscure password. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to have the text input action. So text input action, this one we're gonna say text input action dot next. Okay, So text input action dot next. Okay, so dot next, like that. Then we need to have what? Prefix icon. So prefix icon, we're gonna say icons. So icons dot what? Icons dot lock outlined. Okay, so lock outline. Okay, outlined, we need it to be out, so we're gonna say outlined, like that. So then from there we need to have the suffix icon. So the suffix icon here, it will be an icon button. So we're gonna say icon button, so because we want it to be clickable. So when it is pressed here, we need to do what? So on pressed, we need to change the state. So we're gonna say what? We need to remove that one. Then we do what? We do come here. Then here inside of this one, we need to set the state. Okay, so we need to change the obscure. Okay, so the set state here, we need to say what? We're gonna change the obscure. So obscure password, not this one. So obscure password. So here we need to assign to what? To the opposite of it. Okay, if it was true, we need to pass what? Obscure, that is false. Okay, like that. That is what we change the state there. So then after we have done that, now we need to have the icon. So the icon will be based on obscure. Okay, so we're gonna say icon. So here first of all, we need to check if it is obscure. So we're gonna say obscure text password. So obscure password here, if it is true, we need to say icons dot what? Icons dot visibility. So visibility outlined. Okay, so visibility, so visibility outlined. So visibility outlined, that one. So else we're gonna say what? Icons. So icons dot visibility. So visibility of what? Of outlined. Okay, so that's it. That is part for what? For that one. So the next one that we need to do, it is our validator. So just come here. So we're gonna say what? It should be outside the icon button. So we're gonna say validator. So our validator here gonna pass our validate password. Okay, so validate password. Okay, that one. So this one should not be having that one. So our validate password looks like this. So let us come to it. Where is it? Here, validate password. First of all, we check if it is empty. If it is empty, we return it is password is required. Then we check if it is, so we check if it is the length. The length, it is what? Less than 8. If it is less than 8, we do what? We say password must be that one. Then we need to check if it has these ones. We do like that. Then we check if it has that one, must contain one special character, like that. Okay, so now after we have done that, now we need to do what? Now we have it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to check for it's enabled. So here gonna say what? Enabled. So enabled here gonna say state is what? When it is not what? It is not auth loading. Okay, so like that. Okay, so that is the part for what? For password. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy this one. So then after doing that, now we're gonna have a gap here. So constant of what? Sized box. So then we're gonna have a height. So the height here, we're gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Padding medium. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have here comment. We're gonna say what? Confirm. So confirm password field. Okay, so confirm password field, like that. Then we need to paste it here. So after we have done that, now we need to do what? Now we need to change some few things. So from the controller, so this one should be what? Confirm. Okay, confirm password controller. So this one for the label is what? Confirm password. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to have what? So then this one will be what? Not next. We're gonna say done. Okay, So done like that. Then we have what? The lock outlined. Then from there the obscure confirm. Okay, so this one is obscure confirm. So obscure confirm password. Okay, confirm. So like that. So then we need to pass here obscure confirm. So confirm password like that. Okay, so then from there also for the icon we do the same. So we're gonna say obscure confirm, even though still you can decide to use one, but like that. Okay, but it's your choice. Okay, so then from there we need to validate our what? So we're gonna say validate. So validate confirm password. Okay, like that. Then we need to remove these ones. So then from there we need to do what? So here we need to say on field submitted. So on field submitted here, so we ignore that one. So use underscore underscore there. Then we need to return. So when field submitted, we need to handle what? We need to handle register. When you press maybe enter, so we're gonna say what? Handle register. Okay, so the one that gonna handle the registration. So we need to create that one so that we'll be able to handle the registration, the one that gonna send the data to the what? To the backend. Okay, so we need to create it here on top. So just come here on top here. So where is it? Here. So just below the build role. So we need to do what? To have another method here. So here gonna say what? This one we're gonna say void. So void handle what? Handle register. So handle register like that. So here we need to say if our form key, this one we're gonna use to check the current state. So the current state, if it is dot validate, if it is what? False. So it's false. If it is false, here we do what? Now we need to do what? We need to check if. So because we're gonna need to have a place for what? For agreeing to terms. So you need to say agreed. So agreed, this one should be double E, not double G. So let us come to it here. So for the typo, so gonna say what? Where is it? This one. So we need to rename it well. So gonna say agreed. So remove that one, then you put that one there. So after we have done that one, we need to do what? We need to make sure that the user agrees to terms. Okay, if they don't, if they have not, we need to show the terms error. Okay, so terms error. So we need to create this one. So like this, then you put semicolon there, then you need to return. Okay, so what we're gonna do for showing the terms error, so this one we're gonna create it here. It will be a snack bar. So just come here, we're gonna say what? Void. So void show what? Show terms. So show terms error. So error here gonna do what? We need to have the scaffold. So scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger dot what? Dot of context. So dot of context dot show what? Show snack bar. Okay, show snack bar like this. Then we need to say constant of what? Snack bar. Okay, so snack bar. So the content here, you need to have what? Text. So this one will be a text. So it will be a text widget. So just come here and you say what? Please agree to what? Agree to the terms. Okay, so to the terms and service. So terms of service. So terms of service and privacy policy. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have comma here. Then we need to have a background color. So background color here, we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot error. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the behavior. So the behavior here gonna say what? Snack bar. So snack bar. So snack bar behavior dot what? dot floating. So then from there we need to have a margin. So the margin here gonna say edge insets. So edge insets dot all. So we are gonna pass what up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what dot padding medium, like that. Okay, so then you put semicolon there. So that's it. So we do it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so after we do it, after we check if they have agreed to terms, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to dismiss the keyboard. Okay, so we're gonna say focus. So focus scope. So focus scope here we need to do what, we need to say of context. So then we need to do what, unfocus, that is to remove our keyboard, to dismiss our keyboard. Then from there we need to send our data to the BLoC. Okay, so that the BLoC will send the data to the use cases and then like that. Okay, so we need to read. So what we need to read here, we need to read what, our AuthBloc. So AuthBloc, then we need to do what, we need to add the event, so the event that will be used. So this is where now you pass the auth event. So where you saw that, like we were saying, auth event do this, or the event not auth event, the event dot that. So this is where they get the data. So we're gonna say auth register. So auth register requested. So for the email, we're gonna pass our email, so whatever our controller has. So email controller, then we need to get the text, then we need to trim it, so that is to remove the gaps, so the white spaces. Then from there we need to have a password. So password controller, so password controller dot what, dot text. Then from there we need to have what, the first name. So the first name here we do what, so for the first name we need to say first name, not this one. We need to do first name here, gonna say what, first name. So first controller, first name controller, then dot text. So dot text dot trim, so dot trim there. Then the last name, so the last name there, so the last name we do the same. So you're gonna say what, so you're gonna say the last name here, gonna say what, last. So last name controller dot what, dot text. So dot text dot trim, so dot trim, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have the role. So the role gonna pass the selected one. Okay, so the selected role. Okay, so that's it. Then from there we're gonna put what, we're gonna put semicolon there. So that is the part for what, to handle the registration. So make sure that you have it like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, so this one you're gonna say handle register like this. So we need to do what, so this one should be like that. So it is complaining about what, so we need to make sure it's underscore, so underscore that one. Okay, so like that. So that is the part for what, that is part for our password confirm. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the part for what, for password requirements. Okay, so before we do that we need to restart this one, so then we're gonna see what we have. Okay, so when you restart you can realize we have an error, so the one that is complaining about max lines. So that error occurs because we have the obscure does not allow in what, the one that has multiple lines. Okay, so we need to do what, before we go, let me show you how it looks like in the UI, so that you can be able to know where the error is coming from. So as you can see here, so that part is the one that is having that error. So we need to solve that error. So we need to come to our custom text field. So here, so as you can see, we have that part for max lines. So we need to do what, we need to set a default. So we need to set it a default to what, to 1. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to restart your application so that you'll be able to see now if the error goes away. As you can see, the error disappears. Okay, so that is that part for that one. Now we have that part for password. So So as you can see, so here in the password we have that one for visibility. So if you type there, by default it is what, obscure, so you cannot see. Then when you press that one for visibility, so that is what we have been working on for that part, for what, for password. Okay, so it looks like that. So now we need to do what, now we need to, so we need now to go back and we start working on that, on the other parts. Okay, so let us go and we start working on it. So now the next part, as you can see here in the UI, so the one that we'll be working on, so we want to have that part for what, for the password requirements, and also we need to have a place for accepting what, the terms and conditions. Okay, so then we're gonna work on the other parts. So let us go and we start working on what, on that part. So let us open our Visual Studio Code. So then we need to start working on what, on that part for password requirements. Okay, so now for the part of the what, of the part for the password, what, the password requirements info. So you're gonna say password, so password requirements, so requirements info. So info here, we need to do what, we need to have a container. So container here, so the container gonna do what, here in the container we need to have padding. So padding here gonna say what, constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot all, then we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, dot padding medium, like that. So then from there the next part, it is what, decoration. We need to decorate our container, so we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration here we need to have what, the color. So the color here we need to pass what, we need to pass up colors. So up colors dot what, up colors dot primary blue. Then we need to, with alpha of what, with alpha, so with alpha of 0.1. so then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so you round it like this. So then from there the next part is what, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, the border radius. So here gonna say border radius. So border radius here gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, here we need to pass a value of, we need to pass value of 8. Okay, so then from there the next one, so the next one here we're gonna have a border. So the border here gonna say what, border all. So border all, so border all, so border all. So here we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what, up colors. So up colors dot what, up colors dot primary blue. Then with what, with opacity, so that is with alpha. So with alpha of 0. We need 0.2. So then you need to multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so like that. So that's it. So then from there, now we have that one, we have the box decoration. So then we have decorated our container. So then the next thing that we need to have a child. So here in the child we need to have what, a column. So because they are in the same what, column, so here we need to have the cross-axis alignment. So cross-axis alignment, I want them to start, so we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so then from there the next part, it is what, our children. So our children here we need to have what, we need to have a row. So the row here gonna have what, our children. So the first thing that we need to have, it is what, icon. So icon here we need to say what, icons dot info. So info outline, so info outline. Then the size, so the size here you need to do what, we need to have a value of 16. Then from there we need to have color. So the color here gonna say what, up colors. So up colors dot what, dot primary blue. Okay, so that is part for icon. So then we need to have a gap, so constant sized box. So sized box here gonna say what, we need to have a width. So width here gonna say what, up dimensions. So up dimensions, so up dimensions dot padding small. So padding small, so like that. Then we need to have a text. Okay, so we're gonna say constant text. So the one that was saying password what? So password requirements. So requirements like that. Then we need to style it. So to style it here, gonna say what? Text style. So text style. So then here in the text style, so what we need to have here it is what? The font weight. So the font weight. So font weight here, gonna say what? We're gonna say font weight. So font weight. So font weight of what? So font weight. So font weight. Font. So font weight. So font weight dot what? Weight of 500. Okay. So weight of 500 like that. Okay. So then we need to have the font size. So font size here. So font size, this one we're gonna do what? We're gonna have a value of 12. Okay. So then I'm gonna save it like that. So then the next one it is what? We need to, that is the first row. So now after that row we need to have what? Now the text for that part. Okay. So we need to have a gap. So sized box. So sized box here we need to have a height. So height of what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding small. So padding small like that. Then you do what? Constant of what? Text. So the text here gonna say what? So the first one we need here. So what I will do here, let me come here below. So here we need to have what? So I'm gonna use hyphen. So we're gonna say at least. So at least what? At least 8 characters. So at least 8 characters. Then we need to have a new line so that you to go to the next line. Then we're gonna say what? Gonna say, then we're gonna say one uppercase. So one uppercase letter. So then we need to have a new line. Then from there we need to have what? The next one we need to have what? One lowercase. So one lowercase letter. So one lowercase letter. Then we do what? Then we need to have another one. Gonna say one number. So one number like that. Then you have a new line. So then from there the next one is what? We need to have what? Then we need to have another one. So we're gonna say one special what? One special character. Okay. So one special character. So here we don't want to have commas. We need it to be like that. Then we need to have a new line here. So the new line. So the new line. So this one should not be a comma. It should be like that. Okay. So then from there we need to have what? We need to style it. So to style it we just do what? We're gonna say style. So this one we're gonna say what? Text style. So text style. This one then we need to pass the font size. Okay. So the font size here we need to pass what? So font size we need to pass a value of 11. Okay. So that's it. So then from there, so let us see how it looks like. So let me hot reload so that we're gonna be able to see it. So let us get it. So as you can see, it looks like this. So this is the part that we were working on. So as you can see, we have what? We have that part for password requirements. So it looks like that. Okay, with a background of blue. Okay, even though we don't have the space there, we need to add it. So to add it, you just come here. So just below there, then you need to add what? The space, so that you can have what? The space there. Okay, we're gonna use the sized box. So let us add it. So gonna say constant sized box. So we're gonna pass the height of what? Gonna say height of up dimensions dot what? Dot padding medium. Okay, so then you put comma there. So then you need to save it. Then you need to do what? To hot reload so that you'll be able to see how it looks like. So just press there R. Then as you can see now we have the gap there. Okay, so that is the part that we have been working on. So let us go and we continue working on the other part for the button and others. So let us go back. next one, it is for what? For the privacy, okay, where the user will agree to the privacy, or if they want to go to the privacy to read them. So we're gonna build that widget, so the one that will be responsible for that, okay. So it will be responsible for showing that part, and also the user can navigate to the page that they can be able to read the terms and conditions, okay. So just come here below. So here you just do what? Here gonna say widget, so it's a widget, gonna say widget. So widget here gonna say what? Build. So build terms and what? And privacy. So terms and privacy. So here we need to do what? We need to return. So return container. So return container. Then here we need to have what? So first of all, let us have semicolon there. Then we need to have padding. So the padding here gonna say what? Constant of what? Edge inserts dot all. So dot all here. Then we're gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot padding medium, like that. Then from there, the next part, it is what? Decoration. So we're gonna do decoration here. We're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration like this. So here we need to have a color. So the color here gonna say what? We're gonna say up colors. So up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot surface, okay, like that. Then the next part, it is what? The next part, it is our border radius. So border radius here we need to say what? So the border radius here gonna say border radius dot circular, like this. Then we're gonna pass the value of 12. Then from there we need to have border. So the border here gonna say what? Border all. So we need to border all sides. So then we need to have a color. So color here gonna say what? So first of all, we need to check if they have agreed to terms. So if it is true, we do what? We do up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot primary blue dot what? With alpha. So with alpha of what? 0.3. So then multiply by 255. Then you round it. So then from there, gonna put that comma there. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do is what? Now we need to do here, we need to do what? This one should not be here. So if it is not true, so we need to make sure that we are, so this one ends where? There. So if it is not true, so we just say up colors. So up colors dot what? Surface, okay, not surface, we're gonna use secondary text. Then with alpha of what? We need to have our alpha of 0.3 also. So like this. Then you do what? So after that, now we need to do what? We need to have the box shadow. So box shadow. So this one is a list of box shadows. So just come here and you say what? Box shadow, this one. So here we need to have the color of our shadow. So here gonna say what? Gonna say colors. So colors dot black. So dot black with what? With alpha. So with alpha here, with alpha of what? 0.05. Then you need to multiply by 255. Then you round it, okay, like that, okay. So that is that part. Then we need to have the blur radius. So how does it appear from the dimension? So here we need to make sure it's 4. Then the next one, we need to have the offset. So the offset here to be a constant of what? Offset. So offset. So for the x we need to pass 0. For y, so for y here we need to pass what? Value of what? So we want it to appear in the side of y, okay. So let me save it first. So it looks like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, outside our box decoration, here in our container we need to have a child. So the child here to be a checkbox, so that they can be able to select it, okay. So we're gonna say checkbox. So check box, then we need to have the list style, so this one. So the value, here we're gonna pass what, so the value here we need to pass what, so we're gonna say agree to terms, so we're gonna say agree to term, so agreed to terms there. Then on changed, here we need to pass the value, so then we're gonna do what, so here we need to update it based on what, so we need to set the state. Okay, gonna use the set state, so set state this one. So here we're gonna pass agreed to terms, so agreed to terms here we need to pass the value, so the value, failure to that we just notice what, it is false. Okay, like that. So that is the part for what, so for the value and others. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do here, we need to have a title, so the title here we need, I'm gonna use the rich text, so the rich text, so this one allows you to have different styles in the text. Okay, so the text here, the first one we need to use the text span, so text span, so here in the span we need to style it, so we need to style it here. We're gonna say up text styles, so up text styles, so up text styles, then body small, so then we're gonna say copy width, so copy width here we're gonna say what, color, so the color here we're gonna say what, colors dot what, colors dot gray, so dot gray dot shade of 700. Okay, so shade of 700. So then from there, let me save that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have in the text span, so we're gonna have the children, so where does it end? Here. So here we need to have the children, so the children here, it's a list, so the list here we need to have what, we need to have the constant of what, so it's a list of text span, so text span like this. So the text one, so the text here gonna say what, I agree, so I agree to the what, then to the, then we're gonna have a comma, so remember that space there. So now the next span that we're gonna have this one, so this one later we're gonna make it clickable using the gesture detector, so text span here, so the text here we need to do what, we need to have the terms, so terms of service, so terms of service, then we need to have what, we need to style it, so to style it here gonna what, text style, so text style here, so text style here gonna say what, we're gonna say color, so the color here gonna say what, gonna say up colors, so up colors dot what, dot primary blue, so then from there we need to have decoration, so decoration here we're gonna say what, text decoration, so we need to have text decoration dot underline. Okay, so we need to underline it, so we're gonna say text decoration, so text decoration dot underline. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have a font weight, so font weight here we're gonna say what, font weight of what, so font weight of weight 500. Okay, so we're gonna say weight 500, so like that. Okay, so later we're gonna add the, here in our text span we can have what, gesture recognizer, so we're gonna add it later so that we'll be able to direct the user to what, to the what do we call it, to the terms and service view. Okay, where they can read them. So text span, so text span here, so here we need to do what, to have the text, so the text here gonna say what, end. So that is the importance of having what, having the text span. You can have different text styles in the same what, in the same text. Okay, so then in the same place. Okay, so here for the terms of service, then here we need to have what, here we need to change it to privacy, so I've just copied the one that we had, so privacy policy, so policy like this. Okay, so then you style it like that. Also that one later we're gonna do what, we're gonna add that one. So then from there, so just below our unchanged, so we need to have what, the active color, so the active color, So the active color here, you're gonna say what? App colors. So app colors, so we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot primary blue. Okay, so then from there we need to have the content padding. So content padding here, gonna say what? Edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot what? Dot 0. So then from there the next one, it is what? Control affinity. So control affinity, so this one we're gonna say what? It will be a list style control affinity. So list style control affinity, then we're gonna say dot leading. Okay, so like that. So that is that part. So now we need to use it so that we'll be able to do what? To show that part. Okay, so just come below here. So where is it in our what? Just below this part for password. So here we need to have a gap. So gonna say constant sized box. So sized box, so the sized box here, you're gonna say what? Height. Then you're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Padding medium, like that. Then we need to have what? So now we gonna have, let me have a comment here, gonna say terms and privacy. So privacy checkbox. Okay, so checkbox. So here we need to do what? We need to say build. So build what? Build terms and privacy, like that. So the next one, now we need to start having we're gonna create a custom button. But before we do that, so first of all, let us see now if you have that for privacy. So let us have, we do hot reload so that we'll be able to see it. Okay, so let us grab it. So as you can see here, so now we have that part, but it is inside our what? In the container that we had. Okay, so we need to make sure that we're gonna move out of that part. So just remove that one and make sure you are outside that part, and make sure you are in the main what? The main column. Okay, so then you do like that, then you do hot reload so that you'll be able to see. So let us wait for it. As you can see now, it moves out of what? Of the container for the password requirements. Okay, so that is the part that we are working on. So now after you have done that, now we have what? So we need to have the gaps in our terms and conditions. So add that space there at the end of the text so that we'll be able to do what? To have the gaps. Okay, so that it will look better. So let us restart it and be able to see how it looks like. Okay, currently you can see now it looks well. They are not in the same place. So the one that will be responsible for what? For button. So now for the button, so what we're gonna do here, we need to create a custom button, so that one that will be responsible. So let me show you what we are doing. So as you can see, we have the create account button there. So we need to create that one. So we need to have a custom button. So let us go and we do what? So that one we're gonna create it where? We need to create it to our shared, so the one that will be used by multiple places. So just come to the shared here. So here in the widgets, we need to do what? We need to create a new file. So the custom what? The custom button. So custom button .dart. Okay, so here you're gonna do what? We're gonna say, so the first thing that we're gonna do here, we need to have an enum. So enum of button variant. So button variant. So button variant. So because we need to have different variants of this button. So it can be primary, secondary, so secondary, and also outline. Okay, so outline, like that. Okay, so then from there, now we need to create the stateless widget. So we're gonna say st, so we're gonna say stateless. So this one will be the custom button. So then we need to import our container and others from the material.dart. So it looks like that. Okay, so the first thing, we need to have some few variables here. So we're gonna say final void callback. So void callback, it's good when you are creating a function that can be implemented by the handler, so that it will just send it. Okay, so this one we're gonna do what it will have on pressed. Okay, so we're gonna name that like that. Then we need to have a string of text. So then from there we need to have what final button variant. So the button variant, so variant here, gonna name it what the variant. So then from there we need to have what final double nullable, gonna say what the width. Okay, so then we need to have the final double of height, so height like that. Then we need also to have what final icon data, so icon data nullable, then we're gonna say icon. Then we need to have what final bool, so final bool here is loading. Okay, so like that. Then you need to create the constructor with these parameters, so then you add them like that. So here for variant, I don't want it to be required, I need to pass out a default. So you're gonna say button variant, so button variant dot what primary. Okay, like that. So then from there, this one is loading by default. We need to have what we're gonna have it as false. Okay, so like that. Okay, now after doing that, now we need to start working on the build method. So here we need to use sized box, so sized box like that. So here we need to have the width, so the width, we're gonna pass the width that will be passed. So then from there we need to have what the height, so the height here we're gonna have the height, so the height we're gonna pass the height there. Then we're gonna say what up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what dot button height by default. Okay, so if it was not provided, we just give that one. Okay, gonna say button height. Okay, then from there we need to have the child. So here the child, we need to use the elevated button, so elevated button, this widget. So on pressed, we pass, first of all we check if it is loading. So if it is loading, we just pass null, and if it is not, we just do what on pressed. Okay, so on pressed. Then for child, here for the child here, we need first of all to do what to check if it is loading. So if it is loading, here we need to do what we need to have a constant of what sized box, so sized box to show the circular progress indicator. So we're gonna say height, so the height of 20, and width, we need to have it what as a width of what, so width of 20. And also we need to have what we need to have the child, so the child here we're gonna say what circular progress indicator, so we're gonna say circular progress indicator. So the color, so the color you're gonna say up colors, so up colors dot what up colors dot surface. Okay, so we need to import our up colors here, so just import it there. Then we're gonna say surface like that. Then from there the stroke width, so now after that we do a stroke width of what of 2, so like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, if it is not what, so if it is not loading, so we need to do what, so if it is not loading, we need to have a row. So here in the row we need to have the main access size, so main access size we want it to occupy the minimum size, so main access size dot minimum. So then from there we need to have the main access alignment, so we're gonna say want it to be centered, so main access alignment dot center. So then the next one, we need to have the children, so the children here we need to do what we need to say if our icon here, if the icon that is passed here it's not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, so we need to use the spread operator to add it. Okay, so here gonna say icon, so we're gonna say icon, the icon that will be passed, then the size, so the size of the icon will be, so this one should not be icons, so this one should be what should be icon. So then the size here you're gonna pass what you're gonna say up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what dot icon size like that. So then we need to have a gap here, So we're gonna say what? Gonna say constant sized box. So sized box. So we're gonna have a width of 8. Okay, so that's it. Then we need to have outside this one, we need to have the text. So we're gonna pass the text here. So text here, we're gonna pass what? Our text. Okay, so like that. Let me save this one first. So it looks like that. Okay, so then we need to style our what? Our elevated button. So just come here, just come below our on pressed, we're gonna say style. So here to style it, we need to create a custom style. Okay, so gonna say get button what? So get button style. Okay, like that. So we need to create this method. So this one will be just outside our build method here. So just come here below, then you're gonna say what? Button style. So button style, this one. Then you're gonna say what? Get button what? Get button style. Okay, so this one. So here we're gonna say switch, so based on the variant. So that's what we need to do. So variant. So here we do what? So for the switch, so that one we're gonna add the missing switch cases. So the first one for the primary. So for the primary here we need to do what? We need to return. So we're gonna return elevated button. So elevated button. So elevated button dot what? Dot style from. So like this. Then first of all we put semicolon there. So then here we need to have the background color. So background color, you're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot primary blue. So then from there we need to have what? Foreground color. So here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot surface, like that. Then the next one we need to have what? Text style. So the text style here gonna say what? Up text styles. So up text styles. So we need to import this one. So the up text styles here we need to import it. So then we need to say what? Dot button, like that. Then we need to have the shape. So the shape here gonna say what? Rounded rectangle border. So here you need to have the border radius. So we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So here gonna pass what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions here gonna say up dimensions dot what? Border radius. Okay, so that's it. So now after that we need to have what? We need to have the elevation. So the elevation. So elevation here gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Elevation. Okay, so that's it. So then we're gonna remove this one. So I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna copy this return. So then I'm gonna come here in the secondary. So I'm gonna paste it here. So even here for the outline. So just paste it here. So it looks like this. Okay, so what we need to change here for the background, here we need to use the surface. Then for the foreground we're gonna use the primary blue. So then from there for the text up text styles we're gonna say this one. So but we need to change the color. So copy width. So the copy width here gonna say what? We're gonna have the color. So the color here gonna say up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot primary blue. Okay, so like that. So for the shape we're gonna remain like that. So then what we need to do, we need to add something here for the color. Okay, so for the side, so border side, so we're gonna say border constant of what? So constant of border side. So constant of what? Border side. So border what? Border side, this one. Then we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say up colors dot what? So up colors dot primary blue. Okay, so that's it. So then from there The next one for the elevation here, we don't want to have any elevation, so we're gonna have 0. So then from there we need to have what, this one. So this one we're gonna use for the background if it is outline. So for the background here we want to use that. So you're gonna say colors. So colors dot what, transparent, like that. Then here you're gonna say what, primary blue. Then from there for that one, for here we need to copy this one. For the side we need to copy this one. I'm gonna copy this one. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna paste it here. So like that. For the primary, for the color here, instead of blue here we need to do what, I'm gonna remove this one. So this one I'm gonna say colors. So here gonna say colors dot what, dot gray. So dot gray here. So then with a shade of what, so colors dot gray dot gray, then we're gonna have a shade of 300. Okay, like that. So that is that part. So it looks like that. So it is complaining about what, can't be accessed to in a constant. Okay, so we need to remove this constant here. So then after doing that, for elevation we need to pass what, 0. Okay, we don't want to have any elevation there. So that is the part for what, so that is our custom what, our custom button. So we need to use it. So just come back to our what, to our register page. So here, so just below our what, our terms and privacy here. So here we need to do what, we need to have the register button. So we're gonna say register button. So register button, like that. Then here we're gonna say what, custom button. So our custom button. So custom button, like this. We need to import it first. So we just need to import it from here. So then after you have done that, we need to pass the missing parameters that are required. So just pass them like this. So for the text, so here for the text we're gonna say what, create account. Okay, so like that. So then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say on pressed. So on pressed here we need to check if the state, we need first of all to track the state. So if the state is auth loading, so if it is auth loading, we're gonna return null. So else we're gonna do what, we're gonna handle the registration. Okay, so we're gonna handle the register like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the width. So we want it to occupy the available space. So double dot infinity. Okay, so that's it. So then after doing that, so let us see how it looks like. So let us do the hot reload, then we're gonna see how it looks. So let us bring it here. So as you can see, so this is what, so that button is the one that we have been working on. So the custom button, so with the create what account. Okay, even though now we have they are together with the terms and conditions, so we need to have a gap there. So what we're gonna do, we need to have a gap there. So we need to paste what we copied there. So let us come and just below the terms and conditions, just copy that one, and then you come below our what, terms and privacy, then you paste it there. Okay, so we're gonna use the padding large, so that we're gonna have a what, a large gap there. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Then after we have done that, now we need to restart it. Okay, so that we're gonna be able, so as you do that, so let us wait for, as you can see now we have that gap there. So then as you can see, also we have the shadow in the container for the terms and conditions, the one that we were creating. So after you have done that, now we can be able to do what, to go to the next part. So for the next part we need to do what, let me remove this one first. So so that we can be able to go to, let us go to the design, then we're gonna see what we are going to create next. Okay, so let me open it. So as you can see here, we have that part for already have an account, so we need to go to the sign up. Okay, so this is what we need to work on. So let us come here and we just come to our what, just below our custom button, then we start working on that part. Okay, so just below our custom button, so what we're gonna do here, we need to have a gap. So the gap, we're gonna copy this one, so this one, say copy, then we're gonna come here below. So here we need to have that gap, then from there we need to have what, gonna say divider. So divider here we do what, so divider here gonna have a row, so we're gonna say constant row. So here in the row we need to have the children, so the children we're gonna have expanded, so expanded. So the child here gonna use what, the divider widget, so like that. Okay, gonna pass it with its default. So then from there we need to have a padding, so padding here we need to have a padding of what, so we're gonna say edge insets, so edge insets dot what, dot symmetric. So symmetric here gonna have a horizontal, so we need to have a horizontal for what, up. So we're gonna say up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, dot padding medium. Okay, so padding medium like that. So then from there we need to have the child in our padding, so the child here gonna what, gonna have a text, so the text here to be what, the or. Okay, so or, the one that you saw there, then we need to style it. So to style it, we just come here, so we need first of all to, so then we need to have a gap here in between or and styling. So for the or, then we need to style it here. So after we do that, we're gonna say what, up text style, so up text styles, not new, we need to say dot what, dot body small. Okay, so like that. So that's it for that part. So the next one, we need to have also a divider, so I'm gonna copy this one, so gonna copy this one, so just outside the padding. So we need to do what, we need to have it here. Okay, so that's it. So then the next part is what, we need to have that part for what, for the login. Okay, so just come, I need to copy this one, so that we're gonna have a gap. So we're gonna say Control C, then when you come just below our row there, so we need to have what, paste that one there. So then from here we need to have a login link, so login link, so this one will be a row. So then we need to say main access alignment, so main access alignment, we're gonna say main access alignment dot center, so main access alignment dot what, dot center. Then from there the next part, it is what, the children. So the children here gonna do what, we're gonna say constant of text, so the text here gonna say what, already, so already have an account, so already have an account. So if they have an account here, we need to do what, so we're gonna say style, so the style here gonna say what, up text style, so up text styles, so styles dot what, dot body medium. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a what, a text button, the one that can be clickable, so text button. So this one, when it is pressed, we need to do what, we need to say state. We need first of all to know if the state is auth loading, so auth loading, so auth loading like this. So if it is true, we just return null there, else we're gonna do what, we need to go to the what, to go to the login page. Okay, so context dot what, dot go, so here dot go, then we're gonna say what, we need to go to the login. Okay, so like that. Then for the child, so for the child here, we're gonna do what, we need to have a text, so constant of what, of a text, so text here we're gonna say what, we're gonna say log in. Okay, then we need to style it. So for the color here, gonna say what, up colors, so up colors dot primary blue. So then from there we need to have a font weight, So font weight, so font weight, so I think up, where are we? So here, this one should be in what, in our text style. Okay, so text style, so we need to open that one, and also we need to close it here. So just close it here. Then we're gonna say font weight. So font weight here, gonna say font weight dot what, dot weight of 500. Okay, font weight, so font weight, so font weight dot weight of what, weight of 500, 600, not 500. So we need to have it as a 600, like that. Okay, so then, so this one, it complains what, so it is saying that too many what, so did we not pass it in the right place? So text, so this one starts where, there, and ends there. So the child, so login, then style, so this one should be in a style, so we need to say style, so style like this. Okay, so then after doing that, now it's okay. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we have that one, then we need to have an app version. So just below this one, so in the same what, in the same column, so just need to have a what, so we're gonna paste that one there. Then we're gonna do what, so this is not necessary, but you can do what, telehealth, so we're gonna say telehealth app. Then this one gonna give a version of what, 1.0.0. okay, so then you need to style it. So to style it, you just do what, app text styles, so app text styles, so app text styles, then dot body is small, so then body small dot copy width, so copy width, so copy width here, you're gonna see, change the color, so we're gonna use what, colors dot gray dot shade of 500. okay, shade of 5, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now our register page looks like that. So let us restart and see how it looks like, so that we'll be able to go to the, so let us go and grab it, so that we'll be able to see what is going on. So let me bring it here. So it is here now. So as you can see, now we have that part for already have an account, so we can log in. So now this is what we have been working on, the register screen. So it looks like that. Okay, where you can do, you can accept the terms, you can do what, you can do a lot of things here. Okay, so that is what we have been working on. So now we need to start working on the login screen and others. Okay, so let me remove that one, and then we go back to our code, then we start working on building the other parts. So now let us create for the login page. So just come here and you do what, gonna say login page .dart. So what I'm gonna do, because most of the things will be the same, so I need to copy the register. So let me copy this one. So then I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna paste it here. So we need to do some few changes here and there. So from the name, this one will be what, this one we want it to be login page, so we're gonna say login, so login page, like that. So let me copy this one, so that we'll be able to do what, not this one, so we need to paste it there, then also here, then also this one, like that. Then we need also here, like that. Okay, so after doing that, now we can do what, now we need to do some few things. So first of all, so here we don't need what, these controllers for password confirm, for password, like that. So first name, and also what, so this one we remove that one, and also for the first name and what, the last name, so we do it like that. So for the obscure password, we pass there, then for confirm, and also for what, for agreed terms and selected role, and also for that one. So then we need also to have another flag to track if we are currently processing a login request. Okay, gonna say bool. So bool is is processing login. Gonna set it to false by default. Okay, so that's it. So then from there we add that observer as usual. Then for dispose we need to remove these ones, so we need to remove them, the ones that are not there. We do it like that. Then did so then validate session for that one. So then from there we need to have the navigate. So then we don't need this one, the validate name. So validate name, we don't need it, so we remove it there. Then from there validate email, so that one we can have it. So but for password we need to remove it because we don't need it, so we need to remove the two. So also for the role we don't need it, so like this. Okay, so then for the here we need to handle login. Okay, gonna say handle login. So login, then we need to remove the part for checking if they have agreed. Okay, so here we need to do so if form key dot current state, so current state dot validate, so dot validate here gonna say false. So here we need to set the processing flag to prevent multiple submissions. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's processing, so if it is processing login we need to return, so we need to return. Then from there we need to set the state. So if it is not processing, we need to now to set it. Okay, it's processing login, we're gonna set it to gonna set it to true. So then from there now we need to remove the keyboard to dismiss the keyboard. So we're gonna say focus, so focus scope dot dot of context, so then of context dot and focus. Okay, so like that, then you put semicolon there. Then we need to do so we need to come this part, we remove this one. So we're gonna say context, so context dot read, so read AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here gonna do we need to add this event for login. So we're gonna say login gonna say login event. So we're gonna say auth login, so auth login requested. So for the email we pass our email controller, so email controller dot text dot trim, like that. Then for the password we're gonna say password controller, so password controller dot text. Okay, so like that, then you put semicolon there. So that is the method for handling that one. So before we continue, I need to have a bool for remember me. Where did we add it? So we need to add it here. So we're gonna say not final, gonna say bool. So bool here gonna say remember me. So remember me is equals to gonna set it to false. Okay, so like that. So that's it. So then from there we need to do we need to have a method for handling the forgot password. So even though currently we won't do this is handle login. Okay, so this one should be like that. So I'm gonna remove the short-term error. Then we do here we need to have the forgot password, but currently we won't implement it, so because we have not yet implemented it in our bucket. So we're gonna say forgot, so forgot password, so forgot password like this. Then we need to do here you just need to show a snack bar. So we're gonna say scaffold, so scaffold messenger dot of context. So then dot of context dot show snack bar. So then you're gonna do constant of snack bar. So snack bar dot content. So we're gonna say text. So text you're gonna say forgot. So forgot password feature, okay, feature, then coming soon, okay, gonna say coming soon like that. So we're gonna leave it there. Then the background color, we're gonna say app colors dot what, so app colors dot blue primary, so app colors dot primary blue like that, okay. So then we're gonna put semicolon there. So that is it. So this one for the terms, we need to remove it also. Just come here and you remove it, you don't need that one, so like that, okay. So then from there, then from there we do what, so for the validate email gonna remain like that, so enter like that, okay. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have validate password, okay. So let me copy it, so we removed that one. So let us come here, so to validate password, this one, so gonna do what, gonna do like this, then I'm gonna paste it here, so just paste it here. So what I don't want to check, we want just to check if the password it is what, required, and also like that. So then it must be 8 characters like that, okay. So like that, then we need to come now to our builder, so to our consumer. So for the context, we check if it is what, first of all, what we need to check, so if it is authenticated, also we need to check for what, so here we need to say if state here dot what, not dot, is what, it's not auth loading, so it is not auth loading. So if it is not auth loading, here we need to set the state, so we're gonna say set state, so set state. So this is when we do what, we click that button to login, so we're gonna say is processing login. Here we need to set it to what, to false, okay, like that. So then if it is authenticated, so if it is authenticated, here we need to do some few checks. So we need to do what, so update user status, then we need to do what, so first of all, here we do what, just below this one, we need to check if the email verification is required, okay. So we're gonna say if state.user, so state.user is what, verified, so is verified. So we need to show what, we need to show the verification required dialog, or so we need to show that, okay. So we need to create that one, so just come here on top, so just come here, so the one that will be responsible for showing that, okay. So you're gonna say void show what, show email verification, so email verification, so email verification dialog, so email verification dialog, we're gonna say build context, so we're gonna say context, then we're gonna say user, we pass user there. So then here we need to show dialog, okay. So we're gonna say show dialog, so show dialog, so this one. So for the context, we pass our context. So before we go to the builder, we need to have the barrier dismissible, so we're gonna set it to false. So then from there we need to go to the builder. So here in the builder we need to do what, we need to have a build context, so we're gonna say build what, gonna say build context, here gonna pass context like that, okay. So here we need to return, so we need to return a what, alert dialog, okay. So return alert dialog, so alert what, alert dialog like this. So then we need to have the shape, so before we do that we need to put semicolons here, so in those two places. So then here we're gonna do what, gonna say shape, so shape here gonna do what, we need to say it is a rounded what, rounded rectangle, so rectangle border. So where we're gonna have the border radius, So border radius, you're gonna say border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. Then we're gonna pass a value of 12. Okay. So then after doing that, we need to have what? The title. So title. So the title here gonna say what? To be a constant row. So row here we need to have the children. So the children here we need to have what? Icon. So the icon here gonna say icons dot what? Icons dot email outlined. So email outlined like that. Then the color. So the color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? Dot primary blue like that. Then we do what? Then we need to have a gap. So sized box. So sized box here gonna have a width of 8. So like that. Then we need to have what? Gonna say text. So text here gonna say what? Verify your email. Okay. So like that. Okay. So then after doing that, let me first of all save it. So then from there, that is the part for what? For title. The next one we need to have what? We need to have the content. So the content here, it's also a widget. So we need to use column. So column here we do what? So here in the column we need to have the main access size. We want it to occupy the minimum size. So we're gonna say main. So main access what? Main access size dot minimum. So then from there we need to have what? Cross access alignment. So the cross access alignment here we need it to start. So cross access alignment. So cross access alignment dot what? Dot start. Okay. So then from there we need to have what? Children. So the children here we do what? So here we need to do what? We need to have it as a text. So the text here gonna say what? Hi. So then we pass what? The username. Okay. User dot what? First name. So first name like that. Okay. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to style it. So we need to style it. So we're gonna say what? That one should not be there. So that one should be there, like, but this one. So we're gonna say style. So the style here gonna say app text style. So app text style. So dot body medium. So body medium dot what? Dot copy width. So copy width. So the copy width here gonna say font weight. So font weight. So then you're gonna say font weight of what? 600. Okay. So font weight dot weight of 600. Okay, like that. So it looks like that. Then after doing that, let me save it. So now we need to have what? So now we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna say constant of sized box. So sized box, this one. Then we need to have what? A height of what? Of 8. So then from there we need to have a constant text. So text here gonna say what? Gonna say please verify. So please verify your email address. Okay. So to access what? All features. Okay. All features of the app like that. So then you need to style it. Okay. So to style it, we need to say app what? App text what? App text styles. So dot what? Body medium like that. Okay. So then we need to have a gap also. So we need to have a gap of what? Constant sized box. So sized box. So here we need to do what? We need to have a height. So height we're gonna say what? 12. So then from there we're gonna say what? Text. So text here gonna say what? We've sent what? So we're gonna say we. So then backward slash, so that we're gonna have that apostrophe, that quote there. So we're gonna say we've done what? We've sent a verification link to what? So link to that email. Okay. So we need to style it. So app what? We're gonna say app text style. So app text styles here dot what? Dot body small. So but dot, then we need to have copy width. So the copy width here gonna say what? Color. So the color here gonna say what? Colors. So colors dot gray. So gray dot what, shade of 600. Okay, like that. So then after we have done that, now we need to have a gap also. So I said our text here, now we need to have a gap for sized box. So sized box of what, height of 4, like this. Then we need to have what, we need to have a text. So the text here, we need to do what, to have user. So user dot what, dot email. Okay, so then we need to style it. So we're gonna say app text styles. So app text styles dot what, body medium. So body medium dot copy width. So copy width here gonna say what, gonna say font weight. So font weight here gonna say what, font weight of 600. Okay, so font weight dot weight of 600. Okay, so weight of 600, like that. So then from there we need to have a color. So we're gonna say color. So color here gonna say what, app colors. So app colors dot what, primary. So primary blue. Okay, so like that. Okay, so that is the part for what, for that column. So the next part in our still in our alert dialog, so we need to do what, we need to have the actions. Okay, so the actions here, so the actions here that we need to have the text button. So text, so we're gonna say text button. So this one, so when it is pressed, we need to navigate now to the specific what, to the specific page. So but we're gonna show the verification banner. Okay, so we're gonna say navigate to navigate based on role, then you pass the user there. So like that. Okay, then for the child here, we're gonna say what, constant of what, text. So the text here gonna say what, letter. So like that. Okay, so then we do it like that. So I've saved that one. So then the next part, it is what, we need to have the text button. So text button also, so text button, so this one. So on pressed, we need to do what, we need to go to the verification, email verification. Okay, so we're gonna say navigator. So navigator dot of context. So of context, we need to pop it first. So we pop it, then after we have pop it, we need to go to the what, to the specific what, to the verify email. Okay, that one. So then you put semicolon there. So the child here to be a text. So we're gonna say constant of what, text. So then you're gonna say verify now. Okay, so verify now, like that. Okay, so that is the part for what, for our dialog. Okay, the one that will be responsible for showing that the user, they need to do what, they need to do what, they need to verify their emails. Okay, so let us come back to our what, to our block consumer. So gonna come where, so we need to, so here. Okay, so here we need to do what, if the user is not verified, we need to show that what, show that verification dialog. So the user, we're gonna get the user from what, not here. So we need to do what, we need to go to the user here. So the user, we're gonna get them from the state. Okay, so then after doing that, we need to put semicolon here. So else we're gonna do what, else we need to navigate based on what, user role. Okay, so like this. So then we save it. So then from there, else if it is what, else if we have the auth error. So this one, we're gonna remove this one. So we need to remove this one. So we're gonna say else if, so gonna say if, so else if we're gonna check what, if it is auth error, where is it, here. If it is auth error here, we need to do something. So what we need to do, first of all, we need to clear the what, the password, to clear the password field on error for security. Okay, gonna say password control dot what, dot clear. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to show that snack bar. So then we need to do what? Also, if it is what? If it is, we need to check if the session is expired. So we're gonna say else if. So else if the state. So here gonna say what? State. So else if the state dot what? So the state is what? Auth session, not dot. So we're gonna say is what? Auth what? Session expired. Okay. If it is session expired here, we need to show a snack bar. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this one. So let me copy this one. So you're gonna paste it here like this. Then we're gonna save it. So for the message here, we need to check. Okay, so you can see it is complaining about null. So here we need to check if it is null. So just say your what? Your session has what? Expired. Okay, so like that. Then you're gonna say what? Please log in again. Okay, so like that. Then for the background color here, gonna use warning like that. Okay, so then the other part remains the same. Okay, so then here we need to do what? So here in the builder, so the first thing that we need to do, gonna say final is loading. We need to track this one if it is loading. So we're gonna say state is what? Auth loading. So auth loading. So auth loading this one. So or what? So gonna say or it is processing. So it is processing login. Okay, that is the state. Okay, so then here we need to pass it here. Okay, so just say is loading like that. So then from there, the next part, it is what? So here form, it will remain like that. So then we're gonna say welcome back. So this one will be welcome back. So welcome back. Okay, so we're gonna say here, gonna pass what? Login. Gonna say log in. So log in to continue. Okay, so to continue your healthcare what? Your healthcare journey. Okay, healthcare journey like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need now to remove these ones. So these ones we don't need them. So this row, so the name feeds here, so we need to remove it. So just make sure you remove it. So it ends where? So here, gonna remove up to here like this. Okay, so then from there we need to do what? Also to remove this part. So this part for the what? For the role. Okay, so then from there, the next one, the password will remain the same. So then we need to remove the confirm. So the confirm, so that is part for what? So then here we have what? This is the password requirements. We're gonna remove it also. So just come here, you just remove this one. So the password requirements, so where does it start and where does it end? So we need to come up to this part for the privacy. So we remove that part like that. Then after doing that, we need to do what? We need to, here instead of handle register, we need to handle what? We need to handle the login. Okay, like that. So then here you can also add what? The custom button. So here the validator, we have that one. So then also we have on pressed, where is it? So custom text field, we need to add what? On field submitted. So when you press enter, so we need to have what? On field submitted, this one. So here we need to do what? So here we need to just handle what? Gonna say handle login. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, the next part that we need to have, it is what? We need to have a remember me. So just below this one, So just below our padding here, so below our custom button, so we need to do what? No, not custom button, so just need to be below our password there. So we need to have a constant. So constant here, we're gonna say what? Size, not sized box. So because we have sized box here, we need to say what? We need to have a remember me. So remember me. So remember me, and what? And forgot password row. Okay, password. So here we're gonna say what? We're gonna say row. So here the row here, we need to have the children. So the children here, we need to have it, we need to have a comma here first. So here in the children, we need to have the expanded. So expanded. So expanded here. So here for the expanded here, we do what? We need to have a child. So the child will be the checkbox list tile. So checkbox list tile, this one. So the value here gonna pass our remember me. So remember me. So unchanged. So first of all, we need to check if it is loading. So if it is loading, we do what? We return null. But if it is not, we need to have the value. So the value gonna pass it to the what? To the set state. Okay, so set, gonna say set what? So set state here, we need just to change it. Okay, gonna say remember me. So this one we need to have the value. So if the value is there, then the default we gonna have false. Okay, so like that. So let me save it. So it looks like that. So the first thing that we need also to have here, it is what? Our title. So the title here, we're gonna say constant of text. So the text here gonna say what? Remember me. So remember me. Then we're gonna do what? Style. So style here gonna say what? Up text, what? Up text. So up text style. So styles, then dot body small. Okay, so body small like this. Then I save it. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the, we need to come just below our unchanged. So here we need to have what? We need to style it. So active color. So the active color here, we're gonna say what? Up colors dot. So up colors dot blue, primary blue. So like that. So then the next one is what? The next one, it is the content padding. So content padding here, gonna say what? Edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot 0, like that. Then from there, gonna say control affinity. So control affinity here, gonna say what? List tile control affinity. So list tile. So list tile control affinity dot what? Leading. Okay, so that's it. Then the next part is what? We need to have a forgot password. So still here outside the expanded. So here gonna say what? Text button. So text button, this one. Then when pressed, we need to check if it is loading. So if it is loading here, gonna pass null. Else we're gonna say what? Handle what? So we're gonna say handle password, forgot password. Okay, so that one we're gonna implement later. So then here for the child, we need to have what? Constant. So constant what? Text. So text here gonna say what? Forgot. So forgot password. Okay, so forgot password like this. Then we do what? Then we're gonna say, we're gonna style it. So to style it, you just say style. So style here gonna say what? Text style. So text style. Then we need to have a color. So the color here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Primary blue. Okay, so then we're gonna have a font size. So font size of value of 13. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna save it. So now the next thing, we're gonna copy this one. So Control C. Then I'm gonna come below this one, our register form. So here it is our login what? Button. Okay, so login, like that. So this one we're gonna name it what? So we need to check if it is what? It is loading. So if it is loading, here we're gonna do what? We're gonna show null okay. So not show null. Here we can show, can say logging in, so logging in like that, then you put 3 dots there, else we're gonna show what, login, okay. So that's it. Then that one looks like that, okay. So then from there, now we need to do what, now we need to have that gap. So here gonna say or, then we're gonna have that divider. So then from there we need to have the sign up what, gonna say sign up link. So here gonna say what, don't have an account, so gonna say don't, so don't have what, an account. So we need to make sure that you put this one there. So then from there we do what, if you don't have an account you need to go to what, to register, okay. So you're gonna say register, so register like that. So then you're gonna say what, sign up, so you're gonna say sign up, okay. So then you remove this one. So then from there, now the other parts remain the same, so we need to make sure we have it like that, okay. So that is the part for what, so for the login. So we need to add it here in our what, in our, so in our app router. So I think currently we have it, so the login there, the name. So here we need to do what, we need to have that route, okay. So just come here and you say go route, so go route. Then so for the path here, gonna do what, so this one we're gonna name it to our login, okay, because it will be responsible for that, okay. So you name it what, gonna say /, then you're gonna say login, so like that. Then you need to have what, the name. So but the name, it's good to put it here from the start. Gonna say name, so the name here gonna say app route names, so app route names dot what, dot login. So then you put comma there. Then we need to have what, we need to have the what, we need to have the builder. So the builder here, we pass the context, so context and also the state. Then we need to do what, we need to return our constant of what, login, so login page like that. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need first of all to test it to see how it looks like. So let us do what, I'm gonna do a hot restart. So then I'm gonna do what, let me bring the application so that we can be able, let us wait for it to restart. Then we need to see it, okay. So let me grab it so that we'll be able to see, and then we test it to see whether we have the login screen and how it looks like. So as you can see, so I've brought it here. So what we're gonna do, so we have that part for what, so we have that part for the login. So just press there to go to the login screen. So as you can see, we have the welcome back, we have the icon, we have that, the subtitle, we have the divider there, we have the email, and also for the password, and also for remember me and forgot password, and we have the login. So when you press it, it should be able to send the data to the backend. Currently the reason why, because we have sent nothing, so that is the response from the backend. As you can see, it changes the color of the text fields based on the errors, okay. Then it gives you that email is required and password is required. So when you press that one for sign up, as you can see, it goes to the home page. So the reason it's because that we set the register, which we have not yet put that one. So because currently you're using what, the root, the initialization, so we need to change that one to test it. So this is for test purposes. So just change from the login in our what, in our login, that place where we have that part for go. So we need to change that one from register to what, to /, so that we'll be able to go to the root, okay. So then after we have done that, now we can restart it so that to see that we can be able to test it again, okay. So when you restart, automatically it will go to the register screen because we have not yet registered, so we don't have the tokens and others, okay. So that is what we need to do. So let us wait for it to restart. So as you can see, let us wait for it to go to the register screen. So as you can see now, it goes to the register screen. So then we need to go back to the the login. So in the login we need to test it, to press again sign up, to go back to our register screen. So that is that part. Now the next thing that we need to do what? Now we need to be able to, so currently as you can see, we are doing what? We are getting to the register screen, which this one it won't be effective, so we need to create another part in the core folder for presentation, the one that will be handling the initialization. So it will be our splash screen, so it will be in the presentation. Then you're gonna create another folder in the presentation, then you're gonna name it pages. So here in the pages, so we need to create a new pages. So then after that we need to create the app initialization file. Okay, so just press there, then you say app initialization. So we're gonna say app initialization, so app initialization page. So this one will be responsible for checking either you are logged in or not, so if you have tokens or not. Okay, if you are authenticated or not. If you are not, it just alerts us. So here we're gonna name it up an initialization like that. So then we're gonna say initialization page. Then from there we need to import the container and others from the material.dart. So we need to import it like that. Then from there, now we need to do what? So we need to remove that one first so that we can be able to see. So here in the app initialization, what we need to do first is that we need to be able to, when we log in, when this page it is loaded, the widget, we want to first of all in the init state. So this one will help us to be able to do something when this screen is opened. Okay, so we need to check if you are authenticated. So context.read. So what we need to read here, we need to read our AuthBloc. Okay, so from the AuthBloc, so when I say AuthBloc, so AuthBloc here, so then we need to add the event that will be responsible, the one that is responsible for what? For checking if we are authenticated. So auth check requested. Okay, that is it. Now we need to do what? To continue here. So now we need to do what? Here in the container, we don't want to return a container. I want to have a constant of what? Scaffold. Okay, so scaffold like that. So here in the scaffold we need to have the background color, even though it's not a must because we already have. So but we can change it. Okay, so let us change it first of all. So we're gonna say app colors. So we need to change it from the current one, the one that we passed in the what? So app colors first, we need to import it. We need to have a unique color for this page. Okay, so we're gonna say primarily blue. So then from there we need to have the body. So the body here we need to have center, we needed them to be centered. So here we need to have the child. So the child here to be a column. So column. So the column here we need to have what? The main axis first. So main axis alignment, we want it to be in the center. So main axis alignment dot center. Okay, so dot center like that. So then from there we need to have the children. So the children here we need to have what? Gonna say icon. So the icon here gonna say what? We need to say icons dot healing. So dot healing like that. Then we're gonna say size. So we're gonna pass value of 80. Then the color. So the color of our icon, we're gonna say app colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot surface like that. Then from there we need to have a gap. So here gonna say sized box. So sized box, then you're gonna say height of what? Height of 24. Okay, so 24 like that. Then you're gonna have a text. So text here gonna say what? Gonna say telehealth. So it's telehealth here. Then we need to style it. So to style it, you just say what? We're gonna say text style. So text style So here text style, here gonna say what? Gonna say font size. So the font size here we need it to be 28, and also we're gonna say font weight. So font weight we need it to be bold. So font weight dot bold. So font weight. So font weight. So font weight dot bold. Like that. Then we're gonna say color. So the color here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot surface. Okay, so like that. So let me save that one. So then from there we need also to have a circular progress indicator. So we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say sized box. So sized box here gonna say what? We need to have a height. So height of 16, like that. Then we do what? Gonna say circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator here we're gonna say value. So the value color here gonna say always stopped animation. So this one, then we're gonna pass a value of what? Of color. So we're gonna say color here. So color, like that. Then the value. So here the value gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Up colors dot surface. Okay, like that. So that is it. So that is our what? App initialization. So after we have done that, now we need to do what? Now we need to change the route names so that we'll be able to do what? So just come here. Already we have the initialization, so we need to come here in the router. So for our app router, so what we're gonna do here, so the first thing first, so for the register, this one we're gonna pass what? Register, like that. So then we need to do what? We need to have another route here. So the initial, like that. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say GoRouter. So GoRouter. So GoRouter here we're gonna say what? The path here to be what? Now the route. So then the builder. So the builder here gonna pass the context. So context and also the state. So the state here we need to return what? Gonna say constant of what? App initialization page. Okay, so app initialization page, like that. Then we need to have the name. So here gonna say what? The name. Here gonna say app routes name. So app route names, app route names. So names dot what? Initialization. So then we need to have what? We need to have a comma. Then we need to have the path, like that. Then we need to have what? The comma here. Then we save it. Okay, so that is that part. Now we need to start working on the guard, the one that will be responsible based on the authentication. We don't want the user, the moment they are logged in, to stay in the to start from the initialization, then they go to the login page, then or the register. We need to be able to direct the user based on the authentication status. So we just come here in the authentication guard. So here gonna say router guard. So router auth guard. So gonna name it like this. So router auth guard. So here, so what we need here, we need to have a static. So static AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here gonna say what? Get. So we're gonna have a private variable here for AuthBloc. So we need to return, use the GetIt. So the GetIt, this one. Then we pass what? Then we pass our AuthBloc here. So like that. Okay, so we're gonna get that instance. So we do it like that. So the AuthBloc, we need to import it. So just import it from that place. Okay, so then here, so here we need to have the main redirect logic for GoRouter. So we're gonna say static. So static string. So static string. Then we're gonna say what? Redirect. So redirect what? Logic. So logic. So here gonna pass what? Build context. So build context. So here gonna name it what? Context. So then from there you're gonna say GoRouter. So GoRouter state. GoRouter. So GoRouter what? Gonna GoRouter state here. Then we name it what? The state. Okay, so here gonna say final auth state. so final auth state. So final auth state here gonna pass our private AuthBloc. So AuthBloc, this one. So we're gonna say what dot state. Okay, so then we're gonna say final current path. So current path is equals to what? Gonna say state dot what? Matched location. Okay, so like that. So then here we need to have the switch. So the switch case here. So the switch here, we're gonna do what? We need to pass the auth state. So our auth state. Okay, so this one we just come here. First of all, we need the case of what? Auth initial. So if it is in this state, so if it is in auth initial or case, the one that is auth in what? Auth loading. So auth loading, if it is in one of these, we need to say final on initialization. So on initialization, so initialization screen. So here you're gonna say what? State dot match to what? Location. So this one you're gonna assign to what? To the root. So that one we need to return on initialization screen. Okay, on initialization. So on initialization screen, this one. So if it is, then we return null, else we're gonna do what? We need to go to this. Okay, so like that. So then after doing that, if it is unauthenticated, so we're gonna say case auth unauthenticated. So we're gonna say auth unauthenticated if they are in unauthenticated here. Also if it is auth error. Okay, so we want to make sure if it is in one of these states. So for auth error, we do like this. Then we're gonna say case if the auth session is what? Expired. So if the auth session is expired here, we do what? We need to, if it is unauthenticated, we're gonna redirect from any protected route or the init page to login. Okay, so we need to have a private variable that gonna have what? Our is public routes and also is all the route. We need to define them. Okay, so then we're gonna do what? So let us come outside this one. So just outside this what? The redirect logic. So we're gonna determine if a route is public. So this one is accessible without what? Authentication. So we're gonna say static bool. So static bool here, gonna say is public route. So it's public route. So we're gonna say what? This one gonna accept the string of the path. So then we're gonna say constant of what? Public routes. So is equals to what? So this one will be a list. So the first one, it is that one, the root one. Then just for 404, that is not available. So then also we have the what? For the terms of service. So terms of service, this one we're gonna create. So terms of service. Also we need to have what? The privacy. So privacy policy. So privacy policy, like that. Then you put semicolon there. So we need to return public routes. So public what? Public routes dot contains. So dot contains path. Then here we need to do what? Or if it contains path, that one. So then we're gonna say or the path starts dot what? Starts with what? Starts with, so this one you do like this. If it starts with the terms, like that, or what? Path starts with what? Dot starts with privacy. So the next one that we need to do, so we need to make sure if it starts like that. Okay, that is the public what? That is a public route. Okay, so let me have a comment here. I want this one, I'm gonna add all the routes that we're gonna have. So determines if what? If a route is what? Is public. Okay, so then from there, then we need to have another one to, let me have it as a documentation string. So then here we're gonna do what? Here we're gonna say determines. So this one gonna determine. So determines determines if a route is what, is an authentication. Okay, so authentication route. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna say static, so static bool, so it's auth route, so it's auth route. So here gonna say what, it is a string of path you're gonna pass here. So here we need to have the const of what, auth routes. Okay, the routes that will be for authentication. So this one will be is equals to what, this one will be a list. So for the list here we need to put semicolon there. So here we do what, so this one is constant, so constant. Okay, so constant there. So here we're gonna have what, like you can also use the app route names like that, so it is just your choice. So login, then you're gonna say what, register. These are the routes that are required for authentication. Forgot password, so this one later I think we need to change it to what, to use the route names. So reset password, so this one you're gonna do when you are doing the final touches of the application. Okay, so then you're gonna do reset password, then you're gonna say verify email like that. Okay, then we do like that. So that is that part. Then we need to return what, so we're gonna say return all the routes, so if it contains. Okay, so this one gonna return true if it is another route that will be passed there. So then the next one that we need to have to determine if a route is what, protected. Okay, requires authentication. So we're gonna say determines, so determines if a what, if a route is what, protected. So protected, so this one requires what, so requires authentication. Okay, so authentication. So then here we're gonna do what, static bool, so static bool, so we're gonna say is what, is protected route, so protected route. So these are the routes that require the user to be authenticated. Okay, so we're gonna pass the path there. So here gonna return, so any other route that is not what, that is not public route. Okay, so if it is not a public route, and also it is not what, it is not a auth route. Okay, it's auth route. Okay, if it is not, it is what, it is a protected one. Okay, so then from there we need to get the appropriate dashboard path based on what, user role. So we're gonna say, because this one you can have the consultant, patient, and also admin, so you're gonna say gets the appropriate so appropriate what, dashboard, so dashboard path based on what, based on user what, user role. Okay, so then here we need to do what, static string, so static string, then we're gonna say what, get dashboard, so get dashboard for user, so for user like this. Then we're gonna say user, gonna pass a user there, gonna name it user. So here gonna say what, if user is admin, if user is admin, so if it is admin we need to have this dashboard for user, for admin. So we're gonna say admin what, dashboard. Okay, so dashboard like that. So then else, so else if the user is what, consultant, so if the user is consultant we need to do what, we need to return, so return, gonna say what, consultant, then we're gonna say what, dashboard like that. Okay, so then from there, if it is a patient, so user dot is patient, so is patient, here gonna do what, we need to return, gonna say patient what, patient what, dashboard. Okay, so failure to that we need to fall back of what, so just come here and you say what, fall back to home. Okay, fall back to general home, so here just return home. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's it. So then from there we need to check if the user has the access to specific route based on the role. Okay, so we're gonna say this one checks, gonna say checks what, so checks if user has what, access, so access to a specific what, to a specific route based on what, based on the what, on the role. Okay, so here we do what, here we say static bool, so static bool here gonna say what, has route what, has a route access, so has a route access here, gonna pass what, the user, so the user and also the string what, so we're gonna say static, so static path, so static path here you do what, so not static path, this is a string path. Okay, so string path, then here we need to do what, we need to check. Okay, so here we need to have the admin routes, so the moment you have an admin route you need to add it here, so we're gonna say if path dot starts with, so starts with what, gonna say admin, so admin like this, so if it starts like that, so we need to do what, so we're gonna return user dot what is admin. Okay, so now after that, so if the user is what, admin there, so the next one that we need to have the consultant specific what, so we're gonna say consultant, so consultant specific, so specific routes, so here we're gonna say if path dot starts with, so starts with what, gonna say starts with consultant, so consultant gonna do what, so and it is not what, path does not contain, so path does not contain, so does not contain what, consultant, if it does not contain consultant, so consultant like this, so we need to do what, we need to return true. Okay, so this is for viewing the consultant profiles and other, so which all users can access. Okay, so we're gonna say true like that. So then from there we need to have if the path, so still we are in the consultant, so if the path dot starts with, so if the path starts with, so if it starts with what, consultant, gonna say if it starts with consultant, so consultant dashboard, so dashboard like this, you're gonna do what, you're gonna say path dot what starts with, so starts with, then here gonna do what, so you're gonna say consultant schedule, so these are the paths that we will work on, so schedule like this, or what, our path dot starts with, so it starts with what, here you're gonna say consultant, so consultant, then you're gonna say consultations, so consultations like that, so we're gonna say or what, our path dot starts with, so starts with, then we're gonna say what, consultant, so consultant here, then we're gonna say what, patients, so patients like this, so we need to do what, we need to return, so return, this one should be for the consultant, so we're gonna say user dot what is consultant. Okay, so like that. So then after doing that, the next part, it is what, the patient what specific routes. Okay, so we're gonna say patient specific what, specific routes. Okay, so we're gonna say if the path dot starts with, so it starts with what, here we need to say patient, so patient like this, we're gonna do what, we're gonna say return, so return user dot is patient. Okay, like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, we need to have the general protected routes that all the authenticated users can access. Okay, so we're gonna say general, so general So general what? General protected. So general protected routes that all what? All authenticated. So authenticated users can do what? Can access. Okay, so can access like this. Then you're gonna say constant of what? General routes. Okay, so is equals to that one. So then you're gonna put semicolon there. So here we need to do what? First of all, we need to say home. So then you're gonna have also what? Profile. So also can do what? You need to have the settings. So settings, also we need to have what? The other one, it is the consultants. So consultants, like that. Then we need to have also the consultations. So consultations. Then also we need to have what? So we need to have the appointments. So appointments, like that. Then we need also to have the video call. So video call, like that. Then we need also to have what? We need to have also the chats, like that. Then we need also to have what? Notifications. So notifications like this. Then also we need to have what? The help. Also we need also to have the support. So then also we need to have the medical records. So medical what? Medical records, like that. Then also we need to have what? The prescriptions. So prescriptions, and also we need to have what? The AI assistant. Okay, so the AI assistant. So now after we have done that, now we need to return it. So to return our general routes, so we're gonna say return general routes. So this one .any. So the any here gonna pass the route. So if the route here, we need to return what? Gonna say path. So path dot starts with. So if it starts with this route, we're gonna pass here, or what? Or we can say the path dot starts with. So if it starts with what? The consultants. So consultants, like that. So we do like that. We're gonna say or what? Or true. So this one is the default to allow for other authenticated routes. Okay, so or true. So like that. So that is the part for what? So for the has what? As a route access. So that is it. So then the next part that we need to do, we need to check the routes that the user email is what? Verified. Okay, so we need to declare them here. Gonna say what? This one checks if what? If user email is what? Is verified. So it's verified for routes that require it. Okay, so because some routes we need them to have the user who has email verified. Okay, so final static bool. So you're gonna say requires. So requires email. So email verification. So the reason why I'm doing this one, I don't want the moment we start building then to come back here. Okay, so I'm gonna say email verification. So email verification. So I'm gonna say string what? Path. Okay, so here we need to have the constant of what? So constant here gonna say sensitive. So sensitive routes. So sensitive routes here we're gonna say what? It's a list. So then we put it there. So here the ones that we need the user to have a verified email. So first of all, we don't want them to make video calls. So video call, like that. Then we're gonna have what? Gonna have the medical records. So medical records, like that. Then we need to have the part for prescriptions. So prescriptions, like that. Then we're gonna do what? we're gonna have the consultations, so consultations like that, and also we need to have the admin like that. Then we need to have what, the AI assistant. We don't want them to use the AI assistant without what, email that is verified. Okay, so then from there, the next one that we need to do, we need to return the sensitive, so the sensitive routes dot any. So dot any here gonna pass what, gonna say route, so route like this. Then we need to do what, we need to return path dot what, starts with, so the starts with here gonna say what, route. Okay, then you put semicolon here. So that is that part. Then the next one, we need to have some few additional guard for email verification. So just come here below. So we're gonna say here, gonna say additional, so additional what, so additional guard, so additional guard for email what, for email verification. So for email verification, we're gonna say static, so static string, so static string. Then we're gonna say email verification guard, so email verification guard, so email verification guard, so user, so we pass user. Okay, so then the string what, the string path. So then from there we need to, we're gonna say if, so we're gonna say if requires email verification, if that one is true, so we pass that path there. Then and what, and it's not user, so it's they are not verified, they don't have the verified email, and user does not have what, is verified. Okay, if it is not true, verified there. So we just need to do what, we need to return the user to what, we need to take them to the verify email. Okay, so that's it. Then from there, if that one, then we need to return what, null, like that. So then from there, the next part that we need to have, we need to check if the current route requires a specific user status. Okay, so I'm gonna say checks, this one checks, so checks if the current route, so the current route requires what, requires a specific, so a specific user status. Okay, so then here we need to say what, static bool, so static bool here gonna requires, so requires online, so online status. So here you need to pass what, the string, so the string what, path. So then here we need to do what, we need to come here and you say constant online required routes. So this one you can pass the routes that you want the user to be online, so that they can access them. Okay, so the first one, automatically we need them to be for the video call, so they must be online, so video call like that. Then also we need to have what, the chats. So then from there we're gonna have what, the consultations, so consultations like that. Okay, so that one, for you to make consultations, you must do what, you must be online. Okay, so then from there you're gonna say require, so require online what, gonna say require, not require, we need to return, so return require our online what, gonna say online required routes dot any, so dot any here we pass the route. So the route here we need to return what, path dot starts with, so starts with, we're gonna say what, route there, like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to guard for the routes that require user to be what, to be online. Okay, so we're gonna come here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say, so this one we need to have what, guard, so guard what, I'm gonna say guard for what, for routes, guard for route that require, so that require user to be what, user to be online. So this one's just say what, static string, so we're gonna say static string. So then we're gonna say online, so online status guard, So status guard. So here you can pass the user, so name it what, name it user. So then you need to pass the string path. So then from there we need to return, we need to check if what, if it requires what, if requires, not email verification, requires. So if requires the online status, so then we pass the path, and we need to say and what, and the user, it's not online, so user is, it's not online, so we need to do what, we need to return null. Okay, so here you can direct, you could redirect to a page that asks user to go to online, or just allow and handle it in a what, in a specific page. Okay, so currently I'm gonna return null. Okay, gonna say return null. Okay, so like that. So then from there the next part is what, just return null for this. So we do it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the main guard that combines all the checks. Okay, so all the checks that we have done there. Okay, so here you're gonna say what, main guard. So main guard, so main guard that combines all, so combines all what, checks. Okay, so then here we're gonna say static, so static string, so static string, then you're gonna say full what, full guard. So full guard, you're gonna say build context, then you pass it as a context, and also gonna say GoRouter, so GoRouter state, so GoRouter state, you name it what, state. Okay, so then here you're gonna say what, we need to have the primary auth guard. So here we do what, so for the primary auth guard, gonna say primary auth guard. Okay, so primary auth guard, here we need to come here below, we're gonna say final auth what, redirect. So auth redirect is equals to what, our redirect what, our redirect, so redirect logic. Okay, so then here we need to pass what, the context, so the context and also the state. Okay, then you put there. So then here we need to say if auth redirect, if auth redirect it's not equal to null. So if it is not equal to null, so we need to return it. Okay, so we're gonna say return auth what, auth redirect. Okay, so that's it. So then the next one is what, we need to have the additional guards for authenticated user. So we're gonna say additional guards, so additional guards for what, authenticated, so authenticated users. Okay, so here you can define all the guards that you think you can add to your what, to your system. Okay, so here you're gonna say AuthBloc, so AuthBloc dot state. Okay, so then from there we need to say if our auth state, so if our auth state is what, authenticated, so if the audit is authenticated, so here we need to do what, we need to say final user, so final user is equals to what, auth state. So our auth state here, you're gonna say what, dot user, you get the user from there. So then you're gonna say final current path, so current path, so current path here is equals to what, is equals to state dot match to what, location, like that. Then from there we need to have the email verification guard, so you're gonna say final email redirect, so email redirect is equals to what, email verification, so email verification, so email verification guard. So for the user we pass user, then the path we're gonna pass the current what, the current path. Okay, so then we're gonna say if email what, email redirect it's not equal to what, it's not equal to null, here we need to do what, we need to return email redirect. Okay, so then from there now we need to check for the, so now the next part is what, now it is for the online status. So we're gonna say final, so final online what, online redirect, so redirect here you're gonna say what, online, our online what, our online status guard. So online status guard. So for the path, for the user, we pass our user, then this one gonna pass the current path. Okay, so then we're gonna say if, so if here, so if online redirect, so if online redirect, we need to, it's not equal to what, it's not equal to null, we need to return what, our online redirect. Okay, like that. So then failure to that, so for this we need to return what, we need to return null. Okay, so we're gonna say return null, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have the refresh guard. So here we're gonna say what, so refresh guard, so refresh guard. So guard here gonna say what, so refresh guard here gonna say used to refresh what, refresh user data when what, when needed. Okay, so that's it. So then here gonna say what, static void. So static void here gonna say what, refresh, so refresh user data if needed. Okay, if needed. So here you pass what, the string. So the string here gonna do what, the string path. Okay, so then we're gonna do what, so here we need to define them. So routes requiring what, fresh data. Okay, so routes requiring, so requiring fresh what, fresh data, so is equals to what, here be a list. So then we're gonna do what, so here inside we need to define them. So for the profile, so profile like this, then we need to have what, the admin dashboard, so dashboard. Then from there we need to have what, so we're gonna have the consultant, then we're gonna say what, dashboard, so dashboard like this. So then from there we need to have what, so patient dashboard. So then from there we're gonna have what, the consultations, so consultations. So these are the ones that require fresh data. So here gonna say what, consultant, so consultant like this. Then you're gonna say what, consultations. Okay, so consultations, so like that. Okay, so then from there we're gonna have a comma also here. So then from there we need to say if routes requiring fresh data, we're gonna say what, contains, if it contains the path. So we're gonna do what, here we need to say AuthBloc, so AuthBloc dot what, dot add. So then we need to add what, this event. So get what, get user profile requested. So for the silent we're gonna pass it to be true. So that's it. So that is the part for what, for that, for refresh user data. So then the next thing that we need to do now, we need to continue working on the main redirect logic. So just need to come back, where did we leave, we left somewhere. So we left where, so the redirect logic. So we left in the part for what, for the case of what, all the session expired. Yeah, so we need to do what, so we're gonna say if unauthenticated, we're gonna redirect from any protected route or the init page. Okay, to log in. So what we're gonna say here, we need to say, just come below here, we're gonna say final on what, on, we're gonna say on init or route or protected route. So protected route, so if you are in either init or protected route, so we need to check is protected. So it's protected route, so the current path, so the current path here, or we are in the init page. Okay, so the current path is equals to what, is equals to the root. So if it is equals to the root here, we need to do what, we're gonna say if or not on init, so init protected or protected route here. So if we are there, we need to return what, we need to redirect them to the login. Okay, so like that. So then else we're gonna do what, we need to return null. Okay, return null. So then from there, the next part, it is what? It is our part for what? For the case of authenticated. So we're gonna say case authenticated. So authenticated here. So just come here, you're gonna say final user. So final user is equals to what? Is equals to AuthState. So AuthState dot what? User. So here gonna say final dashboard path. So dashboard path is equals to what? Is equals to get what? Or get dashboard for user. So we pass the user there. Okay, so here we need to allow the authenticated but unverified users to stay in the verify email page. Okay, so we're gonna say if the current path, so if the current path here is equals to what? Is equals to verify. So verify email. So and what? And if not user, so user is what? It's not verified. So if they are not verified and they are in that route, so just need to return what? Return null. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, if authenticated, we need to redirect away from other routes or the init page. Okay, so you're gonna say final on what? On auth or what? Or init what? Init route. So init route here is equals to what? Is auth route. So we need to check is auth route. So this one we defined. So it's auth route. So we pass the current what? The current path. So if it is auth route or in what? Or the current path. So the current path here. So the current path. So current. So the current path here is equals to what? Is equals to root. So we need to do what? We need to, we're gonna say if we are in any of this in it or in the other route. So we need to do what? We need to return the dashboard. The dashboard what? The dashboard path. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to check the role-based access for protected routes. Okay, so just come here below. So still in our what? In our authenticated. So we're gonna say if it's protected, if it is protected route, this one. So the current path. So the current path here, and it has what? It does not have what? Has no route access. So the user has no route access to what? To the current path. So to the current path, if they don't have that access, we need to do what? We need to return the dashboard what? The dashboard path. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to also, if then you're gonna return null. Okay, so if it is not, so then from there we need to have the case for email verified. So we need to handle that one also. So case here gonna say what? Case auth email what? Email verified. So like this. So we need to say final user. So final user is equals to what? AuthState dot user. So AuthState dot user. So here gonna say final dashboard path. So dashboard what? Dashboard path is equals to what? Path is equals to get what? Get dashboard for user. So we pass our user there. Then we need to check if the current path. So if the current path is equals to what? Is equals to the verify email. So verify email. If it is in that, we need to do what? We need to return the dashboard path. Okay, we need to take the user to the dashboard. So this one should be dash. So dashboard path. So dashboard path. So this one we need to redirect the user to that place. Then failure to that, we just need to return what? Return null. Okay, so to remain in the same route. So then from there we need to have a default. So the default here, gonna say default. So for here you need to return what? We're gonna remain to be in the what? In the initial page. Okay, so that is the part for what? Our router auth guard. So currently we are not using it, so we need to use it. Okay, so make sure that you are auth guard looks like this. So the moment you need to add the guard, you just come here and you add it there. Okay, so we need to come back here. So here in the router, so to use it, so what I'm gonna do, I need to have a way first of all to be able to, so we need a class to be able to convert a stream into a listenable for a GoRouter. Okay, so just come below this one. So here gonna say class. So let me have a comment. So not here, outside this one. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say helper class. So helper class. So helper class to convert. So to convert a stream. So a stream into what? Into a listenable. So listenable. So listenable for what? For GoRouter. Okay. So we need to start working on that one. So after now this comment, so we need to do what? We need to say class. So then we're gonna say GoRouter. So we're gonna name it GoRouter refresh stream. Okay, so refresh stream. So then extends what? Change notifier. So we're gonna say change notifier. So this one we want to be able to listen. Okay, so we're gonna say GoRouter. So GoRouter what? So GoRouter refresh stream. So this one we need to do what? We need to pass a stream of what? So stream. So here you need to pass a stream. So here it will be a dynamic stream of dynamic. So then you're gonna say what? Stream. Gonna name it stream like that. So here we need to say subscription. So first of all we need to declare subscription here. So just come here below. Then you're gonna say what? Gonna say let final. So let final stream what? Stream subscription. So stream subscription, this one, then it's a dynamic. So dynamic like this, then you're gonna name it what? Subscription. Okay, like that. So we need to use it here. So just come here and you say subscription. So subscription here gonna say what is equals to stream. So stream of what? So stream as what? As broadcast stream. So then here we need to listen. So we need to listen here. So then we need to listen what? Dynamic. So dynamic, then we don't know what it is named there. So we're gonna do what? So first of all put semicolon there, then we need to do what? So here we need just to notify the listeners. Okay, so we notify the listeners like that. So that is it. So now we need to dispose our subscription. Okay, so just come here and you say what? Override. So we're gonna say what? Dispose. So let us see whether we gonna get this one. So here we need to dispose what? Subscription dot what? Dot cancel, like that. So that is it. So that is the part for what? For that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to do what? We need to add them to our router so that it will be able to know to use them. So the first thing that we need to add here, we need to say what? The redirect. So the one that will be responsible for redirecting the user. So we're gonna use our router. So router auth guard. Okay, so this one. So then we need to use the full guard. Okay, the one that we created. So then we don't want to pass these ones here. We need to remove them like that. Okay, so then from there the next part, it is what? Refresh listenable. So the one that gonna listen. So then you're gonna say what? So GoRouter refresh, GoRouter refresh stream. So here we need to refresh the using the what? GetIt. Okay, so the GetIt, we are gonna use the AuthBloc. So this one will come from the AuthBloc. So AuthBloc here gonna say what? We need to get the stream. Okay, so like that. So now our app router, it is complete. So now you can be able to, when you restart the application, you can be able to go to a specific what? To a specific route. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do now, because you can see we are seeing the verify email, so we need to create that one. Okay, the one that will be responsible for email verification, so where the user can be able to verify. So we need to create that widget. Okay, so that page, I mean, so we need to create that one. So we're gonna name it what? So we need to go to our pages here. So here in our pages we do what? We need to have what? the email verification. Gonna say email verification. So email verification, we're gonna name it email verification page. Okay, so email verification page .dart. Okay, so then this one will be a stateful widget. So you're gonna say stf. So stateful widget here gonna pass what? Gonna say email verification page. Okay, so then we need to import what? The container and others from the material.dart. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so in this we need, when you are verifying, we need to pass what? The final string of what? So string of token. Okay, so token like that, then you need to pass it here as a, gonna pass it as a parameter like that. Okay, so this token. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have some few flags so that we'll be able to use it to make the UI more, to make it better. So it's verifying, so we need to say, we need to track this one. It's verifying. By default it is what? False. Then bool is what? Is resending. So it's resending here, gonna set it to false. So then we need to have a string. So string of what? The current. So current user email. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to have the init. So we need to say what? The init state. So this one. So here what we need to initialize here, we need first of all to get the user email. Okay, so what we're gonna do here before we do that, to get the user email, we're gonna say void. So void here gonna say what? Get current. So get current what? Current user email. Okay, so here we need to do what? We need to say final. So final AuthState. So final AuthState is equals to what? Context. So context dot read. So this one comes from the Flutter block. So then we need to read our AuthBloc. So like this, then we need to add what? We need to add state. Okay, so we're gonna say state. So we get that state there. Okay, so then from there, we're gonna say if the AuthState, if our AuthState here is what? Is authenticated here, we need to do what? We need to get the current what? The current email. So the current user email is equals to what? AuthState. So our auth what? AuthState. So AuthState dot user. So dot user dot email. Okay, we get that access to that email. So here we need to initialize it so that the moment this page is opened, we need to have what? To start with getting the user email there. So then from there we need to do, if the token is provided, we're gonna verify immediately. Okay, so we're gonna say if widget. So if widget, this one gonna come from the previous, we're gonna create the deep links so that we'll be able to do what? To open this page. Okay, so we're gonna say null if it's not equal to null, and widget.token. So widget.token. So here we need to make sure it's not null, so it's not empty. So if it is not empty here, we need to do what? We need to use the widgets binding. So widgets binding. So widgets binding. So widgets binding dot what? Dot instance. So dot instance here we're gonna say what? Dot instance dot add post frame callback, this one. So the callback here gonna say what? So we ignore that. Then we need to do what? We need to return. So we need to have a method to verify to verify email. Okay, so we are gonna pass the widget dot token. We pass our token there. So to do that, you just need to come here below. So we need to come here below and say what? Void. So void verify. So verify email. So here you need to pass what? The string. So string token. So then here we need to do what? We need to say if it is verifying. So if it's verifying, you need to do what? We need to return. So to prevent multiple calls. Okay, so but if you are not, we just need to set the state. So set state, first of all we need to make sure that what? So instead of having this set state, so what I will do, I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use the arrow. So just come here. So here we need to use what? So we're gonna say what? We need to set the is verifying to true. Okay, so gonna set it to true. Okay, so it's verifying to true there. So then we do what? So then we do, so we cross it there. Okay, so then after we set the state there, we need now to send we need now to verify. Okay, so context dot read. So then we're gonna read the other block. So other block here, you're gonna do what? So we need to add, so to add auth verifying. So auth verify, so auth verify email requested, we pass the token there. Okay, like that. So that's it. So that is the part for what? For verifying. So this one, it is complaining about what? That one can't be assigned to that one. You need to make sure it's not null there. So then we need to put what? Semicolon there. So then from there, now we need to do what? Now we need to come to our what? Now we start working on the build method. So the build method here. So here we don't want to return container. We need to use what? Scaffold. So scaffold like that. Okay, so let me show you what we are going to build, then we're gonna continue. It seems like I don't have it here, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna see it later. So after we build, so here we need to use the body. So the body here, we need to use the container. So the container here, so here we need to have the decoration. So decoration will be a constant of what? Box. So box decoration. So box decoration here, so we need to have a gradient. Okay, so gradient here gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors, so up colors dot what? Background gradient. Okay, like that. So that's it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and we have the child for container. So the container here, we need to use the BLoC consumer. So BLoC consumer. So for the builder here, we need to make sure that we have what? The AuthBloc. So AuthBloc, so this one takes the block, so then and AuthState. Okay, so like this. So before I want to move this one, I always love it to be on top of our builder, so because that is what we need to start working on. Okay, so here we need to have what? Here in the listener, what we need to do, we need to have the context. So the context here, then we need to have the state. Okay, so here we need to do what? We need to, first of all, we need to set the state. So when we are in this, okay, so set state here, what we need to do is verifying. We need to start with what? We want to make sure it's false when we come to this builder. Okay, it simply means that we didn't come with a token, so we didn't open from maybe the link like that. Okay, so then is what is resending, so we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so then from there, after we have done that, now we need to check if the state, so if the state is what? Is auth email verified. So if the auth, it is email verified, so we're gonna say email verified successfully. So we're gonna show the scaffold. So scaffold messenger dot what? Dot of context. So dot of context here, we need to say what? Show snack bar. Show snack bar, then we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Snack bar. So the content here, you're gonna say what? We need it to be in a row, so we're gonna say row. So here in the row, what we need to have it is what? The children. So the children here, we need to do what? We need to have an icon. So the icon here, gonna say icons dot what? Check circle. So check circle. So check circle. So that one looks like this. This one with the what? That icon there. So color. So the color here, we need to say what? We need to say up colors. So up colors dot what? Dot surface. Okay, so like that. Then the next part, it is what? Now we need to have a gap here, so between the icon. So we're gonna say sized box. So sized box, so we need to have a width, so the width of 8. Then from there, we need to have what? We need to have expanded. So expanded. So expanded here, gonna do what? You're gonna say text. So the text here, we need to say email verified what? Email verified successfully. Okay, so successfully. So successfully like that. So then we're gonna say what? You now, so you now have full what? full access to what, to all features. Okay, so to all features like that. So then from there we need to do what, we need to make sure that we have semicolon here, then we're gonna save it there. So then the next thing that we need to do outside our row, so we need to do what, we need to have the background color. So the background color, we're gonna say app colors dot what, so app colors dot success. Okay, so dot success. Then from there we need to have what, behavior. So behavior here gonna say what, snack bar. So snack bar behavior dot what, dot floating. So then from there we need to have duration. So the duration that it will stay there, gonna say duration of what, so I want it to stay just 3 seconds, so seconds 3, like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we need to outside in this part, so after we show that one, we need to navigate to the appropriate dashboard after a short delay. Okay, so we're gonna say future. So future here gonna say what, future dot delayed. So dot delayed here gonna say what, constant duration. So constant duration of what, so seconds, just need to delay for 1 second. Then we need to do what, so here we need now gonna say if mounted. So if it is mounted, so still if it is still there, so we need to go to what, gonna say go to dashboard. Okay, so go to dashboard. So we need to create this method, the one that will be responsible for going to what, to a specific dashboard for the specific user based on their role. Okay, so here we need to say what, void. So void, you're gonna say go to what, go to dashboard dashboard. So here we need to do what, so here we're gonna say final auth state. So final auth state is equals to what, is equals to context. So context dot read. So dot read here gonna say what, we need to get the, from the auth we need to get the state. So we're gonna say state, like that. Okay, so here we need to check if the auth state, so if the current auth state is what, is authenticated. So if they are authenticated, so if they are auth authenticated here, or auth state dot what, is what, is auth state. So auth state is our auth email what, auth email verified. So auth email verified here. So here we need to do what, we need to say final user. So final user is equals to auth state. So we need to get from the auth state, so it's authenticated first of all. If it is authenticated, the user, so we're gonna say what, if it is authenticated, we need to get the auth state. Okay, so from the auth state we're gonna get the user. So then, so we do what, then if it is not, we do say auth state. So auth state dot what, as what, auth email verified, this one. Then we're gonna get the user. Okay, from that part. Okay, so then from there we need to say if user is what, is patient. So if the user it is a patient, here you need to say context. So context dot go. So dot go, so the location that we want to go to is what, the patient what, the patient dashboard. Okay, like that. So even though later I said that we're gonna refactor this code so that we're gonna be able to do what, else if, then we're gonna say user is consultant. So if the user is consultant, here we need to do what, we're gonna say context. So context dot go. So dot go, then we're gonna say what, consultant. So consultant, then we're gonna say what, dashboard. So dashboard. Okay, so dashboard, like this, so like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, else if. So else if, then we're gonna say what, user dot is admin, then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say context. So context dot go. So the location here gonna say what, admin. So admin, then we're gonna say what, dashboard. Okay, so dashboard. Okay, like that. So then else we need to go to the home. So else we're gonna say context dot, so context dot go to where, to home. Okay, so we're gonna say home, like this. So then we put semicolon there. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to do what, to go to the specific page based on what, on the user. So then we need to put semicolon there. So then else if, so if it is not what, or the email verified, so we need email verification sent. So else if here gonna say what, state is what, state is all email verified, email verification sent. So we need to do what, we need to show the snack bar. So we're gonna say scaffold, so scaffold messenger dot what, dot of context. So dot of context here we need to do what, to show snack bar. So to show snack bar here gonna say what, it is a snack bar. So the snack bar here, the content here to be a row. So the row here gonna say what, we need to have children. So the children here we need to have what, constant of what, icon. So the icon here gonna say icons dot email, like that. Then the color, so the color here gonna say what, colors. So we're gonna say app colors, so app colors dot surface, that one. Then from there we need to have what, a gap here. So we're gonna say constant sized box, so sized box of what, width of 8. Okay, so width of 8, so like that. Then the next part, it is what, we need to occupy the remaining part. So we're gonna use the expanded. So here we need to say text, then we're gonna say state dot what, message. We're gonna get that message from that point. So then from there we're gonna put semicolon here, then we need to save it here. Okay, so then from there outside the row, so inside our snack bar we need to have the background color. So the background color gonna say up colors, so it is what, up. Then we're gonna say what, it is success. So then from there the next thing that we need to have, it is the behavior. So the behavior here you're gonna say what, snack bar. So snack bar behavior dot what, floating. Okay, so then from there, so else if it is what, so we're gonna say else if. So else if here gonna say state is what, state is all the error. So all the error here gonna do what, so here we're gonna say what, so we're gonna come here. So then we're gonna say what, we need to paste this one here. So here for the email, if it is an error, we need to show what, error, like that. So the color here we need to say what, so the color here gonna pass, let it stay like that. So then from there the next part, it is what, so app colors dot error, so then the floating. Okay, so that's it. So the state, gonna get the state from there, the one that is for the what, that we're gonna get there. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the builder. So the builder here we need to say context, so we need to get the context and also the state. Okay, so here we need to do what, so we're gonna return the loading overlay. So loading overlay like that. So for the child here we're gonna do what, so first of all we need to have the it's loading here. So if it is loading here, we need to say state is what, all the loading. So all the loading, so all the loading or what, so it is loading when it is verifying. Okay, either way, so one of them. So then from there, so we need to put semicolon here. So for the child here we need to use the safe area. Okay, so safe area, so this one we should move it to the end of what, our arguments. So gonna move, where is it, move the child property to end. Okay, so then here, so for the child in our safe area, so we need it to be center. Okay, we need to be it in the center. So here in the center we need to have what, we need to have the child. So the child of here we need to say single child scroll view, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have a padding. So the padding here gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot what, dot all. So dot all here gonna say what, up dimensions. So up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, padding large. Okay, so padding large like this. Okay, so then from there the next part, it is what, it is the child. So the child here, it is what, column. So column like this. So the column here we need to have what, the main access alignment. So main access alignment, we're gonna say main access alignment dot center. Okay, so then from there we need to have the children. So the children here we're gonna start with what? Constant of auth header, so the one that we had, so auth header, this one. So for the title here, gonna say verify, so verify your email. Okay, then from there, so for the subtitle we're gonna say what? We've sent, so we need a backward slash there, then we're gonna say we've sent what? We've sent you what? A verification link. Okay, verification link, like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have a gap, so gap sized box, so sized box here. So here we need to have a height of what? So height of up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what? Dot padding extra large. Okay, like that. Okay, so the next part, we need to have the email icon with animation. Okay, so we're gonna say email icon, so we need to have a place for email icon, so email icon with animation. So with animation here, gonna use the twin, so twin animation builder, so twin animation builder here. So this one will be a double type, so just come here and you say what? Double, so double like this, then you do like that. Okay, so for the twin, so this one we wanted to start from the start of what? From the start of the animation up to the end. Okay, so we're gonna say begin 0.0 and also will end in what? 1.0. okay, like that. Okay, then the next part, it is what? The duration. So the duration here, we're gonna say what? It will be a constant of duration, so duration. So the duration here, it is what? Seconds. We need to pass 2. Okay, so then from there we need to have the builder. So the builder here, gonna say what? Context, so context, and also we need to have the value. So then also we need to have the child, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to return transform.scale. Okay, so it is what? Transform dot, so we needed to scale, so to increase in size, so we're gonna scale. Okay, so then we need to put semicolon there. So here in the transform.scale, so the scale that we wanted to follow, we're gonna say what? We needed to have 0.8, so 0.8, then we're gonna be adding what? 0.2. So not here, we need to say 0.2, so 0.2, then we multiply by the value. Okay, the one that will be passed there. So then here for the child, so the child here be what? It will be a container. So the container here, we need to say what? Width. So the width here, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say we need it to be 120, so I want it to be a square, so we're gonna say a height of what? Height of 120, so height of 120 here. Then we need to say decoration, so decoration here to be a box decoration, so box decoration here, gonna say what? Gonna say color, so the color here, gonna say what? Up colors, so up colors, so up colors dot what? Up colors dot primary blue, so primary blue. Then we need to have what? We need to have the shape, so the shape here, we need it to be box shape, so box shape dot what? Dot circle, so dot circle. Then here for the color, I need to add opacity, so with alpha, so with alpha here, gonna say what? 0.1, then you need to multiply by 255, then you do what? You round it. Okay, so that's it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child, so just come out of that one, then we need to have a child. So here we're gonna have the icon, so the icon will be based on what? If you have the widget, so widget dot token, so if the token is not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null, we need to check the state. So the state is what? Auth email, what is it? Auth email verified. So if it is auth email verified, so we need to show what? Icons dot what? Verified user. Okay, so verified user, like that. So else we're gonna show what? We need to show, we're gonna show the what? Icons, so icons dot email what? Email outtrend, so email outtrend, like that. So then from there we need to do what? If it is empty, So we're gonna say just icons dot email outlined. Okay, so email outlined, so like that. So then from there, so it is complaining about what, so here this one should have question mark here, okay, to check, so like that. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the size of our icon. So just have the size. So the size here gonna say what, value of 60. So then from there, we're gonna say color. So the color here gonna say what, we need to check if you have the widget dot icon, so dot token. So if it is not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, and what, and the state is what, the state is email verified, so auth email verified. So if it is in that state, so we need to show what, we're gonna say app colors dot success. Okay, success, like that. Else we're gonna say what, app colors, so app colors, so app colors dot what, dot primary blue. So then we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do outside this one, so we are still in the same column. So here we need to do what, the verification status. Okay, so we're gonna say verification, so verification status, so status. So here we need to say what, gonna say if widget, so if widget dot token, so dot token here gonna say what, it's not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, so here we need to use the spread operator to add that one. Okay, so just come here below, then we need to have what, we need to check if it is verifying. It's verifying. If it is verifying, we need to show a column. So column here, so column here we need to have the children. So the children here we need to do what, we need to have a constant of what, circular progress indicator. Okay, so circular progress indicator. So then we need to have what, then from there we need to have a sized box, so a gap. So we're gonna say constant sized box, so sized box. So we need to have a height of what, up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, we need to have a padding medium, so padding medium, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is what, a text, so constant text. So the text here gonna say what, verifying, so verifying, so verifying your what, your email. Okay, so then you do the 3 dots there, then you need to style it. So to style it here gonna say what, up text styles, so up text styles dot what, the body large. So then we need to do what, body large, like that. Then we need to have what, so then we need to align it, so text align, we're gonna center it. Okay, so text align, so text align dot what, dot center, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is what, so if it is not verifying, so if it is not verifying, so just come out of the column. So here we need to say what, else if, so else if here gonna say what, state is what, auth email verified, so auth email what, verified. So then we remove that one. So let me put it here. So we're gonna do what, gonna close it there. So if it is that one, we need to show a column, so column. So the column here gonna say what, we need to say column, then we need to have the children, so the children here. So what is going on, if the state else if, so it is complaining about what, so this one should not have a comma, so that one, like that. Okay, so then from there, so we need to do what, we need to say children. So the children here we need to pass what, we need to pass the icon. So icon here gonna say what, icons dot check circle, so check circle, so check circle, like that. Then we need to have the size of our icon here, we need to have a value of what, 48. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what, app colors dot what, success. Okay, so app colors dot success, like that. Okay, so let me save that one. So then from there we need to have a gap between the icon. So we need to say constant of what, sized box, so sized box here. So here we need to have a height, so height of what, up dimensions, so up dimensions, so up dimensions dot what, padding what, padding medium. So then we do what, we do a comma, Then the next one we need to have what? The constant text. Okay, so you're gonna say email verified. So email verified. So email verified successfully. Okay, so email verified successfully. So successfully, like that. Okay, then we put exclamation there. Then we need to style it. So to style it, we just use what? Up text styles dot what? We need to use the heading 2. So heading 2 there. So then from there we need to have what? Text align. So we want it to be in the center. So text align. So text align dot what? Dot center. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, so else if, so we're gonna remove this one. So we're gonna remove that one. So we're gonna say else if. So else if the state is what? Is auth error. So if it is auth error, so we need to do what? We need to come here, we show a column. So column here. So column here, you're gonna say what? Column. So we need to have the children. So the children. So before we go to the next part, I want to add something here. Email verified successfully. Then we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. So here gonna say what? We need to have a height of up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? We need to say padding small, like that. Then we need to have a comma. Then we need to do what? We need to have a text widget. So here we need to say we welcome. So welcome. Then when we welcome here, we need to do what? We need to say state. So state dot what? State dot user. So user dot first name. Okay, so like that. Then we put exclamation there. So then we're gonna say you now have what? You now have the full access. Okay, so full access. So full access to what? To all features. Okay, so to all features, like that. So then you put there. So then from there, the next thing, now we need to continue working here. So in our auth error, so if it is error, so first of all we need to have what? We need to have a constant of icon. So here we need to say icons dot what? Error outline. So error outline, like that. Then you're gonna say size. So the size here you're gonna pass 48. Then from there we need to have what? Color. So the color here you're gonna say what? Up colors. So up colors dot what? Gonna say up colors dot error. So dot error, like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to have, it is a gap here. So constant of what? Sized box. So we need to have a height of what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Padding medium, like that. Then we need to have a comma. Then we need to say what? Constant of what? Constant of text. So gonna say text. So text here. So the text here gonna say what? Gonna say verification failed. Okay, so then you're gonna say what? Style. So the style here gonna say what? Up text style. So up text style. So up text style dot heading 2, that one. So then from there we need to text align. So text align, you're gonna say what? Text align dot what? Center. Okay, so dot center. So that's it. So then the next part we need to do what? We need to have that message that we're gonna get. So here we need to say constant. So constant sized box. So here we need to have a height of what? Height of up dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding small, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have a text. So text here gonna say what? We need to get it from the state. So the state message. Then we need to style it. So we're gonna say up text styles. So up text styles dot what? Body medium. So then from there we need to text align it. So we're gonna say text align dot what? Center. So text align. So text align dot center, like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have some instructions. So here outside this one, this part, we're gonna say what? We need to remove this one. So we're gonna say else. So else we're gonna say what? We need to use the spread operator. So then you're gonna come here. So we need to have the instructions for manual verification. Okay, gonna say instructions. So instructions for manual verification. Okay, so verification. So verification like this. So here you're gonna do what? You're gonna say constant. so constant of what, text widget. So here gonna say what, gonna say check your what, check your email. So check your email like this. You're gonna say style. So style here gonna say what, up text styles. So up text styles dot what, dot heading to this one. So then from there we need to align it. So text align. So text align dot what, center. Okay, so text align dot center. So like that. So then from there we need to have a gap here. So we need to say constant of what, sized box. So sized box here, we're gonna say height of what, height of up dimensions. So up dimensions dot padding medium. So padding medium like this. Then we need to have a constant of what, text. So the text here gonna say what, with. So we need to say with what, we've sent a verification link to your what, to your email. Okay, to your email address. Okay, so then from there we need to style it. So to style it, to just say what, up text style. So up text styles dot what, dot body large. Then from there we need to do what, we need to say text align. So text align, we need to center it. So we're gonna say text align. So text align dot center. So then we do like that. Then we need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant of sized box. So sized box here gonna say what, a height of what, dimensions. So up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, padding medium. So padding medium like that. So let me save it to look like that. Okay, so then from there the next part is what, now we need to do what, we're gonna tell them text here. So we're gonna say please, so please check your what, so check your inbox. So check your inbox and click what, click the verification link to activate your what, your account. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to do what, we need to style it here. So we're gonna say style. So style here gonna say what, up text style. So up text style dot body medium. Then we need to change the color. So the color here gonna not copy with, obvious. So then we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what, gonna say colors dot gray. So dot gray dot what, shade of 600. Okay, so like this. So let me save that one. So then from there we need to have what, text align. Okay, so just here we need to say text align. So text align, we're gonna say text align dot what, so we need to center it like that. So that's it. So then from there the next part, it is what, now we need to check if we have the current user email, it's not equal to null. So just below here, so we're gonna say what, if the current user email, so the current user email here, it's not equal to what, it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null here, you're gonna use the spread operator. So you're gonna do what, here we're gonna say constant sized box. So sized box here we're gonna say what, we need to have a height. So height we're gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, dot padding medium, like that. So now we need to have a container. So container, so the container here we need to have what, padding. So padding here gonna do what, gonna say constant of what, edge. So edge insets. So edge insets dot all. So dot all here gonna say what, up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what, dot padding medium, like that. So then here we need to have a decoration. So decoration here gonna say what, box decoration. So box decoration we're gonna say color. So the color here gonna say what, up colors. So up colors dot what, dot primary blue. So then with alpha of what, we need to have alpha of 0.1. So 0.1, then you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so then we do like that. So that is the part for color. The next one, it is what, border radius. So border radius here we're gonna say border radius. So border radius dot what, dot circular, then value of 8. Okay, so that's it. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have what, we need to have the child for our container. So child, so we're gonna say child. So child here gonna have a row. So we're gonna say row. So row here we need to pass what? We need to have the children. So the children here will be constant of what? Constant of icon. So the icon here gonna say what? Icons dot email. So icons dot email. Then we're gonna have the color. So the color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? App colors dot primary blue. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the size. So the size here gonna say what? Value of 20. Okay. So then from there we need to have a gap. So constant sized box. So sized box here gonna say what? Width. So the width of what? Width of 8. So then from there we need to do what? Expanded. So expanded like this. Then we need to have what? Text. So text, then we're gonna say what? Current user email. So we need to make sure it's not null. So then from there we need to style it. So we're gonna say up text style. So up text styles. So up text styles dot body medium. So then we need to have what? A copy width. So the copy width here gonna say what? Font weight. So font weight. So font weight we're gonna pass what? Font weight. So font weight of what? 600. Okay. So then we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what? App colors. So app colors dot what? Primary blue. Okay. So we're gonna save that one so that it will get organized. So like that. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of this part, but we're gonna still be what? In our column. So here you need to have a what? A gap. So sized box. So sized box. So sized box here gonna say what? We need to have a height. So height here gonna say up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Dot padding extra large. Then we're gonna do what? Gonna come here. So we need to have the action buttons. So action buttons. So these are the buttons that gonna use. Okay. So state is what? All the email verified. So all the email verified. So if they are verified, we need to have what? We need to have these buttons here. Okay. So here gonna say what? We're gonna say custom button. So our custom button. So button like that. So for the text here we need to do what? We need to say continue. If they are verified, we need to continue to what? We're gonna continue to dashboard like that. Then we need to have what? We need to have on pressed. So when it is pressed, we need to go to what? To the dashboard, the one that we created. Then the width, we need to have what? To occupy the space available, double dot infinity. Okay. So else if, so when you come here, so outside that one, so else, so if it is not gonna do what? We need to come here and do what? So here we need to say if widget, if the widget did the token. So if the widget is equals to what? Is equals to null. If it was null, or state is what? Or the error. So or the error, then we're gonna do what? Then we're gonna use the spread operator. So then we're gonna say what? Custom, our custom button. So this one. So the text here gonna say what? So the text here we need to check if it is resending. So if it is resending, we need to do what? We need to say sending. So as we're gonna show what? We're gonna say what? Resend verification. So verification email. Okay. So like that. Okay. Then for the on pressed, so if it is pressed, we need to check if it is resending. If it is resending, we just return null here. Else we're gonna do what? Gonna say resend verification email. Okay. So we need to create this method. So the one that will be responsible for sending verification email. Okay. So what we're gonna do for this one, it simply means that we're gonna call what? Our send verification email. So just come here. So just come here on top. So you can just create it where you want, but you need to make sure that you have said what? Our build method. So we're gonna say resend. So resend verification email. Okay. So here we need to do what? We need to check if it is resending. So if it is resending, so we just need to do what? To return. This is to prevent multiple calls. Okay, so the first thing that we need to send when you are sending, we just need to update our resending. So we need to set the state here. So the state here, we need to do what? We're gonna, let me use the arrow one, so instead of using this one for braces, so we're gonna say what? So we need to make sure that one is not there. So here we need to do what? It's a resending. So we need to give it what? We need to set it to true. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we just need to call what? So context.read our AuthBloc. So AuthBloc dot we need to add. Okay, so the event that we need to add, it is auth resend. Okay, so resend. So resend what? Verification email requested. So then we're gonna pass the email. So the email here, it is our current what? Our current email there. Okay, so like that, then we put what? Semicolon there. So that is the part for that one. So then we need, I'm gonna add another one here, the method. So the one that gonna go to the login page. Okay, so I'm gonna say go to login. So this one is the one that will be responsible to go to where? Just to go. Okay, so to go to the login. So just pass it like that, then you put semicolon there. So then after we have done that, now we need to do what? We need to continue working on that part. So let us go to where? So we need to go to, so now we have the resend. So we have the resend there. So the next thing that we need to do, just outside this one, so we need to have what? Custom button. So custom what? Custom button, this one, the on pressed, not on pressed. Here we're gonna say back to what? Back to login. So then we need to have the on pressed. So when it is pressed, we're gonna say go to. So we're gonna say go to, so go to login. Okay, so then from there we need to have a width. So this one we wanted to occupy the space there, so like that. Okay, so then after doing that, so still in the column, now we need to do what? We need to have some help text. So we're gonna say constant sized box. So sized box here, gonna say what? Height. So the height here, gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions, not dot new. We need to say padding what? Padding large. Okay, so padding large. So then we're gonna do what? Here we need to have the help text. So even though it's not necessary, so help text here. So here we're gonna have a container. So we need to put them in the container. So the first thing that we need to do, so let us have a padding. So the padding here gonna say what? Constant of what? Edge insets dot what? Dot all. So dot all here gonna say what? Up dimensions. So up dimensions dot what? Up dimensions dot padding medium, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need, it is what? Decoration. So decoration here gonna say what? Box decoration. So we're gonna say what? Color. So the color here, we need to do what? We need to say colors dot gray. So we're gonna say colors dot gray. So dot gray dot what? Shade of 100. Okay, dot shade of 100, like that. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have the, so still here we need to have the border radius. So border radius here gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. Okay, so border radius dot circular, then with a value of 8. So then from there, the next thing that we need to have, it is the child. So the child here to be what? A column. So column. So the column here, we need to have the children. So the children. So here in the children, what we need to have, first of all, we need to have our text. So text here gonna say what? Gonna say helpful. So helpful tips. Okay, so like this. Then we need to style it. Gonna say style. So the style here gonna say what? Up text styles. So up text styles. So then we're gonna use the border medium. Then we need to change the font weight. So we're gonna use the copy width. Gonna say font weight. So font weight. So here gonna say what? Font weight dot what? So font weight. So font weight dot weight of what? Weight of 600. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to have the color. So the color here gonna say what? Colors dot gray. So colors dot gray. So dot gray here, then we need to have what, the shade of what, 700. Okay, like that. Okay, so let me save it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a sized box. So here we need to have a gap, so constant sized box. So sized box of height of what, we need to have a height of 8. Then we need to have what, text. So the text here gonna say what, so here in the text what we need to do, I just come here and I gonna do what, gonna have hyphen, then you're gonna say what, check your spam or what, or junk. Okay, so junk folder, like that. Then we need to have a new line. So then we're gonna say what, also we need to have the make sure. So we're gonna say make sure the email address is what, address is correct. Okay, like that. Then we need to have a new line. So then we need also to have what, another for verification. So verification links expire in what, expire after 24 hours. Okay, 24 hours, like that. Then we need to have a new line, and also we need to have what, contact. So we're gonna say contact what, contact support if you need what, if you need help. Okay, so that's it. Then we need to style it. So we're gonna say style. So here gonna say up text style. So up text styles. So up text styles dot what, dot body small. So dot body small. Then we're gonna do the copy width. So the copy width here gonna say what, color. So the color here we're gonna say what, colors dot gray. So colors dot gray. So dot gray here dot what, shade of what, we need to have a shade of 600, like that. So then we need to save it. Then we need to align it. So text align. So text align here gonna say what, text align dot what, so text align dot center. So that is it. So then we need to save this one. So like that. So that is our what, so that is our email verification screen. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we need to add it to our what, to our router, so that we'll be able to do what, to handle that. Okay, so first of all we need to come here. So here in the route names, so for the route names here we're gonna do what, we need to have a verify. Okay, so this one will still be under what, our routes for verification. So we're gonna say for authentication, so we're gonna say static constant of what, string. So the string here gonna say what, verify. So verify email. So here gonna say what, is equals to what, gonna say verify. So verify what, gonna say verify email. Okay, so verify email, like that. Then you put semicolon there. Then we need to come to the app router. So then we need to add it. Okay, so just come here. So just below our login here we need to have what, so we're gonna say GoRouter. So GoRoute. So the path here gonna say what, we're gonna name it verify. So verify email, like that. Then you need to have a builder. So the builder here gonna have what, context. So context and also the state. Okay, so here we need to be able to pass our arguments. So because our state, our widget requires this one, so token will be passed here. So we're gonna say state dot URI. So URI, then we need to have the query parameters. So we need to get what, the token. So this one we should open it from the link. So then we're gonna say what, we're gonna log, not to log, we're gonna return email verification. So email verification page. So here we're gonna pass what, the token. So the token here we pass what, token, like that. Then you put semicolon there. So like that. Okay, so then here we need to put what, comma. So we need to put comma. Then we're gonna save it. So then first of all also we need to have what, the name. So the name here we do what? Gonna say app routes. So app routes dot what? App route names. So dot verify email. Okay, so that's it. Now we need to do what? So now already we have everything set up. So in our app route here, what do we need to add? So what do we have here? So the builder, the theme config, so we have everything. So the next thing that we need to do, now we need to, so what I want to do, I want to have first of all we need to test if our authentication it is working. So just currently I had removed the device, so we need to to clear here. So now we need to run it. So we're gonna say Flutter run, so that we're gonna be able to test if the authentication and other things are working. Okay, so as you can see, the application it is running. So now let me grab it so that we'll be able to see. So let me bring it here. So as you can see, now we are in the register screen here. So now the register here in the login page. So we need to go to the sign up because we want to sign up here. So you just come here and you press what? Now you put your first name. So we're gonna put general. Then I'm gonna put what? Kihara. So then I'm gonna put my email there. So I'm gonna put Kihara general. Then I'm gonna choose for patient. Then for password I'm gonna put gentech at 1234. So you can put yours. So then from there we need to have that to confirm it. So you can press that one to see. So as you can see, currently you are pressing that one and also the confirm it is showing. So we need to change that. So then we accept the terms. So then you do what? Then you create account. Okay, so now we have encountered an error. So this one simply means our backend we have an issue. So let us go to our backend and solve it. Okay, here in the, as you can see in the terminal, in the command prompt, it is complaining about what? The password. It is not included in the fields. So we need to go to our, so here in our serializers, we need to do what? We need to come to that part and we add what? Password there. Okay, so that one was missing there. So that is it. So like that. So then we need to go back to our what? To our testing. So let us go back. So we need to do it again. So let me restart it there. So as you can see, now we need to do what? We can put again general, then we can put Kihara. So Kihara like that. Then the email, you're gonna put what? Kihara general at Gmail. So Kihara general at gmail.com. Then from there it's gonna go with patient. Then I need to provide the password like that, and also that one also to confirm the password. So it meets the requirements there. So then we do what? We accept the terms and conditions. Okay, so let us wait. Because of that one, the feature got delayed. That's why it is delaying for a minute. So let us wait for it to complete. So it is supposed to go to this part, page not found, because we don't have the patient the patient dashboard currently. So that's why it goes to that page. Okay, so after you have done that, now you can be able to do what? So let us refresh here to see that we created that user. So this is in our backend. As you can see, it looks like that. So it is online and other things. So but it is not verified. So we need to do what? We need to verify. So when you come to our Gmail there, so you're gonna see the email that was sent. So let us open it, so that as you can see we have that one. So the email that was sent, okay, so just open it. It looks like that. So then you can press that button so that you'll be able to do what? To verify. So press there. So let us wait. As you can see, it refuses because of the port. So the port that we have passed there, it is not good. So we need to update that one in the what? In our backend. So in our backend code, then we need to update that part, okay. So we need to go there so that we'll be able to do what? To do that. So let us go and we start working on that part. Getting what? The part for it is opening the localhost at port what? 3000. So we need to change that one. So we need to do what? So let us go to the backend code. So here we need to do what? We need to come to the here in settings. So by default here you want to have a localhost of what? 8000 and what? 8001, okay. So that we'll be able to verify in online. So but I think we declared that one where. So let us see our .env file. So we didn't pass, but later we can pass it. So let us go back and we test the application again. So let us come back to our what? To our code. So and before we start testing, we need to change some few things here for it to work. So first of all is the front-end URL. You need to make sure that you have the API and the auth, so that it will go to the what? To the verify. So then we need also, there's somewhere I have updated. So in our models, so make sure that your models look like this one. So make sure that for tokens to expire, so it is 24. Then from there also I've changed somewhere here in the service. So in the service we are checking whether it is used. So now we have updated it to remove that one. So now we have a better one. So make sure that yours look like that, okay. So make sure that your email verification service looks like that, okay. So that is the part for that one. Then also I've added some few loggers, so make sure that you add them. So these are good for testing. So then after you have done that, make sure that even the views, I've updated my verify email so that I'll be able to test it in the browser, so that I can be able to verify in the browser. So but you still can keep the original one, so that you can be able to do what? To pass the token when we go to do the deep links, okay. So that the deep links we're gonna pass what? The token, okay. So make sure that everything is like that. Also there was a typo in the recent verification, so make sure that you change that, okay. So then you can go to testing. So here in the testing, so we need to start testing so that we'll be able to do what? To sign up and to be able to log in, okay. So currently now, as you can see, we have no user. So the user here we have removed it. So make sure that you don't have the user there in your admin dashboard. So now we need to sign up. So just come here and you press that one for signing up. So then you create the account. So we're gonna say John. So we're gonna put John Doe like that. Then for the email, so that we're gonna receive the email, we need to pass our email here. So you can pass any email that you want, but make sure you have access to it. So then make sure it's patient there. Then for the password, you pass that one. So like that. Also like this one for that part. So like that. Then we need to accept the terms. So then we do what? We create account, okay. So let us wait for it. So currently, as you can see, so for the user is patient, I've just returned the verify email so that it will go to that page. So as you can see, it goes to that page where we have the what, verify your email. Okay, so then it looks like that. So that is our verify email that we are working on. So then we need to refresh here. As you can see that we have created that user. Then we can go to our what, to our Gmail, so that we'll be able to verify in what, using the browser. So to verify our email, so we have that email there, so we need to open it. So then I'm gonna press there. So let us wait for it. As you can see, let me put that one. So as you can see, we have the email, it is what, verified. Okay, so that is the part for that one. So the next thing that we're gonna do, so let us refresh here. We see if it changes. As you can see, it's verified. It changes from the cross to what, to that tick. Okay, so then from there, now let us come here. So what I'm gonna do, I need to do what, first of all, to stop the server. Then I'm gonna restart the application. Then it will try to send the token again. Then it will fail. Then it will go back to what, to our login, because that is the default. So let us wait for it. So let us wait for it to send the token. It will try. Then we have the passive and what, that one, the active one. So let us wait for them to do that. So because they will fail at the end of the day. So when they fail, they do what, so we're gonna have to do what, to log in. Okay, so let us wait for it to do that. So that is what we have set. So but you can still tweak it to the way you want. So the reason why I've done that is so that I'm gonna test the login, so that I can see if I can be able to do what, to log in. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So it is taking long because it is trying multiple times to, as you can see now, it looks like that. So now we need to log in with the credentials that we had created. So just put them there. So we're gonna put our email and also the password that we had. So then we do what, then we do press the what, login. Okay, so let us wait. It will just go to the what, to the verify screen, because we, not the screen, it will go to the page not found, because you can see I changed it to patient there.